The Author's POV. Chapter 1, Prologue. Efforts never betray you. A saying widely respected and repeatedly preached across the world. Some people regard this quote as a personal mantra to follow throughout their whole life, while others simply scoff at it as if it were a mere joke. I mean, why put effort when you have a super-rich dad who provides you with all you need? Big house. Hello, Dad. Can you buy me a house? New car. Daddy, there's this new car that I really love and was wondering if. There are also those that live in luxury simply because they are lucky, like the ones who win a lottery. I mean, how much effort does it take for someone to win a lottery? Congratulations. You have won 200 million foot. How does efforts never betray you apply here? Of course, setting those examples aside, there were many cases in which the saying proved to be correct. For example, have you seen the movie, what was it called? The Pursuit of Happiness. It is your perfect example of efforts never betray. It's a touching story about a homeless dad living on the streets with his son, who, because of his pure love and dedication for his child, managed to succeed and became a millionaire. Very touching. But what about me? What have I got to say about efforts never betray? It is utter bullshit. Period. Efforts never betray. I could spit at such a ridiculous notion. Sure, if you put in some effort you would definitely achieve better results than the regular mob out there, but is that really all there is to it? Is this the key to success? No. It simply isn't. The key ingredient to success is talent. No matter how much effort you put into something, you would never be able to surpass the insurmountable gulf known as talent. Look at football, for example. Many people train just as hard as Messi or Ronaldo, but in the end, they don't even come close to their level. No matter how much they train, no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears they shed, they would never be able to even touch their ankles. What kind of bullshit is that? Getting back on topic. Why do I have such a grudge against the quote, efforts never betray? Simple. It is because I was one of those idiots that wholeheartedly believed in those words. You see, my parents died when I was 14. Some bastard got drunk and ran them over. I couldn't remember how many times I had cried myself to sleep because of the accident. My parents didn't have siblings, and my grandparents, both maternal and paternal, had already left the world long ago. I was orphaned. Luckily, they had enough money in their bank account to last me until school finished. Thus, I studied as if my life depended on it. It literally did. I would study hours and hours on end, just so that I could enroll at the most prestigious university out there, and later find myself a suitable job. But hold on. How could I possibly afford to go to university? It usually costs a hell of a lot of money, doesn't it? A bank loan. Would they lend a loan to an orphan with neither family nor assets? Well, I still tried to get one. But in the end, I got rejected by the government. But there was still a way. A scholarship. If I managed to secure myself a scholarship, I could attend university without paying a single cent. Luckily, University A, the only university near me, offered a scholarship program that perfectly suited my needs. One of my teachers heard that they only offer one scholarship a year for students of the school I attended. But that was enough for me. If I studied hard enough and achieved an exceptionally high score, I could create a chance. And so I studied. Studied so hard that all the friends I had made over the years became estranged. But I was fine with it. As long as I could attend university, I could make all the friends that I wanted. Was what I thought at that time. But looking back at it now, I could only laugh at how naive I was. Thanks to all the effort I put in, I managed to get in the top 1% of the national exams. But in the end, the scholarship I so wanted never came. Funnily enough, I only found out later that the one who got the scholarship was actually lower ranked than me. Apparently, his father was a highly influential person and helped secure the scholarship for him. That scholarship should have been mine. All the sleepless nights and lonely days that I had spent became worthless. I remember screaming my heart out that day. What's even more frustrating was the fact that the father could totally afford to send his son to university without a scholarship. Since you could afford it, why not give it to someone who actually needed it? I wanted to apply to other universities for scholarships, but they were all outside of my city, and I couldn't afford to move. At that point, having exhausted all my family's savings, I was dirt poor. I could barely feed myself through part-time jobs. How could I possibly study in another city where the rent was levels beyond my contemptibly small budget? And thus, left with no choice, I dropped all my studies and continued attending part-time jobs. I slowly sank into depression. I found an escape route in food, manga, and web novels. As I gained weight and found myself putting on more pounds with each passing day, it became increasingly harder for me to continue going to part-time jobs as I would always run out of breath after standing for over 10 minutes. Fortunately, I found myself a new hobby. Writing web novels. At first, I took it as a hobby to pass time, but later, as more and more people started reading my novel, a fire that had long been extinguished ignited inside of me, prompting me to continue writing. And I succeeded. My first novel was a hit, and money started coming in. Descent of the Hero. Description: Cypher, an orphan boy from a poor village, hopes of one day becoming a hero and embarks on a tough journey to fight against all odds and fulfill his dreams. Rating: 4.7, 513 reviews. Views: 5.5 m words, 1.3 m. Sure, it was your typical story of hero versus demon king, but what could I say? As long as I liked it, and it made money, it'll do, right? At least that's what I thought at first. But as time progressed and my second and third novels came out, I found myself slowly losing interest. It was not because I hated writing. No, it was simply because of what I was made to write. Because I was catering to my readers, I slowly started straying away from what I truly liked writing. I started writing things that I did not like. For example, people loved fan service, but it was really uncomfortable from a writer's point of view. Especially for a virgin like myself. Fortunately, I had the internet to help me, but it was stuff like this that made my passion for writing decrease. Who would want to write about putting some cucumber in their mouth? Certainly not me. And though I did exactly as my readers asked, apart from the first novel, I never found my books making it in the rankings. Here I am today, blankly staring at my laptop. Click, 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 click. The monotonous sound of a keyboard typing echoed inside of my room. The same boring pattern repeated like any other day. Wake up. Type. Eat. Type. Repeat. Finishing my last sentence, I pressed the save button at the top right of my screen and clicked send. Sigh. Letting out a long sigh, I dazedly looked at my ceiling. How long will I have to continue to do this? Bitterly shaking my head, I gazed at the novel's comment section. Good Guy 85, Ugh Author-san, I feel like your writing is becoming worse and worse. Weeboo, replying to Good Guy 85, I totally agree with you. This novel had so much potential, but I feel like the story started derailing lately. Truck Driver, I totally agree with you, man. There are too many plot holes and deus ex machina. It's getting ridiculous. Boy Wonder, thanks for the new chapter. Twilight Star, dropped. Boob Monster, hey hey hey, where the ecky scenes? Rooster Boy 65, dude is married to Mary Sue. Bam. Fuck. What do you mean my writing is getting worse? Slamming the table with my fist, I raged at the computer. I'm tired of this shit. Closing the laptop down, I forcefully tried to calm myself. Getting angry was not good for my blood pressure. I actually quite liked my new novel. This novel was the result of my frustration and desire to try something new so that I could ignite the last remaining embers inside of my heart. It was your typical weak to strong story, but unlike my previous novels, this one was set in a modern, futuristic setting. The story's background starts in 1980 where the Great Cataclysm occurred. A three-stage disaster that hit the Earth, causing the world to drastically change. The first phase of the Great Cataclysm, a shift in tectonic plates all over Earth. Moving countries from where they were previously, it resulted in tsunamis and earthquakes, killing millions. The sudden shift in tectonic plates caused the world map to permanently change, with there only being one landmass surrounded by water. The planet's landmass had become a single supercontinent. Then came the second phase of the Great Cataclysm. Huge portals started appearing all over the world, unknown species emerged from within. They were later identified as demons of the world's oldest mythology. Yet, they were not the only ones to come from those portals. At first, they were docile, but as soon as they deemed humanity weak, they started rampaging all over the place. But, with great disaster comes opportunity. As portals appeared, humanity managed to gain access to mana. A special force that lingered throughout the atmosphere and originated from other worlds. It would allow humans to do things they could have only dreamt of doing in the past, like summoning fireballs or cutting through metal. Lastly, the third phase of the Great Cataclysm. This happens near the end of the novel, and it is when the demon world forces launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. 10 years after the Second Cataclysm, 3 factions ruled the world. The demon faction, the human faction, and the Fantasia faction, which was comprised of orcs, elves, and dwarves. The Fantasia faction was sort of an alliance between the elves, dwarves, and orcs. And that was because they were practically forced into one. Demons were the manifestation of greed. They were created with the sole goal of devouring planets. They would first start by entering a planet. Then, as time progresses, they would reproduce like crazy. And slowly, once they gained enough strength, their armies would devour the whole planet. The elves, orcs, and dwarves were all refugees and survivors from the demons, who had already conquered their home planet. At first, when the 3 races arrived on Earth, they chose to observe. They wanted to see if the humans were worthy enough to join their alliance to fight against the demons. At first, they were excited with the prospect of gaining a potential ally, but as time passed their excitement turned into disappointment, which later became disgust. For the prideful elves, the selfish acts and schemes they witnessed during humanity's darkest moments made all thoughts of collaboration vanish, only to be replaced with utter disdain. To the orcs, the weak and frail body of humans was not only disappointing, but their lack of knowledge in the mystical arts made them feel humanity was even dumber than them. Lastly, the dwarves found humanity's primitive technology worthless. Furthermore, their arrogance made them seem like brainless monkeys who roamed around flaunting their power and intelligence with no substantial backing. In all honesty, all 3 races carried similar traits. The only reason they could tolerate each other was because they were all strong, unlike the humans who had nothing to offer. In the end, the demon faction and the Fantasia faction each claimed 3/8 of the Earth, while humans only claimed 2/8 of their own homeland, which was mainly inhabitable land, making them a mistreated minority. Initially, the story begins with the protagonist enrolling in the Lock, a specialized school established with the effort of all humanity, to raise warriors who can defend the borders against attacks from both factions. He is your typical MC with a tragic past. His parents died due to war at the hands of demons. He seeks vengeance against all demonkind. And so on. It was what you would expect from the MC. It was my masterpiece. At least that's what I thought, but looking through the comment section, I couldn't help but rage. I mean, how would you feel if what you think is your masterpiece gets insulted? Terrible, right? Letting out a long breath, I try to calm myself again. Lately, I've been having anger issues. The simplest thing could get me mad, which just goes to show how bad my temper has become. But it couldn't be helped. With how shitty my life was, I was bound to develop a twisted personality. GUH. Just when I was about to close my laptop, a sudden pain struck me in my chest. More precisely, my heart. Clenching my chest, I kneeled on the floor. With heavy pants, I forced my way to my desk. I need my medicine. Because of my poor living conditions, I took a lot of medicine. There was one for my blood pressure, another for asthma, and the last one for depression. And right now, I was looking for my blood pressure medicine. Because of my sudden outburst, my blood pressure must have increased, causing this reaction. So as long as I could take my medicine. Gah. Falling to my knees, my vision became blurry. It was starting to get increasingly harder to breathe. Is this how my shitty life ends? Suicidal thoughts clouded my mind. Those were the last words that escaped my mouth before I found the whole world become black. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Awaking me from my slumber was the peaceful sound of birds chirping. I could faintly feel the warm, gentle sunshine envelop my whole body, causing my lethargic self to feel more energetic. Opening my eyes, I found myself inside a one-bedroom apartment. Rubbing my eyes to make sure I was still not sleeping, I blinked a couple of times and once more looked at my strange surroundings. Aren't I supposed to be dead? Was what I thought at first, but seeing that I was still breathing and seeing just fine, I thought that perhaps someone had rescued me moments before I died, and maybe I was in a hospital right now. But with each passing second, I realized that this was not the case. Why? Simple. It was because a large screen appeared right in front of me, startling the living daylights out of my mind. Status ===. Name, Rendover. Rank, G. Strength, G. Agility, G. Stamina, G. Intelligence, G. Mana capacity, G. Luck, E. Charm, G. Profession, swordsmanship LVL.1. The author's POV. Chapter 2, I've reincarnated inside of my novel. 1. A multitude of questions emerged in my mind as I blankly stared at the floating screen in front of me. Rendover. Who was that? As far as I remember, my name was, What was my name? Sitting up on the bed, a blank look appeared on my face as I dazedly looked towards the window on my left. Jet black hair. Pale white skin. Blue ocean-like eyes. What was reflected on the surface of the window was not my face, rather it was a completely unknown face. It had rather attractive features, but it wasn't a face that would make people scream, "He's so handsome." Eyes aside, it was a pretty average face. One that you would forget after not seeing for a couple of days. Moving on to the body, this new body was rather skinny, it had some definition but it could definitely do with a bit more muscle. But this was definitely not my body, I was supposed to be fat. Yet, looking at the reflection in the mirror, I couldn't deny that it was me who was controlling the body, as each time I touched my face, the reflection on the window also showed the youth reflected in the mirror touching his face. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I looked at my now skinny legs, which I had not seen since my high school days, and stood up. GUH. Stumbling a couple of steps, I felt a wave of pain wash over my head as I started experiencing a massive migraine followed by a severe case of vertigo. Pain, excruciating pain that I had never felt before engulfed my entire being as I leaned my hand on the wall as a means to support my body. Huff, huff. For what may have seemed to be hours, passed by in seconds, and the pain slowly subsided, leaving me huffing and panting on the ground, heavily gulping for air. It was only after 10 minutes that I finally managed to stand back up. Glancing around the room, a simply decorated room lay before me. The room was furnished with the basic necessities that comprised of a clean white bed, an old wooden spacious desk, a tall wardrobe, and a small bathroom. As I looked around, on top of the desk, I saw a strange tablet-looking object. Being desperate for answers, I immediately walked over to the desk where the table-like object was, in hopes of figuring out what was going on. As I was walking, a strange sensation tickled my brain, as I felt a sense of discontinuity between my movements. At first, I thought it may have perhaps been due to me suddenly becoming skinny, but actually, more than me not being used to moving due to my body transformation, it was more like I was not used to this body at all. It almost felt as if there was a lag in my movements. But as I gradually moved more, the time lag slowly disappeared. I don't know what it was, but maybe it was because my soul still didn't get used to this new body. Well, setting that aside, there was one important thing that I had to confirm. I had a hunch about what had happened, but I needed to confirm it, and what better way than through the tablet on the desk. Arriving before the tablet, I carefully tapped the screen, and then... wham! Holographic information one after another starts appearing before me, startling me. Calming myself down, I looked at the information that was projected before me. User ID, Rendover. Age, 16. Picture, holographic image of myself. Program, Hero Program Year 1. School rank, 1750/2055. Potential, D rank. Profession, swordsman. I see. Looking at the information in a daze, I let out a bitter laugh. It seems that I reincarnated into my own novel, and as a random character that had nothing to do with the story to boot. Not the protagonist, but a completely unknown mob. I, the author, should obviously know every character in the novel, but who in the world was Rendover? I never created such a character. But looking at how things were, I should probably not consider this world a novel anymore, as I was literally breathing and moving inside of what seemed to be the plot of my novel. If you were wondering as to why I am remaining so calm in this situation, it's simple really. I hated my previous life. During my last breath, I had realized that I really did not care if I died. During my last moments, the only thing I thought was, it's a pity I died like this. I don't know when, but at some point, I already had given up on life. But oddly enough, it seemed that I got myself a second chance in life, and as a character of my own unfinished novel to boot. Though it's a real bummer I wasn't reincarnated as the protagonist. Actually, that was a total lie. Who in the world wants to be the protagonist? Me. Huh. Are you crazy? Why in the world would I want to be some justice-driven fool who attracts danger wherever he goes? I just got a new life, why in the world would I throw it away like that? I ain't stupid. Although I am jealous of his would-be harem. I mean, I did make them beauties, but who cares? I stayed a virgin for my whole 32 years of life, so it's not gonna hurt if I remained a virgin for a little bit longer. Setting my virginity aside, this world has magic and skills. There's no way I was going to spend my time flirting with girls when I could spend the time practicing magic. I could already visualize myself casting huge fireballs. Just the thought makes me grin. I mean, how could I not be excited? I came from a world where magic doesn't exist, and now that I have access to it, I will definitely learn it. But wait. Considering how they put my potential as D rank, it would mean they evaluated my talent to be low or medium at best. There's no way I was going to survive the third cataclysm with this low level of talent. Placing my hand on my chin, I immediately started to plan my future. Although my talent is low compared to the others inside of the lock, if we take into account that a D rank talent is extremely sought after in other academies, I could probably live comfortably once I graduate from the lock. But, if I were to take the seed of limit, I could permanently remove my limit, but that would affect the protagonist. Actually, considering the fact that his talent has already been graded as SSS, it shouldn't really be a problem if I take it right. Considering the fact that later the MC gets a similar item in the future, it shouldn't be a problem, no. I just realized it now, but didn't I create a total cheat character? Setting the seed of limit aside, I gave him the highest possible talent and also gave him the best equipment. Isn't this a little bit too unfair? Now that I was in the novel, I could kind of see what the readers were saying about the protagonist being a bit too overpowered. Yep, I need to rebalance the protagonist. Definitely not an excuse that I made up so that I could get some of the equipment for myself. Putting my shoes on and taking the keys to my room, which were left at the entrance of the apartment, I left the room. Even if the protagonist doesn't take the seed of limit, he would be able to exceed his limit thanks to other cheat items I've given him, so I guess it's fine if I take it. From the very first moment I was reincarnated, I had decided, I will live how I want to. Screw, efforts never betray. Only a cheat like me who knows future events and where the cheat items were, could become successful. Setting my foot outside of the lock, I felt a nice gentle breeze pass by me. Phew, how refreshing. Stretching my arms, I headed towards the train station. The academy should be starting in a week, so I have to find any means possible to increase my stats during that 1 week. I believe at this point the MC was already rank E borderline D, which was leagues above a rank G like me. So I've got to use this week well in hopes of catching up with the protagonist a little bit. Right now, my first priority was getting the seed of limit. By removing my limiter, not only will I be able to reach greater heights, but I'll also be able to train faster. That was because the closer one gets to their limit, the slower their training becomes. Hence why the higher your potential was, the greater your training speed was. In order for me to find the seed of limit, I must head towards the Clayton Ridge in the outskirt of Ashton City, the city that I was currently in, which was also known as the capital of humanity. After the first cataclysm, the world map completely changed. Before, Earth was a huge body of water with separate continents spread across it: Africa, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Oceania. But after the cataclysm, all continents merged into one, creating one large continent. Currently, humanity occupied the east side of the newfound continent, right where Asia used to be. New infrastructures and cities were built, and among all the cities that were built, 5 cities stood out from the rest. Conviction City, Dromeda City, Loington City, Park City, and lastly Ashton City, the current human capital. Now, why were these cities so important? It's because they were humanity's last safeguard. Each city safeguards the borders of the human territory from potential invasions and threats coming from demons and other races. Conviction City stood at the very north of the human border and safeguarded humanity against the potential threat coming from the orcs, who were a war-driven species. Brutus, the current leader of the orcs, was especially fearsome, as he was regarded as the one-man general in the battlefield. His fearsome display of strength may come as a shock to many people as they each become flabbergasted at his cruel and fearsome strength. Dromeda City safeguards the western area, which was right at the edge of the demon territory and the elven territory. Fortunately, the elves, unlike the orcs, were not a war-oriented race, hence the only source of worry was the demons. But even if the elves don't participate in the war, the demons' fearsome strength was leaving Dromeda on their wits' end. Loington City safeguarded the southern area of the human territory and protects against demons coming from the south. Like Andromeda, they were constantly harassed by demons, but unlike there, it was in a far more dire situation compared to Andromeda. Andromeda borders with the Elven territory, and as a result, the demons were forced to split their forces to protect themselves from potential ambushes from the elves, easing the burden they face when fighting against the demons. In Lewington, however, the situation was much worse. There were no elves, no orcs, and no dwarfs. There was no other faction nearby that would cause the demons to split their forces. Therefore, when demons invade, Lewington City faces the full brunt of the demons, causing large amounts of resources to be wasted every year. Park City, on the other hand, was located on the east side, and compared to the previous cities it had one noticeable difference, and that was the fact that it directly faced the sea. That was, it had to fend off against sea creatures. After the second cataclysm, due to the sudden burst in mana coming from the other worlds, animals started going into a frenzy. At first, it seemed like they had completely lost their minds, but later, after a few days, changes started happening. The most noticeable difference would be their insane growth in height and extreme bloodthirst. What could have been your cute little puppy an hour ago, turned into a demonic beast that would eat you whole in just a couple of minutes. Luckily, it seemed that they did not gain any intelligence, hence they were not necessarily a threat as long as they were left alone. Lastly, there was Ashton City, the center of humanity. The last barrier that protects humanity against any outside threats. The most secure location available and the area where the Lock resided. The ultimate training academy that was known to mankind, created for the sole purpose of creating ultimate heroes who will lead the charge to reclaim Earth. The Lock was a huge facility that spanned over kilometers and boasted top-end training facilities. It had over 20,000 dorm rooms, 800 training facilities, 1,000 classrooms, and 2,000 highly trained professionals and teachers to tend to the students' catering. There were many privileges in being a student from the Lock, and one of them was the fact that you could gain access to all public transportations for free, like how I was doing right now. Here's my card. Passing my student card to the lady in the ticket office, I checked the map of the station. Oh. You are a student from the Lock. Glancing at my card in surprise, the ticket lady sat upright and carefully looked at me. Yes. Where to? Station 24 near the Clayton Ridge, please. Glancing up and down, the ticket lady suddenly smiled at me and handed me my student card as well as a ticket. I see, have a safe trip. Thank you. Like that, I boarded the air train to the Clayton Ridge. The Author's POV. Chapter 3, I've reincarnated inside of my novel, 2. What made air trains so special was the fact that they levitated in the air, and produced almost no sound throughout the whole journey, making them a convenient means of transportation. Thanks to its smooth aerodynamic design, air trains produce low drag, which in turn allowed them to conserve energy and reach speeds of up to 600 km per hour. As I looked at the interior of the train, I couldn't help but be impressed. Maybe it was because I got special treatment, but the area I was designated to had a private desk and a snack bar for me to freely use. Lazily stretching my back, I comfortably sat down in my designated seat and looked outside the window. Perhaps it was because it was still summer, but, even though it was almost 9 p.m., the sunlight still brightly lit the surroundings. The station, which was moderately packed, was a scene that you would have only been able to see if you were inside of a movie. Rows of platforms stood next to each other, and every couple of minutes you could see air trains departing, and new ones taking over the empty spaces left by them. The air trains, which were levitating from the ground, were connected to long metal wires that stretched all the way to the horizon, and with their constantly producing magnetic field, allowed air trains to swiftly move unobstructed. We will be departing soon, please be seated. Clank. A beautiful voice entered my ears, and the doors automatically shut. Suddenly underneath me, I felt a strange pushing sensation, similar to when a plane was taking off, and gradually the air train floated in the air. A couple of seconds after levitating in the air, the train gradually picked up its speed and left the station. Next stop, Station 15, Collington Park. Staring at the constantly changing scenery before me, I sank into deep thought. Right now I was on my way towards the Clayton Ridge to collect the Seed of Limit, but if I want to remotely come close to the protagonist's level, then I must also get my hands on a sword art. A sword art, or more specifically a martial manual, were manuals that were developed since the beginning of the Second Cataclysm and consisted of martial techniques that had existed since ancient times. With the addition of mana, ancient martial techniques which were long forgotten were restructured and remodeled to take into account the mana that lingered in the atmosphere, and shockingly enough the techniques that were once deemed as useless transformed into some of the most powerful moves that could be performed by a human. Since the discovery of the adaptability that martial techniques had regarding the control and use of mana, martial manuals suddenly became extremely coveted, and as a result, they slowly started disappearing from the public view due to government and powerful individuals' intervention. The government primarily did it to prevent the manuals from landing in the wrong hands, but with regards to the powerful individuals, it was more of a power move to monopolize the manuals to themselves. Martial manuals were separated into 5 grades: 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and finally 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest grade and 5 stars being the highest grade possible. Each grade was determined by how powerful the art became upon mastery, and the difference between each grade was fairly substantial, just like the difference between a person's rank. When choosing a manual, the most important thing was not the grade but whether the manual was compatible with you. If you had a talent for swordsmanship but practiced a spear-related manual, chances were that regardless of how high the grade of the manual was, you would never be able to fully unleash the full potential of the manual. Looking at my status, I couldn't help but turn my attention towards my profession section, swordsmanship LVL.1. Status . Name, Rendover. Rank, G. Strength, G. Agility, G. Stamina, G. Intelligence, G. Mana capacity, G. Luck, E. Charm, G. Profession, swordsmanship LVL.1. I don't know whether this was a coincidence or not, but the protagonist also has a talent for swordsmanship. Which in hindsight was advantageous for me, as I know every cheat skill he gets for his swordsmanship profession. In particular, a certain sword art catches my interest. The keiki style, swords art. When I was coming up with different sword arts to give to the protagonist, I came up with 3 different styles. The keiki style, the levisha style, and the gravar style, which were all 5-star manuals. The keiki style, the one that interested me the most, was a swords art that required an inhuman level of speed when drawing a sword. In the setting I created, it was a sword art that Grandmaster Toshimoto Keiki created. He was a Japanese sword practitioner who later became famous for his unrivaled strength. He was also one of the first humans to awaken mana during the second phase of the Cataclysm. As Grandmaster Keiki was already a respected swordsman even before the second Cataclysm, when mana made its way into the world, once he awakened, his human restraint was severed, resulting in the creation of the keiki style. An incredibly powerful sword art where the user would draw the sword from the scabbard so quick that by the time the opponent feels danger she was already dead. It was a one-draw one-kill type of style. Because it was a one-draw one-kill type of style, its flaw was fairly obvious. That was, you no longer hold the advantage over the opponent once they successfully defended the first attack. The second style was the levisha style. Grandmaster Levisha, who also awakened at the same time as Grandmaster Keiki, created his own unique sword art. Unlike the keiki style, the levisha style operated differently. That was, it was a much more beautiful sword art. When writing the novel, I remembered describing it as a swords art that would mesmerize anyone who caught sight of the art. Though it was an extremely beautiful sword art, you should by no means underestimate it, as it was just as deadly as it was beautiful. Probably the most balanced swords art out of the 3, but in terms of offense it was not as good as both the keiki style and the gravar style, who specialized in offense. Lastly, the gravar style. The most infamous swords art of the 2. To call it a sword art was, by all means, a compliment. No fancy swing, no fancy move, it relied just purely on raw physical strength that overwhelmed every opponent that came across it. It was a series of random swings with no foundation behind them, but at the same time, because of the user's enormous strength, it allowed them to easily overwhelm the opponent. Why was it infamous? Simple, because anyone who practiced the swords art would find themselves suffering unbearable pain. In order for one to train the gravar style, the requirement was to reforge the human body by restructuring the flesh and bones within the human body to better suit the art style. It was a gruesome and painful procedure that could mentally break down anyone who tried practicing it. Although there was a high chance of a mental breakdown, if you managed to practice the gravar style successfully, you were basically guaranteed inhuman strength that would make anyone fear you. Going back as to why I was interested in the keiki style with respect to the other 2 arts. There were actually 2 main reasons. One was that personally, my favorite art out of the 3 was the keiki style. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Imagine facing hundreds of opponents, when suddenly all their heads fall off with you looking like you hadn't done anything. Wasn't that totally badass? Secondly, I couldn't possibly take the Levisha style, as it belonged to the protagonist. I couldn't be changing the scenario too much, or else my dream of a peaceful life would go to waste. Also, the Gravar style was far too brutal for me to even bother learning it. I am by no means a masochist. At first, when writing the novel, I wanted the protagonist to practice the keiki style, but the more I wrote, the more I figured it did not match his character, and thus I discarded the keiki style. Fortunately, by some sort of twist of fate, I am now inside my own novel and could now wash away my regrets and practice the keiki style. Moreover, I don't have to worry about the repercussions of learning the sword's art, as me learning it won't affect the plotline of the novel. I decided to learn the keiki style right after I collecting the Seed of Limit. Thankfully, the location of where the sword art was located was not that far off from the Clayton Ridge, and so by the end of the week, I should be able to have both the Seed of Limit and the keiki style. Next stop, Station 24, Clayton Ridge. Waking me up from my deep thoughts was a beautiful voice coming from the train speaker. Taking a glimpse outside the window, I could see huge mountains in the distance. As the tectonic plates shifted, it caused continents to clash against each other, resulting in huge mountains and ridges suddenly appear across the world. The current Clayton Ridge was the result and aftermath of Japan hitting the east side of China, causing the ground to be elevated and creating a chain of mountains. Standing below the huge majestic mountains and admiring the sight, I couldn't help but sigh. This really isn't a novel anymore. It all still feels unreal to me. As the creator of the novel, I always have this feeling of incredulity. It all feels fake. The buildings, the people, the map, everything was just as I had written in the novel. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Sometimes I wonder if this was all fruit of my imagination, and I was in a coma somewhere dreaming of this. But breathing the fresh air, and smelling the sharp, sweet, and refreshing smell coming from the pine trees before me, I could almost be certain that everything before me was real. With renewed vigor, I start my climb up the mountain. Huff, huff. The terrain was rougher than I expected, making it hard for me to collect my breath as I move up the mountain. I have to stop a couple of times to check my bearing, as there was no path for me to directly follow. 3 hours had already passed since my journey up the mountains, and although my breathing was a bit rough, I wasn't that tired. Well, considering the fact that I had ready condensed mana inside of my body, it really shouldn't come as a surprise that I managed to last this long. Keep in mind that if a normal human with no mana concentration in their body were to climb this mountain, they would by no means reach the same point as me. Then again, I really shouldn't compare myself with normal humans, since anyone in the academy would last much longer than me. Right now I was making my way towards the third highest peak, where a small cave containing the Seed of Limit resided. Because I only spent a couple of sentences describing where to find the Seed of Limit, I don't know the exact location of the cave. I only know that it's on the third highest peak of the Clayton Ridge. Knowing that looking for the cave was almost like looking for a needle in a haystack, I've already mentally prepared myself for a long, arduous search. Hopefully, I won't waste too much time, else I might be spending days here, which I simply couldn't afford to do. Just as I had arrived below the third highest peak, I squinted my eyes. I could already see the sun trying to hide itself behind the mountains, reducing my visibility considerably. Clenching my fist, I decided to do one last struggle and climb my way towards the third peak. This was a really reckless decision on my part, as I would be directly climbing the mountain, unlike before where I just hiked. Moreover, because the sun was setting and my range of visibility was decreasing by the minute, it made it even harder for me to climb up the mountain, as a slight slip could cost me my life. Climbing the mountain at this time was totally reckless, but it's not like the protagonist was waiting for me to catch up to him, and thus I steeled my mind and slowly climbed up the mountain. Feeling the cold rock in between my hand, I increased the grip of my hands and carefully moved up the mountain. If I don't manage to find the cave soon, I would probably be forced to camp somewhere on top of the mountain, which wasn't exactly ideal. Halfway up the mountain, and 2 hours into my climb, I could already feel my hands becoming numb from the constant climbing. The sun, which had set long ago, only left endless darkness, making it impossible for me to see more than a couple of meters ahead of me. As the nights progressed, the cold kicked in, further adding to the difficulty of the climb. It was already hard to climb before, but now things got even harder. Not to mention that my whole body started aching like crazy. Gritting my teeth, I endured the stinging pain coming from my arms and continued my way up. Inserting my feet into a narrow gap, I paused and looked up. Although it was dark, I could still see a couple of meters ahead of me. Squinting my eyes, I saw a small protruding rock coming from the top left of my view. Remembering a similar description from my novel, my eyes lit up and I forced my body to climb up near the rock. Placing my hand on top of the rock and applying some pressure, I was able to confirm that this was the right place as a small gap appeared behind the rock. Applying a little bit more pressure, I moved the rock further to the side, allowing me to see what's right behind the rock. Bingo! Smiling widely, I used all my strength and pushed the rock outwards, causing it to fall down, opening a small gap for which a single person could enter. Bang! After 10 seconds of free fall, a large sound could be heard from below the mountain, sending shivers down my spine. Had that been me, I would have likely turned into an omelet if anything else. Turning my attention back to the cave, I slowly pushed my body inside the small gap. As I entered the small hole, I crawled my way forward for a couple of meters until a wide opening appeared before me. Increasing my pace, I entered the cave. As soon as I entered the cave, I felt all the energy drain out of my body, causing me to weakly slump on the ground. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. From the moment I entered the Clayton Ridge to the moment I reached the cave, all I did was non-stop physical work. I hiked non-stop for 3 to 4 hours and then climbed 3/4 up the third peak. If it wasn't for the fact that I had already awakened by the time I reincarnated into the novel, I would have already been exhausted halfway through the hike. Let me be clear. I was also extremely lucky throughout the journey. That was, I did not encounter a single animal. Since most animals who were exposed to mana turned berserk, I expected some kind of encounter against one of such animals in the mountain, but fortunately for me, I had come prepared as I brought a low-grade beast repellent that warded away any beast below G rank. Thus, thanks to the repellent, I encountered 0 beasts, which in turn helped me preserve some of my energy, allowing me to find this place faster. Leaning against the wall of the cave, I slowly regained some of my energy. Glancing around, all I could see was a huge cave that I couldn't see the end of. Smiling to myself, I got up and moved towards the depth of the cave. It's about time I upgrade myself. The author's POV. Chapter 4, I've reincarnated inside of my novel, 3. Ha! Letting out a long breath, I dazedly stared at the scenery presented before me. I expected something out of the norm, but this. Overwhelmed would be the perfect word to describe the sensation I was feeling at the moment. A huge towering tree stood in front of me. Its large roots deeply penetrated the hard rock, almost as if it was made of clay, and its lush green leaves made one wonder if there really was no sunlight here. Right on the top of the tree was a pale red fruit that looked extremely succulent. It resembled a peach, but contrarily to a regular peach, it had a yellow glow enveloping it, making it clear that it wasn't just your regular peach that you could get from the supermarket. Taking a deep breath, I looked directly at the fruit that contained the seed of limit, with burning desire. This is it. Once I get my hands on the fruit, my future will change entirely. I thought as my eyes couldn't detach themselves from the pale red fruit that sat on top of the tree. I will no longer be some good-for-nothing author who lazes around his house, raging at his own readers. No. Instead of writing other stories, I will be writing my own, and... Glancing at the fruit above me, I raise my hand and slowly clench it. It all starts from that fruit. Getting the fruit wasn't actually that hard. In the first place, it was supposed to be an accidental find by the protagonist for when he explored the Clayton Ridge during his elective. Moreover, if I don't remember incorrectly, I don't think the protagonist even got his hands on the fruit, as by the time he came the only thing he found was the seed of limit. I kind of feel guilty for saying this, but when I was writing this part of the novel, I totally forgot to add a trial. You know, like the obstacle the protagonist needed to overcome in order to boost his own power. If this was a typical novel, there should have been a guardian protecting the fruit, or at least some sort of defensive mechanism that made it hard for the protagonist to easily claim the fruit, but I just couldn't bring myself to write one, as this would have been considered in a certain sense a small upgrade for the protagonist. The main purpose was to speed up the protagonist's training by removing his limiter, thus I didn't really add any trial. This lazy me did it so that I could finish the novel faster, as at that point I was already bored of the novel. But now that I am holding the fruit in my hands, I realized how complacent and stupid I was. I mean, this was a total cheat item. No wonder the readers started getting mad at me. I was totally overgearing the protagonist. Moreover, the seed of limit was essentially a guaranteed ticket to stardom, as it severed the restraint a human would have on their capabilities. Actually, that may not necessarily be true. Although the seed of limit could be considered a cheat item, it wasn't necessarily that overpowered. Although it removed one's limit, it did not mean that it improved one's talent. In actuality, a person's talent remains the same, and apart from the fact that one would have no limit and their training speed increased, the seed of limit did not help in regards to actual talent. For example, if a person who has no talent in regards to fighting suddenly takes the seed of limit, they will not suddenly turn into some sort of god of war. No, if such an item were to actually exist, I might as well just drop the novel and be done with my day. I mean, who would bother reading a novel where the protagonist doesn't overcome any hurdles and just bulldozes his way to the top? Fortunately, I wasn't dumb enough to create such an item. With the seed of limit, one could only remove their rank cap, but other than just faster training speed, the seed of limit didn't do much. Moreover, even if a talentless person took the seed of limit, they could at most train their stats to be absurdly strong, but if they were to face someone just as strong as they were, then they would instantly be defeated. Still, imagine if the seed landed in the hands of a talented individual that wasn't the main protagonist. Just the thought sends me shivers. Forcefully pushing down my feelings of guilt, I carefully observed the fruit. Its pale red color, added with its holy light glow that was enveloping it, made it seem like I was holding a fruit straight out from heaven. Swallowing the saliva that was stuck inside of my throat, I gently opened my mouth and took a small bite out of the fruit. Instantly an overwhelming sweetness enveloped my taste buds, making them dance with joy. The juices coming from the fruit overflowed inside of my mouth, and the succulent taste coming from the fruit made me momentarily forget everything around me. Shortly after gulping the first bite of the fruit, I could feel my body changing. My eyes became sharper, my head became clearer, and my muscles became more explosive. I could feel myself slowly becoming stronger. Glancing at my status, I noticed my stats changing with every passing second, and as I felt and saw myself change, a wave of euphoria washed over me, prompting me to greedily eat the fruit before me. The more I ate, the more I felt every fiber of my body becoming sturdier and stronger. Status . Name, Rendover. Rank, G+. Strength, G+. Agility, G+. Stamina, G+. Intelligence, G+. Mana capacity, G+. Luck, E. Charm, G. Profession, swordsmanship, LVL.1. Ha. Using my shirt to wipe away the juices that lingered around my mouth, I took a good look at my status window. As I looked at my status window, I couldn't help but look at my charm stats. Why wasn't my charm increasing? I know that I wasn't particularly handsome, but, I mean, all stats except for luck, which was already quite high, increased a notch or two. Why couldn't you just spare a couple of points on my charm? Was I destined to be a virgin? Slap. Slapping my cheeks to forcefully clear my dark thoughts away, I stared at my hands. A small brown seed nestled in between my hands. Is this the seed of limit? Now that I paid close attention to it, I really couldn't determine the difference between this seed and any other seed that could have been both from a supermarket. It was neither too big nor too small, just about the size of a coin, and if it weren't for the fact that it came from the holy-like fruit, I would have in no way have been able to tell this was the seed of limit. I mean, it looked so normal that I wouldn't be surprised if someone would just laugh at me if I were to tell them this was a cheat item. But of course, since I am the author, I know that this normal-looking seed is in fact the key to my future. I did mention this before, but the protagonist never actually ate the fruit. Why? Because he never had a chance in the first place. In the original plot, the protagonist and his classmates would go on an elective in the Clayton Ridge. During the excursion, the first to find this place wasn't the protagonist, but the protagonist's rival. Once the rival found the tree containing the fruit, he immediately ate the fruit and discarded the normal-looking seed, which was later found by the protagonist, who by sheer luck managed to discover its effect and ate it. Yes, I know. I was currently fully reflecting on myself. The more time I spend in this world, the more I realize how depressing my writing was. Now that I think about it, since I ate the fruit, I kind of prevented the rival from upgrading himself. This wasn't good. The rival was vital to the plot. He was one of the reasons why the protagonist managed to become so strong. Me indirectly affecting his growth is also indirectly affecting the protagonist's growth. Aha. I guess I'll make it up to them later. Since I've already done the deed, I couldn't really turn back time and undo what I did. Instead of worrying about it now, I'll just do what I was best at, and that was leaving problems for later. I mean, I'll just owe them one later. Taking a deep breath, I carefully scrutinized the seed in my hand and slowly placed the seed at the top of my tongue. Gulp. Swallowing the seed, I sat down on the ground and waited for the seed of limit to kick in. Then 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed, and still, nothing happened. Just when I was about to think that something was wrong, an overflowing amount of energy came crashing down my body. It felt as if a dam had burst, making my veins and body withstand the grunt of the water escaping out of the dam. Excruciating would have been the best word to describe how I was feeling, as I felt an indescribable pain wash over my body. The pain was so intense that no words nor screams escaped from my mouth. It felt as if all my bones and veins shattered at once. The last thing I saw before I passed out was the humongous tree inside of the cave slowly withering away. I really am reckless. I don't know how much time had passed since I passed out, but that didn't really matter at the moment. My body ached all over, making it hard for me to stand. Collecting myself, I slowly reached out from my bag's front pocket, from which I took out a small rectangular tablet. Tapping on the screen, a 3D holographic image of myself popped up. I was still not used to the holographic thing and all, hence whenever the holographic data pops up in front of me, I flinch every time. Swiping right, I unlocked the tablet and checked the date. Closing Time, 6:47. Date, July 9, 2055. Mail, 5, calls, 0, messages, 0, browser. Closing the tablet, I sighed in relief. Only 3 hours had passed since I passed out. Fortunately for me, I did not pass out for days. If on the unfortunate occasion that I did not manage to wake up prior to the opening of the academy, I would have been in big trouble. Normally I wouldn't have cared about skipping classes, as I don't want to repeat what I've been through back in high school, but since I designed the lock, I already know how strict the instructors were. Especially to those who were not highly ranked, like me. They were merely treated us like dispensable people who will later die on the front lines. Hence, if you get on the bad side of some professors, it'd be best if you pack up, as you will probably never be able to graduate from there. This was the last thing I wanted, as there were so many things I needed to accomplish in the lock before I could safely go outside of the human territory. Firstly, I needed to participate in a couple of events that will happen inside of the lock. But wouldn't participation affect the plotline? Of course, it would, but because I don't know whether my reincarnation has had any effect on the plot of the story, I will need to personally check myself and see if the storyline was still the same as what I wrote. So far everything seemed to be the same, but if by chance my reincarnation has had a butterfly effect on the story, it could create disastrous consequences. So, taking this into consideration, I decided to step in and help in the case that something deviates from the plotline. Secondly, as the lock was the foremost academy in developing heroes in the entire humanity, it would be a total loss for me to miss it. I mean, if I want to become strong enough to survive the third cataclysm, I should definitely not miss the chance that was presented to me. With their state-of-the-art facilities, it would take no time for me to become strong enough to live comfortably on my own. But before I do that, I must first get my hands on the sword art so that I don't get kicked out on my first year due to my lack of talent. Just like any regular academy, if you don't pass the year, you get held back a year. Thus, if I don't get my hands on the Keiki style, even with my limits broken thanks to the seed of limit, I would by no means be guaranteed to pass the first year. It's not like I could become super strong immediately. Without effort and time, I couldn't catch up to the protagonist and his companions. Checking my status, I noticed that after having consumed the seed of limit, my stats did not increase. Well, I'd be surprised if it did, as the seed of limit was an item primarily focused on breaking the level cap of a user, unlike the fruit that focused on increasing the stats. But the fact that I am no longer bound by the laws of this world, I could freely train as much as I want to without worrying about reaching a bottleneck. It actually took me longer than expected to get out of the cave. Precisely 2 hours after I woke up, I managed to safely get out of the cave. It wasn't because I couldn't find the exit, no, that part was actually easy, but it was the fact that my body refused to listen to me. I could somehow move my arms, but it was extremely stiff. For a solid hour, I had to slowly tense my muscles, starting from my fingers down to my toes. This was because all my muscles refused to listen to me. It felt as if the body which I had just gotten used to became foreign again, almost like when I just reincarnated in this body. Finally some fresh air. Taking a deep breath outside, I felt my body slowly relax, helping me regain some of my energy. The air outside was incomparably different compared to the air inside of the cave, which was extremely stuffy. Staring towards the east with my improved vision, I could catch a glimpse of the huge megacity on the horizon. The tall skyscrapers and the ever-moving sky trains that operated non-stop made the city look extremely lively. Beautiful was the only word that I could mutter as I stared at Ashton City. It's truly fascinating how, despite humanity's situation, they managed to unite and build such a beautiful city. And now this beautiful city that I was staring at was my new home. Alright. With renowned vigor, I immediately head down the mountains. It's about time I collected the keiki style. The Author's POV. Chapter 5, Sword Art, 1. If nothing had changed, then the sword art should be located a couple of kilometers behind the Clayton Ridge. It took me 5 hours to hike all the way down the mountain, and a further 10 hours to reach the approximate area of where the sword art was located. A large forest that spanned over several kilometers appeared before my view, and as I reached the entrance of the forest, without even thinking twice, I chose to enter. Although I was exhausted from constantly moving all day, I decided to grit my teeth and continue my journey. Some might say I was too impatient with regards to how I was neglecting my body in search of cheat items, but I beg to differ. Not only was I reincarnated inside a world where the weak were prey to the strong, but in the near future, if one was not strong enough, only death awaited them. If I want to be strong enough in hopes to overcome the certain death flags that awaited me, my only option was to increase my strength as much as possible. Every minute that I saved was a minute I could use to train myself. Despite being dark outside, my vision was fairly unaffected, partly due to my improved body condition, which was all due to the miraculous fruit I had previously eaten. The only problem was the fact that I was in the middle of a forest. So even if my visibility was clear, it was still hard to make out what was in front of me. If I don't remember wrong, there should be a river nearby. My current goal as of now was to look out for a river that directly flowed from the highest peak of the Clayton Ridge. For that seek the way of the sword, follow the road flowing through the highest peak. When the protagonist was clearing a dungeon, he stumbled across 3 ancient scrolls that were neatly laid next to each other, and the content of one of the scrolls had those precise words inscribed on them. At first, the protagonist didn't understand the meaning of the words in the scroll, but eventually, with the aid of one of his companions, he managed to figure out the meaning of those words. Sadly, by the time he had figured out what the contents of the scroll were about, it was already too late, as the protagonist had already learned the Levisha style sword art. But this was perfectly fine with me, as I really liked the keiki style. In simple terms, the scroll was telling the protagonist to follow the river coming from the highest peak of the Clayton Ridge. The word road, accompanied by flowed, referred to a river, and highest peak referred to the highest mountain within the human territory, which was in the Clayton Ridge. And right now I was looking for that exact river. It didn't take long for me to find the river, but by the time I found it, I was really exhausted. I think I've been at it for more than 18 hours at this point. No matter how much I wanted to continue, my body would just refuse to listen to me, and thus I was left with no choice but to camp near the river. These past 2 days could probably add up to the total amount of exercise I've done in the last decade of my life. Never before had I done this much physical activity. Even if I had condensed mana and my body could keep up, I don't think the same could be said for my mental state, as I felt my thought process diminish with every passing second I continued moving. The first thing I did once I arrived at the river was to immediately refill my water bottle. I had been drinking moderately to save water, but it was a needless worry. Title: Compressed Water Bottle. Rank: G+. Description: Water bottle with the ability to store up to 50 liters of water without affecting the weight. I mean, this water bottle could store up to 50 liters of water. Wasn't that totally awesome? Before leaving for the Clayton Ridge, I picked up this little baby at the train station, and I couldn't say I was dissatisfied with it. Not only could it hold up to 50 liters of water, but thanks to its advanced technology, it could also reduce the weight of the contents by a factor of 10, meaning that a filled water bottle would only weigh 5 kilograms. Well, that last feature was a must-as. I mean, what was the point of carrying a bottle that could hold up to 50 liters of water when you couldn't even hold it? The thing that most shocked me about the water bottle wasn't its amazing technology. No, it was actually its price. It only cost me 20 U. The U was the currency that was used in this world, and it stood for Union, which was the current association overlooking humanity, besides the central government that was an alliance between the biggest nations from before the Second Cataclysm began. The Union was currently the foremost organization in the human domain, which only the central government could control. Even the biggest guilds operating do not dare challenge the authority of the Union, as it would spell permanent doom if they clashed against them. The Union has the highest number of S-ranked heroes at its disposal, making it a behemoth that stood at the peak of humanity. What makes the Union especially fearsome was not the fact that they had the most amount of S-ranked heroes at their disposal. No. It was their leaders. The 7 heads of the Union. Each with the power that far surpasses S rank, breaking through to the legendary SS rank. Currently, there only exist 15 SS rank heroes in the human domain, and out of all of them, 7 are part of the Union, making the Union the main powerhouse in the human domain. Each head was a single-digit ranker in the hero ranking, which depicts the strongest members of humanity. The hero system was a system created by the central government and ranks an individual based on their achievements and strength. This was a system that was created with the purpose of motivating individuals to become stronger, as not only does this bring glory to their name, but appropriate monetary compensation was given every year to top-ranking heroes. Since the Second Cataclysm, humanity has been split into 2 factions: heroes and villains. Where the villains were individuals that were categorized based on the crimes they had committed. The central government has placed a bounty on the head of each villain, and the reward increases as the rank of the villain increases. But to truly be characterized as a villain, an individual must sign a pact with a demon. That was a pledge to devote their lives to the demons, in which the demon in return grants them part of their power. As demons were currently in a standoff against multiple races, in order to weaken their opponents they resorted to methods that created internal strife, and by giving power to individuals who were willing to follow their command for the sake of power, they successfully managed to continuously weaken their enemies. This formula, which has worked for eons, allowed demons to propel themselves into becoming a dominant race across the universe. Facing the constant pressure from the demons both externally and internally, only an organization such as the Union could barely keep the power balance among humanity in check. Currently, I had 250 U with me, but if I needed more money I could just ask my parents. Forgot to say this, but when I was reincarnated in this world I found out that I had a mother, a father and a little sister who was only 2 years old. More importantly, apparently, my father was the guild master of a medium-small-sized guild called Galxicus. Because I have no recollection of ever including this guild in my novel, it could only mean 2 things. It was either too insignificant to the plotline, or that my reincarnation has had a butterfly effect on the story and thus created Galxicus. I honestly prefer the first option, as the second option would mean that some events will deviate from the story, which brings an element of uncertainty to the story that I know. Letting out a sigh, I take out a small cube from my bag. I then proceeded to press a small button on top of the cube and threw it on the ground. Sham. Immediately the cube enlarged into a large blue tent that was around the size of one room. Watching the cube automatically unfold before my eyes, I couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. Title: Compressed Tent. Rank: G+. Description: using the skin of a blood-curling bat, a 2-meter squared tent can be erected with a single press of a button. It's so cool. If I had this stuff back in the world I lived in, I would totally go camping. I mean, I could literally set up the tent in seconds without going through the trouble of actually setting the tent. Looking inside the tent, I couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It was empty, but it was really spacious. It could totally fit in more than 5 people, and more if we were to really push it. Moreover, since it was made from the skin of a blood-curling bat, a G-ranked beast, it was far more durable than normal plastic, and some could say it was comparable to some metals in terms of durability, making it an extremely good tent. Taking out my sleeping equipment, I comfortably lay inside the tent and closed my eyes. I was so exhausted that I fell asleep within a couple of seconds of me laying down. The next day, after packing up my stuff and eating breakfast in the form of an energy bar, I continued my journey towards the 5-star Marshall Manual by walking alongside the river. The good news was that I knew what I was looking for as I proceeded forwards. The bad news, on the other hand, was that I had no idea how long I needed to walk before finding what I was looking for. I could only lament at myself for being lazy. When I was writing the traveling scenes, I completely left out the important information such as how long the protagonist walked, or sometimes I even skipped that altogether and just made the protagonist arrive at the destination by omitting his journey. Thus, even if there was a cheat item I really want to get, I wouldn't even know where to look, as my lazy self did not write where the place was. I only wrote the general area. But that was also useless because some areas were so big that it would take me years to explore. Moreover, I also excluded the dangers lurking around the area, making the chances of finding the cheat item even slimmer. You couldn't really blame me though. I mean, who'd expects themselves to suddenly be thrown inside of their own novel? Plus, I skipped the traveling scenes because they were simply too boring. Stopping myself, I stared at a strange rock before me. The rock was oddly shaped and its outline resembled that of a samurai that held a sword on top of its head. I say resembled, but it was currently covered under moss and vines, making so that if one did not look carefully they would have never been able to spot this. Of course, I knew why it looked that way, as it wasn't actually a rock but a statue in memory of Grandmaster Keiki. As time passed, the statue slowly deteriorated, making it look like an oddly shaped rock to anyone who would pass by. Sitting down, I lay a small cloth and sat on it. And now we just wait. What I was waiting for was for the sun to set, as only when the sun sets would I know exactly where to go. The statue was made by Grandmaster Keiki back when he was still alive and was designed so that every sunset would point where his tomb remained. From this point on, I was strictly following what I wrote about how to find the tomb of Grandmaster Keiki. In the first place, the protagonist never actually bothered coming here, as he didn't choose the Keiki style, but the Levisha style, making this the first time anyone actually came here. It didn't take long for the sun to finally start to set, and precisely when the sun moved right above the statue that a golden line emerged from the tip of the sword. Looking at where the line went, I could approximately determine that it was pointing northwest towards what seemed to be a large but inconspicuous tree far off in the distance. Bingo! Smiling widely, I immediately took a mental note of the tree and made a run for it. It takes approximately 150 to 200 seconds for the sun to set. That means that I only had that little amount of time to run from the statue to the tree, or at least close to the tree, which was at least a kilometer away from where I was. If I didn't make it close to the tree by the time the sun sets, I would easily lose sight of the tree, as apart from being slightly larger than any other tree, it looked exactly the same as any other tree in the area. If not for the statue directly pointing at the tree, I would have never been able to know where to go. Huff, huff, huff. Arriving with heavy breaths, I slumped down in front of the tree. I was totally exhausted. I sprinted at full speed in a rough terrain until I made it in front of the tree. By the time I had arrived, the sun had already set, but I didn't care as I had already reached my objective. Now what should I do? Even though I was the author, I was totally clueless in regards to what I should do next, as I had never written a scene where the protagonist went to Grandmaster Keiki's tomb. I didn't even know if there were any traps or trials inside of the tomb. The only thing I knew was that the tomb was somewhere near this tree in front of me. Carefully looking around the tree, I noticed a root that stuck out from the ground. Placing my hands on it, I noticed that it was fairly loose compared to the other roots that were firmly etched on the ground. Without a second thought, I immediately pulled the root with all my power. Snap! With a loud sound, the root directly ripped off from the ground, revealing a small hole that could fit a single person. Throwing the root to the side, I immediately made my way inside of the small hole. The first thing I noticed when I entered the hole was everything above the tree was hollow, and a single rope dangled from the top of the tree. Gulp! Following my line of sight, I involuntarily gulped as I noticed the rope that was dangling from the top of the tree going all the way down inside of a pitch-black bottomless hole in the middle of the ground. Looking down the hole, I couldn't help but feel cold sweat drip from my back, as it truly did look like there was no end to the hole. Gathering up my courage, I held tightly onto the rope and slowly made my descent down the hole. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, by the time my hands were numb, I had lost count of how long I had been going down the rope. My arms and my core at this point were starting to burn from the pain of continuously going down the rope, and before I knew it, my mental state was also degrading. Still, regardless of how much I was suffering, I endured the pain and continued making my way down the hole. The Author's POV. Chapter 6, Sword Art 2. Gasp, gasp, gasp. With bloodshot eyes, I continued going down the rope. I don't know how long I had been down here, but I presume at least 2 days had passed since I started going down. My hands, which were riddled with blisters, started bleeding all over the rope, leaving behind a red trail during my descent. My muscles spasmed every minute, making me almost lose grip of the rope on a couple of occasions. It felt as if I had gone back to the past, where I would monotonously be typing on the keyboard with no sense of purpose. I just kept going and going and going, until my sense of time and reason left my body. Even the pain slowly subsided, making it seem as if I was a robot. Sadly, like any other powered object, robots tend to run out of batteries. And that's precisely what happened to me. My vision grew blurry and my hands slowly lost grip of the rope. It seems like I have died again, huh? Oddly enough, it didn't feel the same as my first death, where I only felt endless coldness and loneliness. This time a warm sensation enveloped my body, making me feel extremely comfortable. It felt as if I was back in my mother's womb under the constant nourishment and protection of my mother. It didn't feel bad. Dong. 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 Suddenly I heard the loud sound of a bell tolling, causing my mind to spin and my eyes to shoot wide open. What just happened? Abruptly sitting up straight, I found my body drenched in sweat. Touching my body in a daze, I noticed I was on top of a small bed with the bedsheets damp from my sweat. Looking at my hands, I couldn't see any trace of the previous gruesome scene from when I was climbing down the rope. Glancing around, I finally took notice of my surroundings. I was inside a small room with what seemed to be a Japanese tatami-style floor. The room was rather empty, and aside from a small tea table and a large ancient clock that constantly tolled in the corner of the room, there was no other furniture. "You up, kid?" "Huh?" Snapping my head to the right, where the voice was coming from, a middle-aged man sat next to the tea table preparing some tea. His carefree movements and his calm demeanor when preparing the tea blended with the tranquil surroundings. The aroma coming from the tea filled the entire room, prompting me to momentarily relax. But not for long, as I immediately jumped out of the bed and warily looked at the stranger before me. Jet black hair, deep black eyes, and a stern but yet kind-looking face. "Relax, kid, I'm not gonna do anything to you." "Who are you?" I warily asked without letting my guard down. If not for the fact that I was sure that he was not there when I was previously checking the room, I wouldn't have been as wary as I was now. A master. He was definitely a master beyond my level. Only someone who was leagues above my level could suddenly appear out of thin air without me noticing. Smacking his fist in his hand, as if he was reminded of something, the stern-looking middle-aged man looked at me and spoke. "Ah. That's right. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" Lightly smiling, he extended his right hand towards my direction. "A pleasure to meet you, kid. My name is Tashimato Keiki." Instantly my pupils dilated, and my mouth went slack. "But how? Aren't you already dead?" My speech stuttered and my body trembled as I looked at the men before me in shock. "Hey, kid, don't be like that." Laughing bitterly at my reaction, Grandmaster Keiki calmly put down the teapot and blew on the teacup in his hand. "Phew, yes, technically I could be considered to be dead, but someone intruded my home, waking up the remnant soul I left behind when I passed away." Our remnant soul. Once an expert reached a certain rank, they could learn an ancient Chinese technique known as soul division. Its main purpose was to split a soul and attach it to an object, allowing a person to for a short moment of time interact with the initiator of the technique. To better summarize the technique, it was basically a live recording that you could interact with. It had no attack power, and apart from inheriting the memories of the initiator, had no other feature. Knowing this, I managed to put the two and two together and managed to recompose myself. Cough, sorry about that. Amused by my odd behavior, Grandmaster Keiki laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha ha, no worries, no worries. I had expected this kind of reaction to happen once someone found my resting place." Ren. "Excuse me." Confused. Grandmaster Keiki raised his eyebrow and looked at me, who was reaching for his hand. "My name is Ren. Ren Dover." "Ah. That's right. How rude of me, I still had not asked for your name. A pleasure to meet you, Ren." Gripping my hand, we both looked at each other and shook our hands. "Please sit down." Gesturing for me to sit down next to the tea table, Grandmaster Keiki took the porcelain teapot and dumped the contents that were in it. "Green or black?" Let's go with green." Smiling lightly, Grandmaster Keiki added the tea leaves to the brewing vessel and slowly poured hot water inside of the vessel to let the leaves soak and steep in the pot. As he was watching the water slowly darkening, Grandmaster Keiki let out a sad sigh and a nostalgic look appeared on his face. "You know, I was once young and foolish like you. Back in my time, I lived in a country known as Japan. It was one of the most beautiful places in the world. It had tall and beautiful mountains, pink-dyed springs which were due to the sakura blossoming, wonderful food, and mesmerizing star-filled skies. Some even went as far as calling it paradise on earth." Seeing Grandmaster Keiki reminisce about his past, I immediately sat up straight and paid close attention to what he was saying. More than me wanting to know more about his past, which I already knew, I paid my full-hearted attention to him because of my respect for him. Though he may have been a fictional character that I had created, that was then and this was now. He was no longer a fictional character, and this world was no longer a novel. This was real, and the man before me was Grandmaster Keiki, a legendary warrior that sacrificed his life for the safety of millions. Looking up at the room ceiling as he was reminiscing his past, Grandmaster Keiki let out a sad and tragic smile. Prior to the disaster, I had a beautiful wife and daughter. Back then I worked as a kendo instructor, and although I did not earn much, I was happy. It was a simple but yet fulfilling life. But then it hit us out of nowhere. Massive earthquakes engulfed Japan, creating tsunamis everywhere. It was total chaos as people were killed and homes were lost. The world that we once knew started to crumble. Fortunately, at the time when this was happening, my wife and daughter were traveling on a plane with me outside of Japan, and thus we were relatively unaffected by the catastrophe. But suddenly Grandmaster Keiki clenched the teacup he was holding tightly, as his face burned with pure rage. Then the second calamity happened. Taking a huge breath, he tried to calm himself down before continuing his speech. Huge black creatures with bat-like wings and sharp horns emerged from the mysterious gates that appeared all over the world. At first, they didn't do anything, they just stood in the air and calmly observed us like some kind of mice inside of a lab. To this day I still remember their arrogant eyes and creepy smiles that took pleasure in our despair. With his hands trembling, Grandmaster Keiki looked directly at me. Though he was supposed to be a remnant consciousness, I could still vividly see the sadness and anguish hidden deep within his eyes, as crystalline tears flowed down his wrinkly face. As soon as they deemed us weak, his teacup, which was already shaking, shook ever more fiercely, and his expression, which was previously still stoic, completely crumbled as more tears started streaming down his face. Hey, my wife and daughter from me. With his body trembling, Grandmaster Keiki, no, Tashimato Keiki, both a father and husband, let the tears stream down his face as he mourned for the death of his loved ones. Watching the frail-looking man break down in front of me, I chose to remain silent and patiently waited for him to calm down. A slight tinge of pain hit my chest, as a part of me felt responsible for this man's tragedy. Wiping his eyes, Grandmaster Keiki stood up and calmly walked towards me. Sorry you had to see that. No, I understand. I shook my head and got up as well. Staring at each other eye to eye for a couple of seconds, Grandmaster Keiki suddenly smiled and patted my shoulder. Good, it seems that my luck isn't too bad. Walking past me, he slid the shoji, Japanese-style door, and walked outside the room as he gestured me to follow along. Follow me. As soon as I left the room, I was left flabbergasted. An inexplicably beautiful garden stood before me. I felt a sudden loss of breath as I stood there blankly, mesmerized by the scene. Tack. 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 Lush green plants vibrantly covered the surroundings of the garden, and in the middle of it appeared a large transparent pond where koi fish of multiple different sizes freely swam in it. Birds freely roamed and chirped around the cloudless blue sky, and occasionally you would hear the repetitive yet relaxing sound of the bamboo fountain planted in the garden. The more I walked around the garden, the more I was left mesmerized by the surroundings. Approaching the pond, I could see different colored koi fish which ranged from red and white, slightly peeking the surface of the water almost as if they were aware of our presence. In the middle of the pond stood a small island connected by a small wooden bridge. Walking across the bridge, once again my breath was taken away. A miniature stylized landscape through which rocks, water features, and moss was neatly composed and surrounded by gravel which was raked to resemble ripples in water, appeared in my line of sight. A Zen garden. It's nice, isn't it? Sitting comfortably near the Zen garden, Grandmaster Keiki waved his hand urging me to sit down next to him. It truly is. I replied as I sat down on the ground beside him. Silence enveloped us as we both calmly stared at the Zen garden before us. It was strange but yet relaxing at the same time. You know, I was really surprised when I first saw you. The first to disrupt the silence was Grandmaster Keiki, who with a smile plastered on his face continued to look at the garden before him. Ever since my death, no one had ever been to this place, and rightfully so, as I made sure to hide this place from the prying eyes of those greedy bastards. Of course, even if they did find this place out of pure luck, I made sure they wouldn't be able to enter. I'm sure you know that the rope was a test, right? With a smile on his face, Grandmaster Keiki glanced at me, which made me recall the traumatizing experience I had gone through before. Of course, I know. I'm still being haunted by the rope to this day. I cursed inwardly as I smiled and nodded. Yes, I remember. Kukuku, you're so easy to read, kid. Laughing out loud, Grandmaster Keiki continued, you see, I put that rope there as a test to determine if someone was worthy of waking up my soul. If you had climbed down but quit after an hour, you would have never been able to find this place. Even if you spent a day going down the rope, you would have never been able to come here. Once you are able to firmly go down the rope for 2 days without falling, only then will you have the right to have an audience with me. Looking at Grandmaster Keiki, I could faintly see a trace of admiration in his eyes as he looked at me. 4 days 3 hours 22 minutes and 41 seconds. That's how long you've been going down the rope. Even as a remnant soul, I was shocked by your sheer determination. I kept smiling, but my eyelid couldn't help but twitch at his statement. Of course I kept going down. It's not like I wanted to die after just being reincarnated. Even if you kept going because you wanted to live on, that still counts as determination. Moreover, you were never gonna die in the first place, as it was just an illusion. Seemingly having read my thoughts again, Grandmaster Keiki lightly chuckled, causing me to smile in embarrassment. Getting back on the topic, the reason why I created the rope test was to determine if someone is worthy enough to inherit my sword art. Someone with no determination can never hope of inheriting my Keiki style. The Kiku style is a sword art that focuses on monotonous but perfect slashes. If someone cannot practice the same monotonous motion like swinging the sword in the same direction for more than half a day straight, they are not worthy. Standing up, Grandmaster Keiki walked across the bridge and stopped before a tree. Placing his hand on the sheath of his katana, he took a deep breath. Soon after, his figure slowly blended with the surrounding scenery, making it seem as if he was one with nature. Rustle. Out of nowhere, a small gust of wind passed by, causing a couple of leaves to fall from the tree. The leaves, which were blown away by the wind, slowly descended near where Grandmaster Keiki was. Click. All I heard was a clicking sound before all the leaves around Grandmaster Keiki split into 8 identical pieces, causing my jaw to drop into an O shape. Click. With another click, the katana that seemed to have never left the scabbard returned to its original position. The Keiki style is the art of perfection. When you manage to repeat the same motion every time with no margin of error, that is when you will have finally mastered the Keiki style. Closing my eyes, I tried to keep my composure. My heart was beating like crazy, and my blood boiled. That was insane. Holy shit. How in the world did he even manage to cut those leaves so perfectly without even moving? I want to do that too. Looking at Ren's sparkling eyes, Grandmaster Keiki let out a chuckle. Do you wish to learn? Disrupting me from my thoughts was Grandmaster Keiki's stern voice. Yes. Without a second thought, I nodded my head enthusiastically. I was waiting for this moment. Very well. Seemingly having made his decision, Grandmaster Keiki peacefully smiled. Slowly he walked up to me and tapped my forehead. Immediately I felt my mind turn blank as a flood of information rushed into my mind. Watching me getting overwhelmed by the information, Grandmaster Keiki smiled as his body slowly became more and more transparent. By the time I managed to sort out all of the information inside of my brain, Grandmaster Keiki was already almost fully transparent. Startled, I immediately got on my knees and paid my respects. Thank you. Thank you. I will make sure to carry on your art and spread your name across the world. Grandmaster Keiki let out another smile, as he mumbled something inaudible before he disappeared and scattered into light fragments. Nodding resolutely, I stood up. Though his last words may have been inaudible, I could already tell what he wanted to say. Keep low until you're strong enough. Letting out a deep breath, I took one last look at the surroundings and engraved the scenery inside of my head. Paying one last respect, I quickly walked towards where the exit was. I know. The Author's POV. Chapter 7, Lock 1. Staring at the door to the classroom, I sighed. A25. The letter A stood for the floor level, which went from A to E, and the number 25 referred to the classroom number. There was a reason for my sigh. I knew this class. Of course, I knew this classroom. This was the classroom where the protagonist and the other main characters stayed for half of the novel. Many schemes and plots from jealous rivals and competitors happened in this class. Regardless of how much I didn't want to be involved with the main cast, now that I found myself in this class, I would most likely be swept regardless of my will. Yo, you going in or not? Waking me up from my thoughts was a rough feminine voice. Slowly turning my head, I momentarily fell into a daze. Beautiful would have been an understatement in this case. Standing right before me was a young girl with short brown hair. She had crystal blue eyes, a small but not too small nose, and a well-proportioned face. Her white skin that did not have any gaps, accompanied by her beautiful doll-like appearance, made anyone who looked at her lose themselves in her beauty. She had a well-developed body, where everything that should have developed was developed, and her elegant yet slightly arrogant demeanor added more to her charm. Currently, her cherry red lips were parted in an annoyed pout as she stared at me in annoyance. Move it. Seeing that I was dumbly staring at her, she shoved me to the side in annoyance and entered the classroom. Letting out a bitter smile, I shook my head. That's Emma for you. One of the main heroines of the novel. Emma Rochefield, daughter of Ashton City's mayor who was also the vice director of the Union, and S-rank warrior. One of the most powerful people in the human domain right now. When I was designing her character, I made her into a tomboyish style character. She was sometimes rude and impatient, but oftentimes she was kind, making her one of my readers' favorite characters. For real though, I did expect her to be beautiful, but the moment I laid eyes on her I was stunned by her otherworldly beauty. Not even in my previous world did I ever see someone so beautiful. Watching her figure enter the classroom, I couldn't help but express my admiration for her. Even famous actresses that I saw on TV would feel ashamed if they stood next to each other. It took me a couple of seconds to collect myself before bitterly smiling. What was wrong with me? A 32-year-old man getting mesmerized by a 16-year-old kid. I'm starting to sympathize with all the isekai protagonists out there who experience the same thing. Since I was reincarnated into a younger body, which was still in its teens, I couldn't help but feel something when looking at the extremely beautiful Emma. I think the biggest misconception that readers have regarding isekai protagonists was how they assumed that just because they were mentally old that they should no longer have any desires. You have to take note that older people are not some sages who have no sexual desires. In fact, the only reason their sexual desires decreased over time was because of their aging bodies. It had nothing to do with their mentality. So put yourself in my shoes who was reincarnated into a body raging with hormones. My reaction was totally understandable. Still, this doesn't mean I was actually in love with Emma. I was just stunned by how beautiful she was. I mean, for one, she's 16, so that in itself was a no-go for me, and secondly, she's one of the main protagonists who later falls in love with the protagonist. Why would she be attracted to someone like me who has no redeeming quality? Who? After collecting my breath, I slowly opened the door and entered the classroom. Looking at the classroom, I couldn't help but notice how spotless it was, as it almost looked like it was sparkling. The classroom was split into 2 descending rows, and each row had a retractable seat that one could sit on. Where should I sit? As I looked around the classroom for a place to sit, my attention was instantly drawn towards 2 individuals. Haughtily sitting on the last row on the right was a blond youth with clear green eyes and a dignified face. His slightly long hair gently rested on top of his broad shoulders, and his perfectly masculine jawline seemed as if it was chiseled by a sculptor. From time to time you could see girls secretly taking peeks at his handsome face as they shyly blushed and turned their heads away whenever their eyes met. Jean Horton. The protagonist's rival. Descendant of the Horton family that currently owned a majority stake of the second largest guild in the human domain, Starlight Guild. You could definitely tell he was one of those typical arrogant young master-type characters. I thought as I looked at him from the corner of my eye. His condescending attitude that made people feel like they were below him could be vividly seen by the way he looked down on almost everyone in the class. Born with a silver spoon, and provided with whatever he desired, it was almost inevitable for his character to become like that. But don't get me wrong, although he had the vibe of a villain, he was actually part of the good guys. It was only after I made some adjustments to his character that he started becoming a fan favorite. He may be a villain now, but later as the story progresses and his character goes through a series of hurdles, he starts to mature and slowly becomes more bearable to stay with. Just as he attracted most of the girls' attention, seated in front of him was a slender beauty that matched Emma's looks and attracted the majority of the boys' gazes. Her sleek black hair, which was randomly restricted by a small hairpin, gathered at her waist. Her exquisite small face that was devoid of any makeup, displayed an image of natural beauty and innocence that made anyone that was near her have an urge to protect her. Ignoring everyone that was trying to talk to her, the young girl focused on her book. She had a cold and aloof air around her that made her extremely hard to approach. Amanda Stern. Daughter of Edward Stern. Guildmaster of Demon Hunter Guild, the current #1 guild in the human domain. Like Jean, she was also born with a silver spoon, but unlike him, she did not become haughty. In fact, she was quite the opposite of Jean, well-mannered, intelligent, and oftentimes kind. Whenever the protagonist would get in trouble, she would always find ways to help him. If I had to point out a flaw about her though, it would be the fact that she was cold. Very cold. Born in such a prestigious family, she had no choice but to learn and suffer all the schemes that were directed at her family. Oftentimes she would be targeted by other guilds or organizations so that they could use her as leverage. As she was constantly exposed to such schemes and ploys, she was left with no choice but to mature earlier than normal people, thus giving rise to her cold character. Seeing how aloof she was, I shook my head and looked for a seat. Glancing around a couple of seconds, I decided to sit down on the second row on the left. As far away from the main characters as possible. There was no way I was going to interact with them. I'm just gonna sit here like a proper mob and pretend to be air. Why? Simple. The main characters were literal calamity magnets. Whatever could go wrong will go wrong if you were with them. Like hell am I going to bother getting close to them? I'm here to live, not to die. Well, even if I did try to interact with them in the most likely scenario, I would most likely be ignored. Currently, it was 7:30 a.m. and class began at 8 o'clock. Seeing that I had 30 minutes to spare before class started, I rested my head on my arms and closed my eyes. I had actually arrived at the academy an hour ago. By the time I had come back from the Clayton Ridge, it was already 6:45 a.m. and as I couldn't skip class, I took a quick shower, put on my new uniform, and hurriedly made my way towards class. I was honestly exhausted. I did not sleep for almost 24 hours, and to be honest, I don't even know if I could even manage to keep my eyes open during class. Fortunately, today was orientation day, so they shouldn't be talking much, which sits well with me. Attention. As I was soundly sleeping on the desk, a loud voice echoed across the classroom, waking me up. When I opened my eyes, the instructor stood behind the podium as she looked at the class. Today is your first day, so there won't be anything special planned, but I sure hope you haven't slacked off during the short interval where you were accepted here. How do you expect to graduate from this place if you can't be diligent? Bam. Slapping her hand on the table, a small shockwave spread across the classroom. Apart from Emma, Jean, Amanda, and a couple of other students, everyone in the classroom was pushed back, I included. There will be no slacking off in my classroom. Scanning the whole classroom, her eyes briefly paused on Emma, Jean, and Amanda, and the few others that managed to withstand her shockwave. If one looked closely, you could see traces of satisfaction on her face as she looked at them. Placing both hands on the podium, she looked at the classroom. Now, let's start with the self-introductions. I'm Donna Longburn, your personal instructor for this year and possibly future years. That name, I knew it. Of course, I knew it. She was one of the characters which I spent the most time designing. She looked exactly how I imagined. The Calamity Witch, Donna Longburn. I muttered as I tried to suppress my raging heartbeat. Her black hair gently cascaded along her shoulders, stopping right above her raised butt that reminded one of a fully ripe peach. Her tempting figure that could cause any man to go insane, drew the ire of every boy in the class, causing their hearts to boil. But what truly stood out the most about her was not her figure, but her beautiful violet eyes that made one lose themselves if they looked at them for too long. Ever since young, she practiced an extremely rare enchantress art, which caused her to become extremely seductive to the opposite gender, as well as demons. What made her especially fearsome was that she could completely tip the scale of a battlefield by turning allies against each other. Currently, she was only 28, which was quite young considering that now the people lived for up to 200 years of age, more than double than before, prior to the cataclysm. Every one of her movements was extremely alluring, and if she wanted to, she could turn any man in the classroom a puppet of her will. Even now, as she stood in front of the podium, her every movement attracted the gaze of every male in the classroom. Even Jean wasn't an exception as his face became red. What about me? I popped a boner. Fortunately for me, I hid it well and no one could see it, or else I would have died of humiliation. Couldn't help it. She was literally the incarnation of my sexual desires. Of course, I wouldn't be as stupid as to hit on her. Not only was she strong, but she was actually an S-rank member of the Union, and ranked 156th on the hero ranking. Moreover, she had her fair share of suitors. Hitting on her was like asking to be killed. I'm sure I don't have to say more, as most of you may already know about me. Donna calmly spoke as she looked around the classroom. She seemed to have gotten used to the boys' reactions, as she feigned ignorance to their reddening faces. As it is your first day, I won't take too much of your time. I can already see some people who look exhausted in the classroom. Perhaps they did not sleep enough because they were too excited or they trained all night, so I'll make this first session short. An angel. She was an angel sent by the Heaves. I had sinned. How could I have possibly had such devious thoughts about such an angel? She could even tell how exhausted I was and was trying to be considerate of me and the others. Amitba. I am one with the sky. All right, first things first, let's take attendance. Taking out a small tablet, she quickly called out names. Rank 1750, Rendover. Hearing my name, I enthusiastically raised my hand and said, "Present." Nodding, she continued. Rank 1232, Troy Morrison. Present. Rank 845, Julius Halfwing. Present. She was totally reading in ascending order, wasn't she? As she read the names on the list, I couldn't help but notice the rank getting smaller each time a new name was called. And it just so happens that I was the first person she called, suggesting that I was the weakest person in the class. I should have realized before. Letting out a sigh, I slumped on the table and quietly waited for her to finish reading out the names. Rank 15, Emma Rochefield. Present. Rank 12, Timothy Bartman. Present. Rank 8, Amanda Stern. Present. Rank 5, Han Yufei. Present. Rank 3, Jean Horton. Present. Rank 2, Melissa Hall. Present. Rank 1, Kevin Voss. Rank 1, Kevin Voss. Raising her brow, Donna looked around the classroom and asked once again. Is Rank 1 Kevin Voss in the classroom? Absolute silence. Not even a pin could be heard. Everyone looked around, but they all shook their head. Looking at her tablet, Donna frowned. Just as she was about to cross Kevin's name off the list, the door to the classroom slowly opened. Soon a figure walked out, and instantly the whole room's attention was on him. Short black hair, deep red eyes, muscular jawline, and well-built body. His entire presence and aura were like that of a newly forged sword straight from the furnace, with keen and sharp edges that threatened to cut anything that obstructed its path. His looks, which rivaled that of Jean Horton, who could have been regarded as one of the most handsome individuals in the whole academy, instantly drew the attention of most of the girls in the class. Pardon for my tardiness. I had a slight accident before coming here, hence I was not able to make it in time. Taking a small bow, his eyes never drifted away from Donna's eyes. Taking a quick look at Kevin, Donna couldn't help but be stunned at his indifferent attitude towards her, who practiced an extremely potent 4-star seductive art. Interesting. Letting out a small grin, she nodded. Very well, find a spot and sit down. Thank you. Nodding his head, Kevin made his way towards the first row on the right side of the classroom and sat down. Ooh. Letting out a long sigh, I bitterly shook my head. That's the protagonist for you. Whatever he does, no one would find fault against him as he was both handsome and capable. The world just wasn't fair. If I had been the one who had arrived late, I would have probably been burned alive by now. As a mob, you just don't get the same privileges the protagonist gets. The Author's POV. Chapter 8, Lock 2. Arriving in front of a large room, Donna, who stood in front of everyone, turned on the lights and said, "There's a wide selection of weapons here, so feel free to choose what you deem to be the best fit for you." A large room appeared before everyone, and the diversity of weapons present here left me speechless. From nunchucks to broadswords. All sorts of weapons that were neatly laid out according to their size were being displayed before us. I was honestly impressed. There were so many of them that I couldn't even tell what some of the weapons were. I'd be very careful if I were you. If you damage any weapon present, you better be ready to pay up to 500,000 U. Staring at the excited expression of the students in the class, Donna immediately poured cold water on them as she pointed out the price of each weapon. Some students couldn't help but flinch as they started looking at the weapons like they were some sort of divine artifact. I advise using a weapon that is suitable for you so that you don't risk damaging the weapon. Experimenting is good, but that is only if you can afford it. Looking at the 200 or so students before her, Donna cheerfully smiled and continued, "Before taking a weapon, swipe your student card so that you can register your name on the database. After that, take your weapon and meet me in the main practice area." Having finished what she wanted to say, Donna turned around and left. As soon as her figure wasn't visible anymore, everyone started talking excitedly. Especially the boys. "Wow, that was the Calamity Witch. She's so hot. Oh my god, I think I've fallen in love. PFFF. You wish someone like her would never like a loser like you. Wanna fight?" Scenes like these happened everywhere as the students had already formed their own clique. I, as the lowest ranked member, am obviously excluded from them. And to be honest, it was exactly what I wished for, as I don't want to spend my time licking someone's ass. In the Lock, the hierarchical system ruled the academy. Just like the relationship of a peasant and a noble. Only those who were ranked higher had the right to be treated as nobles. Low rankers like me were merely people who would later become cannon fodder when fighting on the front lines. Such was my life now, as the lowest rank in the class. Contrary to me who was all alone. The main characters were surrounded by a crowd of people. Kevin, Jean, Amanda, Emma, and Melissa all had people swarming around them. Apart from Kevin, the rest were already used to such situations and thus were able to remain indifferent towards the waves of flattery coming from every person's mouth. But for Kevin, who was not used to such a situation, found himself completely helpless. His previous demeanor, which caused one to respect him, completely crumbled as he struggled to get away from the mob. He wore a stiff smile the whole time, and he tried his best to not come off overly rude as he politely tried to talk to everyone. Right now he's probably thinking of a way to get his weapon and escape as fast as possible. I laughed as I shook my head. Such was the life of those who wish to stand out. Ignoring the helpless Kevin, I turned my attention towards the sword section in the armory. As I already know what I want, I quickly swiped my card and took a slim and elegant katana. The leather grip comfortably sat on my hands and the cold metal blade directly reflected the lights from the room. Swoosh. Swoosh. Perfect. Lightly swinging the katana a couple of times, I nodded in satisfaction. Its weight was neither too heavy nor too light, and added with its durable blade, which was made of an extremely tough alloy, made the katana a perfect fit for my sword art. Taking the sword with me, I quickly walked out of the room. Since I got everything I wanted, I made my way towards the training ground. A large expansive ground appeared before me as I arrived in the training area. The whole training facility was around the size of 2 football fields. On the top right of the training ground was a shooting range that was split into 5 different distances, which ranged from 100 m all the way to 500 m. On the bottom right of the training ground, there were more than a dozen practice dummies that were perfect for close combat practice. The training dummies were made of forlum, an extremely tough metal that could even withstand the impact of an A-rank demon. With its extremely durable body made of forlum, students could train against the dummies without worrying about breaking them. The middle area of the training facility was free for all, meaning that it did not have anything. This was just mainly used to practice moves or footsteps. Basically, it was an area that everyone could use to practice whatever technique they wanted to practice. At the top left, there was a large gym fully equipped with top-of-the-line equipment. Moreover, and most importantly, they had a gravity room that went all the way up to 10G. With the gravity room, one could train and tamper their body with the aid of the room that could increase the gravitational force bearing down on a person. Lastly, at the bottom left of the training ground, a large swimming pool that was 50 meters long appeared before my sight. The swimming pool was one of the most frequented places as it was extremely useful for condition training, as it helped muscles recover faster from fatigue due to the special medical ingredients that were added in the water. Alright, as I told you before, since it's your first day you don't need to force yourself. I'll be here to supervise you all. Gathering everyone's attention, Donna happily smiled as she looked at the training ground. Now go and train. Time waits for no one. Instantly everyone moved. Some directly went to the dummies, while others towards the shooting range. I curiously looked around and found Kevin, Jean, and Melissa heading for the training dummies, while Emma directly went towards the gravity room. On the other hand, Amanda made her way towards the shooting range. As I mentioned before, Kevin's specialty was the sword. Although he still did not practice the Levisha style, his talent for the sword was still unrivaled. If I were to estimate his strength at the moment, I would say even if 50 versions of the current me were to attack him now, he would be able to walk unscathed. Jean, on the other hand, did not use a sword but instead used daggers. He was what you called an assassin type. He was extremely fast and agile, and with his unrivaled speed could cut a person 20 times in a matter of seconds. Melissa, the second ranked in the class, used a spear. She was also incredibly beautiful. Enough to rival both Emma and Amanda, but she was also a lot smarter than them. She had an elegant and beautiful porcelain face that perfectly accompanied her creamy brown hair that gently fell behind her back. Most eye-catching were her exquisite cheeks and rosy moist lips that could tempt any man who saw them. A pair of pure glassy eyes hid underneath thin-framed glasses that put further emphasis on her eyes, enhancing her beauty. Her swan-like slender neck, under which her delicate sexy clavicle and full front that was lightly exposed, only further added to her charm, as her delicate waist and creamy white legs added the finishing touches to her peerless appearance. At the tender age of 12, she was awarded the Humanity Treaty Award, the most notable award for those who achieve outstanding breakthroughs that propel humanity to the next level. Similar to the Nobel Prize back in my world. The reason why she won the award was because she was able to prove the molecular decomposition theorem that stumped a lot of famous scientists all over the world. Her discovery was a major scientific achievement that shook the whole scientific community. With the molecular decomposition theorem, diseases such as cancer that plagued the world were no longer an issue, as this theorem directly tackled the crux of the problem. The only reason she ranked second and not first in the Academy ranking was simply because she was not very strong. Having spent most of her time researching, she did not have much time to improve her skills, and thus why during the admission test her physical score was only slightly above average. But don't get me wrong, that in itself was an achievement, as my score was on the lower side of average. Emma on the other hand uses a short sword, and her fighting style was extremely fierce and aggressive. Her fighting style reminded one of a berserker, as she would leave no breathing room for the opponent when she attacked. Honestly, she was probably the one I would least want to fight out of the lot, as it would be extremely troublesome for my cakey style. Lastly, Amanda. She was an archer, a really good one at that. Out of the whole classroom, she was probably the only one who could accurately hit a target position 500 meters in the distance. A prodigy that could only be seen every couple of 100 years, was what every professor said about her as they looked at her archery. Those were the main characters. As for me, well, I'm just gonna practice in the middle area. Since the cakey style was a lost art, even if I practice it, no one would probably notice it. Moreover, the way to practice the cakey style would make one think they were crazy. Closing my eyes, I maximized my concentration. Shing! Shing! In one smooth movement, I took the katana from the scabbard, hacked forward, and placed the katana back into the scabbard. 5 seconds. Shaking my head, I repeated the same motion again. The first movement of the cakey style, quick flash. A one-dimensional slash that could only hit forward with an overwhelming speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. The cakey style only had 5 movements, but each movement was crucial. Each movement was like a piece of a 5-piece puzzle that would later combine and create the true cakey style. For example, right now the first movement was only a single one-dimensional slash forward, while on the other hand, the second movement was a horizontal slash. If the two movements were to be combined together, the range of movement when attacking an enemy would drastically increase. Each movement was designed to add synergy to the other. Once one mastered the cakey style, they would be able to attack wherever they wanted at an unrivaled speed. You could say that the reason why the cakey style was split into 5 forms was because one needed to learn the foundation before practicing the true art. That was the true method of learning the cakey style. Shing! Shing! Without taking a break, I continued repeating the same movement over and over again. According to the memories Master gave me, I can achieve the minor realm of mastery after doing the same movement over 100,000 times. When learning a sword art, there were ways to determine the level of mastery. There was the minor realm of mastery, the great realm of mastery, the essence realm of mastery, and lastly the perfected realm of mastery. Each realm signified a percentage of understanding of the whole sword art. The minor realm of mastery required a 25% understanding of the sword art. The great realm of mastery required a 50% understanding, the essence realm required a 75% understanding, and lastly the perfected realm. The pinnacle of art mastery, with a 100% understanding of the sword art. Currently, my aim was to get all 5 movements up to the minor realms, before later improving them. A relatively handsome man stood at the edge of the training ground. He had dirt blonde hair and carried a noble air around him that reminded people of a high-ranking aristocrat. Turning his head, he looked at the beautiful woman standing next him and asked, "What do you think of this batch?" Staring at the distance, the beautiful woman, who was in fact Donna Longburn, looked around and pointed towards a few individuals. "There are a lot of promising youths, especially in this batch, but the ones that stand out the most to me are Kevin, Jean, Amanda, Emma, Melissa, and Han Yufei." Looking at where Donna pointed, the handsome man thoughtfully nodded. "Well, it isn't surprising considering their lineage." Glancing at the men beside her, Donna scoffed. "I agree, their lineage is indeed impressive, but that's not what makes them great. The blood, sweat and tears they put into their training are what make them this good. Just because they were born with successful parents doesn't mean they will also be successful. Unless you put in the work, no matter how talented you are, you won't ever be strong." Slightly smiling, the men responded, "Well, I wonder about that. Speaking of which, is there anyone you have your eye on?" Without hesitation, Donna responded, "Kevin Voss." Slightly surprised by her quick response, the handsome man seemed to have recollected something, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes before it quickly disappeared as if nothing happened. You mean the kid who set an unprecedented record and firmly took first place in the entrance exam? I'm rather curious about him too. Someone with seemingly no powerful backer managed to come this far. That's rather odd, isn't it? He dropped subtle hints as he spoke, which made Donna secretly sneer at his attitude. I was one of the supervisors during the test and was quite impressed by his swordplay. It was elegant and yet had no wasteful movements. I can confidently say that soon enough there will be another S-class in our ranks. Looking at Donna, who didn't even bother hiding her displeasure, the man just smiled and he casually said, "Oh. For the Calamity Witch herself to speak so highly of him, it must mean that he really is a talent to look out for." Glaring at the men beside her, she threatedly spoke. "Gilbert. Call me that one more time and I'll kill you. Just because your father is powerful doesn't mean I won't do anything to you." Hey, I was just joking. You don't have to take it so seriously." Raising his hands in resignation, Gilbert slightly smiled. Humph. Turning her head away, Donna continued watching the training ground. Standing beside her, Gilbert's smile quickly disappeared as he stared at Kevin in the distance. Thereafter his attention quickly shifted towards the middle of the training ground where he saw a lone youth practicing with a katana. PFFFF, who the hell is he? Without even bothering to hide his ridicule, Gilbert laughed as he pointed at the student who was practicing with the katana. Staring in the direction where Gilbert pointed, Donna quickly frowned as she stared at the boy. Taking out her tablet, she quickly scrolled down until a picture resembling the features of the youth appeared. Rank 1750, Rendover. Age 16, son of the Guild Master of Galxicus, a mid-ranged guild operating in Ashton City. Talent Assessment D. Seemingly having understood, he shook his head and gloatingly looked at Donna. What did I tell you? Only those with a proper bloodline can hope to achieve something. People like him who are born with mediocre parents can never hope to stand at the top with elites like us. Even though Donna wanted to refute, she couldn't. Looking at Ren, who was constantly unsheathing and sheathing the sword, she shook her head in disappointment. What kind of training was that? At least swing your sword instead of just unsheathing and sheathing the sword. The Author's POV. Chapter 9, Lock 3. I kind of expected this, but I'm currently being ridiculed by half of the class. As I was practicing the first movement of the keiki style, I couldn't help but notice that some of my classmates were openly pointing their fingers in my direction as they ridiculed me. Hello. I'm fine with you talking smack about me, but at least do it behind my back where I can't hear nor see you. As I tried my best to concentrate, ignoring the ridiculing looks, I couldn't help but notice a tall man with dirt blonde hair standing beside Donna. Instantly cold sweat appeared on my back. Gilbert von Dexteroy. One of the first antagonists that the protagonist encounters. His father, Thundergod, Maximus von Dexteroy, was one of the only SS rank warriors in the human domain and was currently ranked 3rd in the hero ranking. Moreover, he was also one of the 7 heads of the Union. With such a background, Gilbert could basically do whatever he wanted. This was already shown by how he managed to become an assistant tutor in the academy at the tender age of 22. What especially stood out about Gilbert was not his father's background. No, although his background was indeed terrifying, it wasn't what people paid attention to when interacting with him. What stood out about him was the fact that he was a bloodline supremacist. He believed that only those who had special bloodlines were allowed to stand at the peak. To him, Kevin was an eyesore. Kevin's parents were just regular people with at most AD rank talent. Once they were killed by a demon, he was sent to an orphanage from which he lived there for 5 years. He then later disappeared and reappeared as a prodigy that would make any guild drool at his talent. How could he let Kevin, who had a dirty bloodline, take the spotlight? He was a firm believer that only those who inherited a strong bloodline were destined to reach the peak. He viewed the world like an aristocrat. He firmly believed that commoners had no place in this world, and only nobles could rule the world. So as soon as he heard about Kevin, his first reaction was to remove such cancer that was hiding within the academy. Actually, Gilbert wasn't like this in the past. But whenever Gilbert looked at Kevin, deeply hidden feelings that he tried to forget resurfaced in his mind, making him despise Kevin with all his might. In actuality, his hatred stemmed from a trauma that occurred to him in the past. Back when he first arrived in the lock, he was confident, kind, and well-mannered. However, one day a transfer student came into class. Unlike Gilbert, who was the son of the thunder god Maximus, he was just a regular student with no notable background. At first, Gilbert didn't think too much about him, but slowly the transfer student climbed up the ranks. Startled, Gilbert started to pay more and more attention to the transfer student. Seeing his stunning growth, he was extremely excited. Finally, someone who is worthy to compete with me, he thought, as he trained and studied more than before. Slowly the two started competing in almost every subject, and a friendship slowly blossomed between them. At first, Gilbert always came out on top, but as time passed the gap gradually became smaller and smaller, until the transfer student started winning all their competitions. Shocked by his progress, Gilbert studied and trained even harder. But the results were the same. The gap kept growing bigger and bigger, and a seed of inferiority started to plant inside of his heart. How can I, the son of the thunder god, lose to him who had nothing since birth? Every day he would ask himself the same thing, as he tried his best to bridge the gap between them. At first, it went from wanting to get higher scores than him, to later wanting to be not too far from his score. Gilbert's expectation of himself slowly started becoming lower and lower. All along he kept his feelings hidden inside of him as he continued being friends with the transfer student. Then one day during an excursion, a high-ranked demon attacked. Everyone ran for their lives, Gilbert included. During the chaos, no one noticed one person staying behind. The transfer student. Without a second thought, he chose to fight the demon and buy as much time as possible for his classmates to escape. As Gilbert ran, he quickly noticed his friend's absence. When he turned around, all he saw was his friend desperately fending off the demon. Without a second thought, he tried to help, but he was held back by a teacher and forced to abandon his best friend and rival. When the reinforcements arrived, it was already too late. His best friend and rival had died protecting everyone. As soon as he heard the news, the first thing he felt was a sense of relief. But soon after, as soon as he realized how he felt at his friend's death, deep regret and anguish overcame him. How could he feel relief when his best friend died while saving him and everyone in the class? Although he felt inferior to him, he was like a brother to him. He looked up to him. He cherished him deeply. He was the first true friend he had ever made. He locked himself inside of his room for a month. He started eating less and less, and would always refuse to come out. The situation got so bad that his father was forced to rush back to his son. Everything is up to fate, no matter how talented one is, only the chosen ones get to live on. Those were the words his father coldly told to him as he lectured his son. As his father's words echoed in his ears, Gilbert slowly looked back at his past. His friend was way more talented than him. But in the end, the one that survived was him. In the end, the winner was the one who lived in the end. Slowly weird and twisted ideas started sprouting inside of his mind, almost like a germinating seed. No matter how talented one is, if they are not destined for greatness, they will never reach the top. That's right. So what if he was talented? I am the one who lived in the end. You cannot help but blame your poor birth for your death. You who was not born by a chosen one cannot hope to strive to reach the peak. Soon his thoughts twisted more and more until he became a bloodline supremacist. Although it may have seemed like he was trying to delude himself and find a way to escape reality, in actuality this was all planned by the demons beforehand. His so-called best friend was actually a mole planted by the demons beforehand. Everything till now was a careful scheme done by the demons who were trying to turn Gilbert into their pawn. They first infiltrated his emotions through the use of his best friend. Once his best friend died in a tragic accident, and Gilbert's emotions were unstable, the demons planned to make him digest a demon seed which essentially corroded a person's mind and turned them into a puppet. Such was their plan, but unfortunately for them, their scheme ended up being exposed by Gilbert's father, who ended all their years of planning. But the damage was already done, as since then Gilbert became a bloodline supremacist. Looking at him from the distance, I couldn't help but pity him. But that doesn't mean I want to talk to him. Hell no. He's probably the person I fear the most in the lock. The reason why I fear him is not because he's some secret boss that is super strong. No. At most he's a medium-level boss, as he is not even that strong. The truly frightening thing about him is the fact that he is a chain villain. What is a chain villain? Chain villains are probably the scariest villains you could possibly create. They are those villains that only bring more trouble as you defeat them. Let me make an example. Let's take a Chinese cultivation novel. Imagine this guy tries to rob you, and you kill him. That's it, right? No. Turns out he is a low-level disciple from a prestigious sect. His senior brother, enraged by his death, hunts you down. What do? You defeat him. What's next? The senior brother will hunt you next. This will go on until the situation gets so bad that an elder comes looking for you. Soon you have a fight against the elder and left with no other option, you defeat him. This will go on until, in the end, you kill the sect leader and remove the whole sect. In the end, because you killed some random person who tried to harm you, you ended up fighting a whole sect. That's what a chain villain was. The most fearsome of all villains in novels. And that's exactly what Gilbert was. And what's especially fearsome about him is that the prestigious sect we are talking about is the Union. The goddamn Union. You want to fight against them? The strongest organization in the human domain? Be my guest, but I'm out. I'm not suicidal. In the novel, Gilbert first uses lackeys to torment the MC. When things don't work out, he tries different methods, such as employing assassins or using poison. Slowly Kevin finds himself fighting against Gilbert, and as soon as he defeats him, he finds himself in a whole world of trouble as Gilbert's relatives who work in the Union also start targeting him. Slowly Kevin finds himself fighting higher and more executive members in the Union until he has to go toe-to-toe against Thunder God Maximus. At one point things got so bad that he had to leave the human domain so that he could build up strength and take his revenge. Shaking my head, I slowly walk further away from Gilbert. In the end, I spent 2 hours practicing the same movement over and over again. Attention, please. I have observed each and every one of you today. I am pleased by most of you, of course. Not everyone pleased me, as some of you wasted your precious time playing around or were just randomly swinging without aim. I expect better next time. Donna spoke as she briefly glanced at me. And thus, the first training session ended. Hey, why don't you teach me your moves? I don't understand. Why do you keep repeating the same thing over and over again? Are you seeking attention or something? On the way to the dorm, I was harassed by a group of boys who struck up a conversation. I kept ignoring them, but it seemed that it only piqued their interest more. It was only after I ignored them for 5 minutes straight that they left me alone. Actually, the main reason why they stopped was because the main characters just passed by. Kevin, Jean, Amanda, Emma, and Melissa. If it weren't for the fact that Jean was glaring holes at the back of Kevin's head, this could have been a scene straight out of a painting. 2 incredibly handsome boys walking alongside 3 earth-shaking beauties while smiling and chatting amongst each other. Even I didn't expect them to be so handsome and beautiful. As they passed, everyone's sight would turn on them, and people would make way for them. Since I didn't want to stand out, I copied everyone else and moved to the side. As soon as they left, the corridor regained its usual liveliness and I arrived in front of my room. Click. Swiping my card, the door automatically opened for me. Taking off my shoes, I took a quick shower and then went to bed. I had not slept for the past 24 hours and thus was completely exhausted. As soon as my body touched the bed, I passed out. Hey guys, did you notice how everyone made way for us? It was like a big shot was walking. Cheerfully said Emma, as she looked at the people in front of her. Smiling, Kevin nodded. Yes, I saw. I really didn't expect people to do that. Sneering, Jean looked at Kevin. Humph, of course, you didn't expect that. The only reason they made way for us is because I was present. Hearing Jean's reply, Melissa shook her head and moved 2 steps away from Jean. She hated interacting with stupid people. Amanda, on the other hand, was used to Jean's behavior, hence she didn't react. As both of them came from the first and second ranked guild respectively, they both had interacted with each other on multiple occasions, hence why she was used to his behavior. Actually, more than didn't react, it was more like she didn't care. As for Emma, she found his response funny, as she tried to hold back her laugh. Smiling wryly, Kevin tried to change the topic. Right guys, did you notice the guy in the middle who was practicing the katana? Katana? Oh, that weird guy who was unsheathing and sheathing the katana repeatedly. Instantly Emma went beside Kevin as she excitedly started talking. Just like Amanda, Emma did not become an arrogant young master like Jean. She was rather bossy, but most of the time she was cheerful, and always liked to compete. Hence whenever she saw Kevin her competitive spirit would burn, promoting her to interact with him more. Ah, yeah, him. Taken aback by Emma's excitement, Kevin awkwardly nodded. What was his name? Tilting her head, Emma looked around. Amanda was reading her book, so she didn't respond, while Melissa didn't seem to care. Kevin also didn't know his name, so he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Forget about that loser, and let's head to the cafeteria." "I'm starving," said Jean, as he picked up the pace. "Hey, wait up!" shouted Emma, as she ran to catch up to Jean. Shaking his head helplessly, Kevin also increased his pace as he made his way towards the cafeteria. The only reason why he asked about the katana boy was because his instincts told him he was not as simple as he looked. "Forget it, I'm probably imaging things." Like that, Ren managed to avoid a troublesome situation where he would get noticed by the protagonist. The Author's POV. Chapter 10, Book 1. Ding dong. Coming. Hurriedly putting on my pants, I made my way towards the door. Opening the door, a man with a blue jacket held onto a large package. Rank 1750, Rendover, package delivery. Handing over the large package, the man held out his tablet and I swiftly signed it. Clack. Closing the door, I curiously pulled the tape off the box. The first thing I saw was a white letter that was neatly nested on top of the other items. Opening the letter, I quickly went through the contents. Hi Ren. How is school? Have you made any friends yet? When are you coming back home? Come visit us often, your little sister is waiting for you. By the way, I sent some things that you might need. Kiss your one and only beautiful mother. P.S. Daddy also misses you, so work hard. Heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji. Ah. Yes, I in fact did reincarnate to overly protective parents. During the time I was in Clayton Ridge, I would occasionally receive texts from them, and whenever I texted back, the response would always come within seconds. Most of the time they would just randomly text me the weirdest thing or nag about how I should train more so that I would one day take over the guild. I can't say I hated this feeling though. As my family left me early in my previous life, I had long lost familial warmth. Now that I have it back, I don't want to part ways with it. Opening the box, I quickly separated things into two piles. Useless and useful. Although I have only known my family for a week, I can already tell from what I've seen so far that they've definitely sent junk. And I was exactly right. The first thing I pulled was a large shirt that said Mama's Boy on it. Like hell, I'm wearing this. Throwing the shirt at the useless pile, I quickly checked the rest of the content. There were many things packed inside, from bags to clothes and other useful things that could be of use to me later on. Slowly I separated the useful and useless stuff that my mom sent. Phew. That should be it. Wiping off the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead, I stood up and lazily stretched my arms. Just as I was about to leave, I caught a glimpse of something inside the box from the corner of my eye. A book. Looking at the last thing inside of the box, I couldn't help but be confused. It was a red book with no cover or illustration on the front. From what I've observed so far, whomever Rendover was before I took over, was definitely not a book lover. In fact, it seemed that he hated reading, as my new mother seemed to have been really surprised when I asked her for some books. She wanted to send me a congratulatory gift for managing to enroll in the lock, and as I don't necessarily know them that well, I only asked them for a couple of books as a gift. Flipping through the book, I was left speechless as there was nothing written in the book. It was completely blank. Perhaps it's a diary. I thought as I threw the book into the useless pile. Makes more sense now. Glancing around the room, I checked the time. It was around 6 in the afternoon. Gurgle. I guess I'll head to the canteen first, and then I'll go to the gym after that. Seeing how my stomach was growling in hunger, I decided to go to the canteen to eat some food before heading to the gym. Packing up my bag, I took the keys and swiftly left the room. Click. With a click, the door closed, and I left for the canteen. As I left, inside of the room, engravings started to appear on an inconspicuous red book that sat on top of a pile of junk in the corner of the room. The Luminescent Swordsman. I gotta say, the food in the canteen was amazing. I only spent 15 U and I got a meal that would have made it into the Michelin list back in my world. It was that good. After indulging myself a bit more, I quickly made my way towards the training ground. As I arrived at the training grounds, I couldn't help but once again be impressed by the facility. Even though I had already been here today, because I was too tired, I didn't really have a good look at the facility. Just how much did they spend on this? I couldn't even fathom how much money was poured into creating this facility. The amount of money needed to create such an environment would be well over a couple of billion U. The gravity room itself cost around 50 million U, and here they have a whopping 5 of them. In hindsight, it is sort of understandable as to why they would invest so much in this facility. Although they were teenagers, they were all future pillars that would help protect humanity from the demon invasion. Why wouldn't humanity invest in them? If they wanted to maximize their speed of progress, such a facility was needed. It was around 1900 hours and the facility was mostly empty. But just because the facility was empty, it didn't mean that it was always going to be like this. In the future, there will be lots more people using the training facility. It was just because today was the first day that barely anyone was present in the facility. Most of them were hanging out with their new buddies they made today or were just too tired to train. Because of my relatively low ranking, not a lot of people wanted to associate with me, hence why I have nothing better to do than just train. Well, I couldn't complain, as I liked being by myself. Clang. 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 As I was stretching, in the corner of the room I could hear the sound of metal clashing against metal. Without even needing to look I knew who it was. Kevin. Like all protagonists, he was a training fanatic and trained more than 8 hours a day. Just seeing his work ethic made me speechless. How in the world am I gonna catch up to him when he's constantly training every day? Letting out a sigh, I took out my katana and started practicing. Swish. Swish. Walking along the corridor, Donna checked the time on her tablet. She just got off a meeting and was quite tired. Thinking back at the meeting that she had just attended, Donna couldn't help but slightly curse at those old foxes for continuously wasting her time with those pointless meetings. Most of the meeting time was wasted in discussions regarding the budget allocation and which subject should have their budget increased and which one should have it lowered. After 1 hour of pointless arguing, Donna couldn't take it anymore and excused herself. As she was walking, she briefly glanced at the window which directly faced the training ground. The first thing that caught her sight was the figure of a handsome boy gracefully sparring against one of the training dolls. It was truly a mesmerizing sight. Even Donna got lost in the sight for a couple of seconds before snapping out of it. How interesting. She couldn't explain why, but whenever she saw that boy's swordplay she would occasionally get mesmerized. Since the first time she laid eyes on him, she started paying close attention to him. She could tell from a glance that he was going to make it big in the future. Swiping the card that led to the training facility, she entered. It was only after she entered the training facility that she noticed another student practicing his swings. At first, she was delighted. As a teacher who doesn't like it when their student works hard. But as she saw his weird movements, she was reminded of the boy she saw at the training session today. He's still wasting time doing that nonsense. Shaking her head, she moved to where Kevin was. I have to say, whenever I see your swordsmanship I can't help but get mesmerized by it. Startled, Kevin stopped what he was doing and looked at the enchanting figure that was gracefully walking towards his direction. Miss Donna. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Tilting her head sideways, she teasingly looked at Kevin who was sweating all over. You know, it's good that you're practicing against the dolls, but you should stop that for now. Sorry. Looking at Donna in confusion, Kevin lowered his sword. From what I observed, your body can't keep up with your brain. Taking out her tablet, she quickly swiped up and a holographic image of the dummy appeared before her. When you were sparring, I observed that your body has a hard time following where your eyes look. Here, have a look at this. Using her tablet, she quickly tapped on the practice dummy before her. Instantly several red spots appeared on the holographic image, with numbers hovering above them. These dummies not only are extremely durable but they also have state-of-the-art technology installed in them. They can measure the amount of strength you exert, how fast your blows are, and how accurate they are. Truly an amazing piece of engineering. Pointing directly at the numbers above the red dots, Donna looked at Kevin. You see this? This number tells you how accurate your blows are. Right now your highest number is 85%. Although the 15% you missed may be as small as a millimeter, it could dictate whether you kill your enemy or not. Swiping to the right, a small detailed table appeared in front of Kevin. Several numbers were displayed before him revealing how much power he used when he attacked the dummy, and how consistent he was every time. Using state-of-the-art eye tracking software, we can directly predict where you will hit. Not only does it take your line of sight into consideration, but it also reads your body language, such as which direction your body is facing, the angle at which you are swinging, and many other considerable factors that can accurately determine where you will hit. The numbers that are currently displayed measure the level of accuracy your hits have when taking into account all those factors previously mentioned. Staring at the table for a while, Kevin let out a long breath and looked at Donna. Then what should I do? What should you do? It's actually not that difficult of a problem. Pointing at the gravity room on the other side of the training facility, she said. I recommend you tamper your body inside of the gravity room so that your body can keep up with your brain. Understood. Wiping off the sweat that had accumulated on his body, he thanked Donna for her advice and quickly made his way towards the gravity room. Seeing how determined Kevin was, Donna couldn't help but let out a satisfied smile. Now it's the problem child's turn. Turning her head, her sight quickly drifted towards the boy who was mindlessly sheathing and unsheathing his katana. Hey, you. Seeing how he was mindlessly doing the same thing, Donna couldn't take it anymore and made her way towards him. Question mark. Tilting his head sideways, the young boy looked in the direction of where the voice came. Immediately his whole body froze, as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Looking at him, Donna actually found the scene rather funny. Glancing at the boy up and down, Donna scrutinized the boy before her. Jet black hair, crystal blue eyes, and well-defined features. His body was on the skinnier side, but he was definitely not ugly. Well, as she looked at him, she couldn't help but recall Jean and Kevin, which made her bitterly smile. There was simply no comparison. Tell me what you're doing. Miss Donna, I am practicing. You call that practicing? Sighing, she looked at the boy and said in an annoyed tone. Look, mindlessly sheathing and unsheathing the sword like that is utterly stupid. What can you hope to achieve by doing that? Scratching his head embarrassedly, the boy's eyes shifted to the side as he spoke in a barely audible voice. You see, whenever I try to pull out my katana, it would always get stuck inside my scabbard, and it happens quite often so. As Donna was a superhuman blessed with mana, it wasn't hard for her to make out what the boy was saying. But when she heard what he said, she wished she hadn't. Sword stuck inside of the scabbard. How can you make such a stupid mistake? No. In the first place, how can someone who can't even pull out a katana from the scabbard be able to enroll in the lock? Millions of questions emerged in her mind as she speechlessly looked at the boy before her. HAAA. Just get a better scabbard or change sword. Stop wasting your time like this, okay? Okay. Feeling like she would get a massive headache if she stayed any longer, she turned around and left. Just as she was about to leave the facility, she took a quick peek behind her. She was left speechless once again. Is he deaf or something? The same boy she just talked to was doing the same thing again. It was like her advice never entered his ears. Fine, suit yourself, if that's how you want to play, I'm fine with it. It's not like it was her duty to personally supervise him. He was already 16 years old, his life was his responsibility. She had already taken her time off work to give him advice, but he decided to ignore it. Her job was to guide students, and if those students ignored her guidance, it was up to them, not her. As she left, she directly put Ren on her blacklist. The Author's POV. Chapter 11, Book 2. Staring at Donna's departing figure, I bitterly smiled. I probably got blacklisted. As the author of the novel, I knew Donna's personality the best. Her likes and dislikes, I knew them all. For example, although she tries to hide it, she loves sweets. Especially ice cream, with hazelnut being her favorite flavor. She also hates a lot of things, such as annoying men, typically the ones that look at her with lustful eyes, and lazy or stubborn people. I had already noticed Donna by the time she was talking to Kevin, but in order not to gather any attention on myself, I feigned ignorance and pretended to be surprised by her sudden appearance. She probably thinks I'm a stubborn student who doesn't listen to advice. I pretended to be flustered and made her impression of me as low as possible. The excuse I used about my sword being stuck in the scabbard was a lie, but it was the best way to make her think I was incompetent. Although she's not the type of person that would snitch, if someone were to find out that I was practicing the 5-star module, Keiki style, I would definitely attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Simply put, I don't want that. The more attention I get, the more the likelihood of me and the main characters interacting. Moreover, if people were to find out I was practicing a 5-star module, my safety would be in jeopardy, as a 5-star module was something that was highly coveted. Thinking thus far, I decided that since I was reborn as a mob, I may as well use the only privilege given to a mob and live a nice and peaceful life. I'll become strong enough to defend my family from the third cataclysm, and patiently wait for the protagonist to solve everything. Then I will find myself a stable job and get myself a wife. Such was my plan. Don't get me wrong, I also thought about using my advantage as an author to help myself reach the peak. But I can't afford to do that. If I were to somehow or accidentally change the course of the story, then the ending of the story might change too. Wait. Hold on. It seemed like I forgot something extremely crucial. I just remembered, I didn't write an ending to the story. I died before I could even finish the novel. Oh no. Pacing around the training ground, I frantically started thinking of solutions. This is a big problem. I stopped writing right before the MC would clash against the Demon King. The plan was, MC fights boss, MC wins by hairbreadth, MC becomes a hero. Simple, right? Well, now we have a problem, and a huge one at that. Because I was too caught up with the seed of limit and the cakey style, I completely forgot about the inconclusive ending. Glancing at Kevin, who was now training in the gravity room, I let out a long sigh. I guess I have no choice then. It seems that I will have to discard my previous plan. It seems that I will have to become as strong as the MC, or at least close to his level. Of course, if possible, I will try not to interact with him and the main characters, at least not until the story is near the end. But if in case the MC does not defeat the last boss, only then will I step in and help him. This is really troublesome. Thinking thus far, using a towel I wiped the sweat accumulated on my forehead. Thinking about all of this has made me lose my motivation to train. I guess I'll just take a shower and go think of solutions. This was truly annoying. Arriving in my room, I quickly hopped on the shower. Class starts at 8 a.m., so after I finished washing, I hopped on the bed and started thinking about my future course of action. First things first, I obviously needed to get stronger. But how was I supposed to do that? I can't be too greedy and steal too much from the protagonist, as that would directly change the flow of the story. Moreover, I already feel guilty about taking the seed of limit. I can't be taking more than I should be taking. Since I can't take any cheat items, I must go a different path. But what would that path be? Stroking my chin, many ideas came into my mind. Perhaps I could go hunting for beasts in the outskirts of Ashton City. Shaking my head, I quickly discard the thought. It was simply too dangerous, as I have never battled before. It would be a suicidal idea to go fight against beasts. A way to help me increase my training speed without exposing myself to dangerous situations. Ah. How come I didn't think about it before? I was so engrossed in acquiring cheat items that I completely forgot the fact that there was a much simpler solution. Stocks. Since I am the author of the novel, all the future events that would take place in the near future were already in my head. If I could utilize my advantage carefully, I could quickly rack in some cash, which would help supplement my training. There were a lot of steroid-like potions available on the market. If I managed to earn enough money for myself through stocks, I could supplement my training by consuming those potions. For example, if I were to consume a stamina recovery potion, coupled with a muscle recovery potion, I could train double the normal amount without the risk of being injured. That would definitely help me catch up with the rest. Strength enhancement potion, mana enhancement potion, agility enhancement potion, stamina recovery potion, muscle recovery potion, all sorts of incredible potions were available in the market. How could I have not thought about it before? Not even a second-generation young master could afford to do this kind of training, as the price of each potion was simply too expensive. A low-quality, strength enhancement potion went for 20,000 U on the market, which goes to show how expensive this type of training was. But if I were to utilize my knowledge correctly, making a couple of millions shouldn't pose a problem. Heck, if it weren't for the fact that I didn't want to risk a market crash, I could have easily made billions. In any case, I don't really need to make that much, as I secretly know of a way to purchase high-quality potions below the market value. Moreover, the source was quite close too. If not for the fact that I didn't want to interact with that person, I would have already purchased a couple of potions. It feels so good to be omniscient. Alright, since I know what to do, I quickly went to grab a pen. I need to write down all the events that will happen in the future before I forget. Where did I leave the diary? Looking left and right, I looked around the room for the diary that my mom left behind. Should be in the useless pile over here. Looking through a big pile of items in the corner of the room, I quickly found the red book and picked it up. Exclamation point. Thud. My mind momentarily blanked as the book slipped from my hand. Regaining myself, I hurriedly picked up the book and looked at the cover where 3 words were deeply engraved on the leather front of the book. The Luminescent Swordman. With trembling hands, I slowly opened the diary. Restlessly flipping page after page of the book, I looked through the contents of the book in a state of bewilderment. How is this be possible? Only 10 pages were filled while the subsequent pages were all empty. But... Whew, that was tough. Exiting the gravity room, Kevin took a deep breath. He was fairly exhausted as he had just used the gravity room at 2G of gravity. Because it was his first time trying the gravity room, he only decided to go set the gravity room at 2G. Thanks to the advice he had gotten from Donna today, it felt as if a new road had opened up to him. Although it was only his first time training in the gravity room, he already felt some results. When swinging the sword, he could feel his swings becoming faster and more precise as he practiced against the dummies. Good. Satisfied, Kevin looked at his watch. It was about 9 p.m., which meant that the canteen would close soon. Thus he quickly changed. From the 10th page onwards, words started appearing inside of the book, filling the remaining pages. What's even weirder was the fact that the words inside of the book looked handwritten, as they had a unique cursive style to them. Although the words were shocking, what really troubled me was not how words were magically appearing inside of the book but the title of the cover. The Luminescent Swordman. That was the title of the novel that I created and now reincarnated in. As I held the diary in my hands, I couldn't help but shiver. From pages 1 to 10, everything was exactly as I had written in the novel. It starts with Kevin taking the entrance exams and shocking everyone with his talent to where he is now training in the gravity room. As I stared at the diary in my hands, a sudden thought struck me. Can I change it? Instantly I took out a pencil and tried erasing the last few words, thus he quickly changed and made his way Tawa. Exclamation point. It worked. I could actually erase the contents of the book. 5 seconds after I had erased the words which I had erased magically reappeared again. Seeing the words reappearing in front of me, I tried erasing another section of the book. The result was the same. Exactly 5 seconds after the words were erased from the book, they would reappear as if nothing happened. After trying the same thing a couple of times, frowning, I fell into deep thought. It seems like I could erase the words inside of the book, but exactly 5 seconds after erasing those words they would magically reappear again, making it seem as if nothing had happened. Then a thought suddenly struck me. If I could erase them, then could I perhaps change them too? Let's try something simple first. Using the end of the pencil, I quickly rub out 2G and replaced it with 4G. Let's see if anything happens. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Exactly 5 seconds after I changed the words, the book magically glowed. Suddenly, like a vacuum, I felt most of the energy within my body get drained by the book. Ugh! What's going on? Caught off guard, my legs slacked and I fell on one knee. As I breathed roughly, I glanced at the book in my hands. Damn it. Exiting the gravity room, Kevin slumped on the floor. He was extremely exhausted as he just used the gravity room at 4G of gravity. He had severely overestimated his own capabilities and directly put the gravity room setting to 4G, thinking that he was good enough for it. Exactly 30 minutes after he entered the gravity room, he called it quits and left the room. It was too much for him at the moment. As he laid on the floor exhausted, he smiled. Thanks to the advice he had gotten from Donna today, it felt as if a new road had opened up to him. Although he was completely worn out, he could feel his body slowly changing. He could already feel the benefits of tampering with his body inside of the gravity room. Good. Satisfied, Kevin looked at his watch. It was about 9 p.m., which meant that the canteen would close soon. Thus he quickly changed and made his way towards the cafeteria. He had previously heard that the cafeteria closed at ... Oh my god. The book changed. I could actually change what was written inside of the book. This was a heaven-defying opportunity for me. With this, I could know exactly what the MC was doing and secretly help him when he's in trouble without the need of me showing up. Although this book was indeed a cheat item, I couldn't help but frown the more I looked at it. First off, there were definitely limitations on how I could use the book. This could be seen by how almost all of my mana was depleted by changing 2G into 4G, which means that as of right now the changes I can make are severely limited. Second off, this whole book is sketchy. Although the book was inside of the box that my parents in this world sent me, I was sure that they weren't the ones who put the book there. This raises some questions. Who put the book in there and what's their purpose? Was it perhaps the person that reincarnated me? Or was it someone else? This is really vexing. Whoever it was that reincarnated me definitely had a motive in doing so. I don't know what they want from me, but I sure hope it's not something that would require me to fight a god or anything like that. Right. Ha 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 ha. Let's not do that, okay? Please. Well, since I can't think of a reason as to why I was summoned here, I might as well play with the book a bit more. The Author's POV. Chapter 12, Book 3. Over the course of the next few days, I managed to get a good grasp of the book. After experimenting with the book on every occasion I could get, I managed to decipher the main uses of the book. First off, whenever I wanted to change something inside of the book, mana would be consumed. Depending on what I changed, a different amount of mana was consumed to supplement the change I made. For example, let's take the gravity room example. I changed the gravity room setting from 2G to 4G. At that time approximately 3/4 of my mana was consumed by the book. On the same day, after taking a cheap 50U potion to replenish my mana, I tried again, but this time I changed the gravity setting from 4G to 3G. The result was that half of my mana was consumed. Thanks to this I was able to figure out that the change made in the book is proportional to mana consumption. Meaning that the bigger the change I made in the book the more mana I consumed. To verify this I tried putting 6G, which I regret doing now, as I nearly passed out from having all the mana within my body get sucked out. When I managed to regain some strength I found that my mana was completely drained. When I glanced at the book to see what changes it brought, I couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. Apparently, the MC broke one of his legs as a result of my meddling. Quickly replenishing my mana using another cheap potion, I immediately reverted it back to 2G, which I found to be the most optimal gravity setting for the MC. The next thing I tried was 15G. I wanted to see what would happen if the change was well beyond my capabilities. The result was that, exactly 5 seconds after I made a change, my change quickly reverted back to 2G almost as if it never happened. The next thing I found out about the book was that it was 10 minutes ahead of my current timeline. Meaning that it tells me the happenings of 10 minutes in the future. Moreover, I found out that when the events that were in the book coincided with my timeline, I could no longer add any more changes to the book. For example, Kevin exits the training room. When those words appear in the book, it actually means that Kevin will exit the training room 10 minutes from now. So when Kevin actually exits the training room in real time, I could no longer make any changes in the book. From this, I could infer that the book cannot change the past, but only change a possible future. I was actually quite lucky that I had used potions to replenish my mana, as I would have been in deep shit if the MC had injured himself on the first day. The last thing I found out was that the book only gives me Kevin's perspective. This means that the book is actually kind of useless to me as I am not Kevin. I wasn't particularly saddened by this fact as I could use this book to determine whether I could help Kevin without needing to expose myself. Today marked the 4th day of me starting classes, and today is my first non-practical lesson since I had arrived here. Since people usually come to the lock to develop their abilities, most of the lessons were based on real combat and body training, therefore making theoretical lessons quite rare. Molecular Anatomy. This was the name of the theoretical lecture. An incredibly complex class that looks through the body of monsters and beasts. Professor Theodore Romhaus, a renowned researcher with lots of awards to his name, was the professor in charge of this class. He and his team were responsible for single-handedly finding out the mystery as to why beasts went berserk after mana invaded the atmosphere. Professor Romhaus was a plump middle-aged man with curly white hair and a calm disposition. If it weren't for the fact that his eyes were currently transfixed on the huge creature laying on the table in front of the class, people would have easily mistaken him for your nice neighborhood uncle. As we can see, the wingspan of the berserk pigeonette is around 1.8 meters, drastically different from their predecessor the pigeon, which tended to be at around 70 centimeters in length. That is almost a 2.6 times increase in length. Excitedly yelled the professor as he caressed the gigantic creature on the table. You could hear from his voice that he was incredibly engrossed by the creature in front of him. After long conclusive research, we have managed to source out the reason for the pigeon's drastic growth. As all of you know, my team was responsible for finding out as to why beasts go berserk at the presence of mana. Finally taking his eyes off the huge creature, Professor Romhaus took a good look at the class and asked, "Now can anyone tell me why humans manage to retain their sanity while animals can't?" As this was common knowledge, a lot of hands were raised. Since I wanted to blend in, I also raised my hand without thinking much. "You on the left." "He's looking at me, isn't he?" Just to make sure, I looked behind me to see if anyone had their hands up. Don't want to end up in one of those awkward situations where someone waves at you but it turns out they were actually waving at the person behind you. "No, don't look behind you, I'm talking to you, dimwit." "Me? Jesus Christ. Yes, you. This bastard. Is that how you talk to your own creator? Ambithiba, this poor monk shall be benevolent for once." Pretending to fall into deep thought, I looked at the professor before I started speaking. Of course, I pretend to be nervous at first so that I didn't stand out. If I acted confidently, it would make the professor automatically assume I knew my stuff, which would result in him asking me more questions in the future, which I didn't want. Compared to us humans, animals don't have a cortex as developed as ours. As mana stimulates our neurological system, it inadvertently needs us to process the mana in our body to redirect it to the correct areas in the body so that it doesn't accumulate in a specific area of the body. Because we are wired differently from beasts, we have the capability to think and react to situations, which beasts are incapable of. Therefore, when presented with an invading force, aka mana, because of their low intellect, beasts are incapable of reacting to the situation, causing the mana inside of their body to slowly accumulate inside of them, specifically their brain, slowly turning them berserk. This process is known as mana poisoning. Impressive ants. Impressed by my answer, Professor Romhaus was about to applaud when he noticed that I still didn't finish talking. There are two solutions to solving this problem. One is to wait for nature to take its course and let the beasts slowly evolve, allowing them to process mana, or second, to directly use external aid to stimulate the mana within beasts. Simply put, since they can't use their own brain to stimulate their mana, why not use others? For example, if we used a normal circulation technique like the 3-star constellation technique and directly stimulate where the mana is concentrated in a way that it stimulated the nervous system of the BEA. Stop right there. As I was talking, I heard a loud shout and felt 2 large hands holding me down. "Repeat what you just said." What's going on?" I flusteredly replied as I found Professor Romhaus's face sticking in front of me. We were so close that his nose was inches away from my face. Glancing around, I noticed everyone staring at me in shock. Even Melissa, the smarted student in class, glanced at me for a few seconds. What happened? I'm sure I only recited normal information. Everyone should know this stuff. "Repeat what you just said," shouted Professor Romhaus at the top of his lungs. I could even feel some of his spit splashing on my face. Just as I was about to protest, I noticed his frenzied eyes staring down on me, and decided against doing so. "Compared to us, Huma?" "No. Not that part." Flinching and taking a step back, I confusedly stare at the professor. "You want me to repeat myself, and yet when I do you still shout at me? Are you mentally okay?" Noticing my expression, and seeing everyone staring at him, Professor Romhaus calmed down and took 2 steps back. Cough cough, sorry for that. No problem," I said as I waved my hands. "Dear student, could you repeat the last part of what you said, about the 2 processes that can cure beasts of mana poisoning?" Frowning, I looked at the professor skeptically. Did I miss something? There are 2 solutions in curing mana poisoning. One is to let nature take its course through evolution, and the other is through external aid. What do you mean by external aid? Interrupting me once again, Professor Romhaus looked at me with sparkling eyes. Taking 2 steps back, I warily look at the professor. "Sir, I'm into females." After a couple of seconds, you could hear Professor Romhaus' enraged roar resounding in the classroom as he understood what I said. "I'm in no mood for your silly jokes. Repeat what you had just said before." Ding. Dong. Ding. Dong. It seems that it's the end of the lesson. Thank you for your time, Professor, and goodbye. Without letting him react on time, as soon as I heard the bell, I got my bag and left in a flash. That dude was seriously too creepy. First, he kept asking me elementary knowledge stuff, and secondly, he kept shouting for no reason at all. Just what did I do wrong? Click. As I closed the door of my room, I immediately grabbed the mysterious book and opened it. I needed to find out why the professor caused an outburst like that on his first day of class. As Kevin left Professor Romhouse's class, he was left into deep thought. If what that weird student said was true, then a groundbreaking discovery had just been made. If his solution could really resolve mana poisoning, then it could drastically reduce the stress humanity was facing. Take Park City for example. Every year they are constantly attacked by sea creatures who have gone berserk. What if they could resolve the mana poisoning inside of the beasts? Wouldn't that help increase humanity's manpower in fighting against the demons? Because of his hatred towards demons, Kevin couldn't help but be excited by the prospect of humanity taking one step forward in the war against the demons. As Kevin was walking towards his dorm, he could faintly hear Professor Romhouse's hysterical shouts asking for the name of that mysterious student. Oddly enough, most of the students didn't even know who he was. If it weren't for the fact that the second lowest in the class pointed out his name, none of the people in the class would have known about him. Rendover. What have I done? How did I make such a stupid mistake? Because I wanted to perfectly play the role of a mob, I completely neglected the fact that some of the information I knew may not yet been discovered. I was truly careless. I was actually pretty sure that what I had said was already known by most of the people present. In the novel, although I don't remember it word for word, I remember them knowing this sort of information at the beginning of the novel. Yes, I was indeed careless. My theory behind the slip-up was that because I had never mentioned when and who discovered the mana poison treatment in the novel, I may have prematurely exposed this solution. Essentially, I forwarded the theory a tiny bit before the original creator of the theory could present it. In short, I garnered attention towards myself and possibly pissed someone off. Without a second thought, I took my pencil out and erased, if it weren't for the fact that the second lowest in the class pointed out his name, in the book, and replaced it with, none of the people in the class knew his name. Voom. Instantly all my mana was sucked out of my body, causing me to go limp on my bed. Taking a look at the changes, I let out a satisfied smile. As Kevin was walking towards his dorm, he could faintly hear Professor Romhouse's hysterical shouts asking for the name of that mysterious student. Oddly enough, most of the students don't even know who he is. None of the people in the class knew his name, making him really mysterious. Whoever he was either lucky or he was hiding quite deeply. Though what I did was not gonna change anything, since Professor Romhouse could just look at the register to figure out who I was, I still did it since it could buy me a day of peace. This should serve as a good lesson for me. Just because I wrote the novel didn't mean I knew everything regarding this world. You only realized once you found yourself inside of a novel how many things the novel missed when compared to reality. For example, back when I was looking for the cakey style, if not for the fact that I had a general idea of where to find it, I wouldn't have ever found the place. What I had written in the novel did not even come close to how it was in reality. It's all the little details that were beyond my control. Letting out a sigh of relief, I looked at the new passage of the book. In all fairness, I didn't really have to do this because people saw my face, but at least I wouldn't find Professor Romhouse annoying me anytime soon. Fortunately, I only mentioned 2 solutions and excluded the third, which was the sure way to eliminate mana poisoning. The second method could have been considered groundbreaking as of right now, but it really wasn't that efficient, as it was way faster to kill than to cure. Yes, it was possible to cure them and then train them to fight back, but that would be a long-term solution, as it would simply take too much time. All in all, even if I do explain how to do the second option, it wouldn't really attract too much attention to me. Strength rules over the brain in this era after all. With my low potential, the higher-ups would only lightly glimpse at me and then go back to what they were doing. Though I do think I may have pissed someone off, primarily the person who first came up with the hypothesis. I'm sure whoever it was that put forward the theory was already at their late stage of experimentation. I just hope this doesn't come back and bite me. Closing the book down, I looked at the white ceiling and let out a long, exhausted sigh. How troublesome. The Author's POV. Chapter 13, Virtual Reality, 1. The next day, although I tried to be as low-key as possible, people would occasionally steal glances in my direction. Right now we were in the middle of engineering class and I was actually trying to focus. The constant occasional glances were starting to get on my nerves. It was felt as if I was the main attraction inside of a zoo exhibit. Although this class was not particularly popular, I found it rather fascinating. The concepts they were talking about were far more advanced than back in my previous world. But it was specifically because of this that I was so interested, hence why I was especially annoyed by the constant stares from the people in my class. I can't focus if you people keep staring at me. Using an angled mirror, we split the two laser beams into two separate beams. This then forms an object beam and a reflected beam. Heading in different directions, both are reflected off of other angled mirrors, and using an F48 board and a G450 processor we can process the beams so that the software can detect human movements, and as these two beams merge together a holographic image is created. Well, it definitely was an interesting course, but that didn't mean I could understand it. In fact, I only managed to grasp 1% of the contents of the course. Like, what the hell was an F48 board or a G450 processor? I'll just stay and pretend that I understood everything that the professor said. It was a non-compulsory course anyways, therefore, I didn't really need to come here. Still, even though I did not understand anything, just the fact that they were exploring holographic technology aroused my interest. Such technology did not exist back in my world, as the best they could come up with were touch-screen phones. The technology back in my world was not advanced enough to come up with pure holographic devices. Ding. Dong. Oh my, it seems like the class has ended. I'll see you next time. Packing up her stuff, the engineering professor smiled and left the class. Not much was known about the engineering professor apart from the fact that she was apparently quite strong. Although she was no longer in her younger days, she had a complexion as fair as an unpolished jade with beauty, elegance, and grace that could only be achieved over years of maturity. Her silky brown hair that was tied in a braided ponytail calmly rested on her right shoulder. Her expression, which always seemed to be smiling, carried a hidden charm within that caused everyone to feel a motherly warmth from her. Even though I was the author of the book, many characters that I have met during my stay here were people that had never shown up in my story, such as this professor. Having stayed here for about a week, I found this professor the most pleasing out of all the ones I've encountered so far. She was kind and didn't show preferential treatment towards certain students, unlike other professors who blatantly showed favoritism towards ones that were talented or had a huge backing. Most professors were geniuses that have once studied here or had several achievements under their belts. They all had their own pride and thus only actually paid attention to the top students whilst ignoring the mediocre ones. Although they didn't say it straight to our faces, the teacher's expression could tell it all. Why should I bother teaching you? Are you worthy? Even if we were not considered as outstanding as Kevin and the others, just the fact that we managed to enroll into the lock meant that they were capable individuals. Take the previous owner of this body as an example. Although he was one of the lowest ranked in the class, if he were to go into any other academy he could have been considered as a medium-high talent, since D-rank talents were still hard to come by these days due to the constantly decreasing population. The world was just not fair. Leaving the engineering class, I calmly went back to my room to get changed. The next class was Tactical Cooperation, a new course that utilizes virtual technology to train students. I was actually quite pumped for this class since virtual reality was something you could have only been able to find in movies and novels. Taking off my celestial blue uniform that indicated that I was in my first year, I took out a dark blue skin-tight suit and put it on. Uniforms were separated into 3 different colors: celestial blue, dark green, and blood red. The celestial blue was only worn by first years, the dark green by second years, and the blood red uniform by third years. It was arranged as such so that this way guilds who came to observe/scout students would be able to differentiate between first and third years, with third years being their primary target as they were only a year away from graduating. As I struggled to put on the skin-tight suit, I could only curse at the people who designed this suit. Comfortable was the last possible word that came into my mind as I tried putting on the skin-tight suit. Let's not mention the fact that it took me around 5 minutes to put on the suit, but as the name suggests, the suit was skin-tight, meaning that I could feel all my muscles getting tightly compressed by the suit. Wearing the suit made my movements become extremely stiff. Because it was so stiff, it looked like I was walking like a robot. Moreover, looking at my appearance in the mirror, I wished I could find a place to bury myself. So embarrassing. Thankfully, the distance between my dorm and the Tactical Cooperation class was close, saving me from the embarrassment of being seen in the suit. The campus, which covered an area of 5 kilometers squared, was divided into 8 sections: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. The lecture zone was located in the A section, and that area was where the lecture halls were located. It was located on the top left side of the campus and comprised of 3 oval-shaped buildings that were each the same size. The reason why there were 3 buildings was that the first year, second year, and third years were separated. The B section was a no-student area, and it's where the professors' offices were located. If you needed to ask questions or meet the professor after class, you would have to go towards the B section. It was located right next to the A section and consisted of one large compound with a tall glass pyramid-like building in the middle of the compound. The C section was where the labs and researching facilities were located. In order for someone to access the lab, they needed to be supervised by a professor in case something went wrong. Because of the dangers the facility posed, the C section was located far away from the other sections and was enclosed in military-grade defenses. The D section was where I was currently headed, and it was where the virtual reality room was located. It was a room filled with capsules that each student could use to enter the virtual world. It was located underground and was a few kilometers away from the dorms, which were located in the E section. In the E section, dorms were separated into 5 different buildings, with each building bigger than the other. The furthest building and also the shabbiest looking one was the Golden Rat building. It was the cheapest dorm on the campus and was where people that couldn't afford to pay for facilities stayed. Right next to the Golden Rat building was the Horned Sheep building, and it was where I was currently staying. The conditions were a bit better than the Golden Rat building, but it was still nothing compared to the next 3 buildings, Manticore, Hydra, and Leviathan buildings. Starting from the Manticore building, each person had their own personal training facility installed inside of their room, followed by a personal designated butler that catered to all their needs. The Hydra building, like the Manticore building, provided personal training facilities as well as a butler. However, the training facilities were much more advanced, and they also provided students with personalized meals and diet plans. The meals were all cooked by professional chefs, and the ingredients provided by them were all made from rare herbs and monsters. Lastly, there was the Leviathan building. The only building that could be accessed with money. This was where the elites resided. No matter how rich you were, unless you proved that you were a one-of-a-kind talent, you would never be able to step in here. This building was created in the hopes of nurturing future talents that could fight and fend off against the demons who are rampaging all over the world. Heavy emphasis was put on the creation of this building, as it was where the future pillars of humanity would be nurtured. Whatever you wanted, it was there. Training facilities, high-end food, butlers, swimming pool, VR rooms, highly secured research facilities. If you felt like something was missing, all you needed to do was just ask and it would be built the next day. The G section is where the training facility was located, and it was inside of a large squared architectural building. It was approximately 2 minutes away from Section A, and 5 minutes away from the E section. Because it was a public training facility, one needed to book a spot in advance in order to use the facility. Lastly, the H section, the area that contained the library as well as the cube. The cube was a forbidden area where only the highest-ranked individuals could enter. The reason why it was considered a forbidden area was that it was where all the secret training manuals were stored, as well as godly medicine and herbs. Manuals that were comparable to the Keiki style were also stored inside of the facility, further clarifying how important that area was. Arriving inside of the VR room, I noticed almost everyone walking in a robot-like manner, causing me to lightly chuckle. Obviously, not everyone was like this, as some were leisurely walking in their tight skin suit, indicating that this was probably not their first time using VR. Because we were wearing tight skin suits, the boys and girls were separated into different rooms, which is a bit of a letdown, as I wouldn't have minded seeing Amanda and the others in that outfit. Actually, on second thought, scratch that. Since I was the author of the novel, I knew the personalities of the main characters the best, and thus I knew that if I were to catch a glimpse of them with that suit on, my days would be numbered. Alright, everyone, please look over here. Similarly, wearing a tight-skinned outfit, the professor came into the room, gathering the attention of everyone present. Standing tall, with tidy black hair and a sharp look, was the professor responsible for this class. He currently had a gentle smile on his face as he took out a small tablet and took the register. Looking at his calm, gentle demeanor that made it look like he was the nicest person on earth, I secretly sneered. I know who you truly are. The professor who was in charge of the VR class was called Alphonse Thibault and was actually a major character for the first arc of the story. In short, he could be what was regarded as a mini-boss. Although he was not a ranked villain, he could be considered a difficult opponent for the current protagonist. The demon he signed a pact with was from the Shadow Tribe, which was a sub-branch of the Greed clan, which was one of the 7 main clans of the demon clans. The demons were split into 7 clans, each according to the 7 heavenly sins known to mankind: pride, greed, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth. Each clan was commanded by a demon duke, which was as powerful if not more powerful than the top executives in the human domain, or equivalently SS ranks. Above them was the demon king, who at the moment could eradicate the whole of humanity with the swipe of his hand. However, due to his enormous power, he was currently being restricted by various powers preventing him from entering the human domain. That was of course until the third calamity hits, which was when the true war between humanity and the demons would start. I was actually quite thankful for the fact that I was the lowest ranked in the class, since it meant that minimal attention was placed on me. Apart from the occasional bullying, I was living quite a comfortable life, unlike Kevin, who was constantly under the watch of both the jealous classmates and villains who are wary of his overwhelming talent. Since everyone is present, I will start the capsules and you can enter when I say so. Seeing that everyone was present, Professor Tebow smiled and went towards his desk where a large monitor was present. Typing a few commands on the screen, he called out the names of each student separately. Rendover, please make way to capsule 55. Hearing my name being called, I contained my excitement and made my way towards my designated capsule. Ignoring the snickering coming from certain classmates, which whispered words such as bumpkin or other rude remarks, I excitedly approached my capsule. I could finally enter the virtual world which I could only see in novels and movies. Entering the capsule and adjusting the helmet on my head, I patiently waited for the professor's instructions. Student Dover, is everything okay? Yes. Okay, the virtual simulation will start in 3, 2, 1. Tack. The last thing I heard was the sound of a key being pressed before everything went dark. The Author's POV. Chapter 14, Virtual Reality, 2. Schwa. Processing student information. Retina scan, check. Fingerprint scan, check. Genetic data test, check. Loading time, 57%, 87%, 94%. User information loaded. Rank 1750, Rendover, confirm access Y/N. The helmet's display gradually illuminated, revealing rows upon rows of information. Taking a minute to adjust my mind to the sudden changes, I looked through the information and pressed Y. After confirming, abruptly, a lively jingle that felt oddly familiar began playing, echoing through my ears. The fact that there were a lot of procedures placed when entering the virtual cabin wasn't strange. With current technology, pretending to be someone else was as easy as turning on your phone. With just some custom-made masks, someone could easily make themselves look like someone else. Fortunately, it wasn't that difficult to distinguish a villain, as villains undergo several genetic modifications when making a pact with a demon. This phenomenon occurred due to the fact that the human body cannot fully adapt to the power given to them by the demons. Imagine an empty balloon. Now imagine yourself filling it with air. Gradually, as time passes, the balloon will turn round and float. That's how the human body usually worked when their mana increased. Now imagine the same empty balloon, but this time instead of filling it with air, we fill it with water. In contrast to the air balloon, the water balloon, instead of becoming perfectly round, will droop down due to the density of the water, causing its shape to change. Now take this example into consideration and apply it to humans, where water was the energy that came from the demons. Because of how dense the energy coming from the demons was, the weaker villains' bodies tended to undergo drastic changes in order to withstand the newly found power that entered their body. Due to these drastic changes, a simple retina, fingerprint, and gene test could verify if one was a villain or not. Of course, this only worked for relatively weaker villains. For stronger villains, this sort of test was useless, as their bodies could contain the power given to them by the devils they made a pact with, like Professor Tebow. Fortunately, this wasn't necessarily a problem, as the stronger villains didn't bother disguising themselves. However, even though strong villains tended to avoid disguising themselves, these sorts of tests were still a necessary precaution against villains. The consequences of not checking whether someone was an imposter could potentially be disastrous. Imagine what would happen if a villain was to make its way inside of the VR capsule. She could potentially put all the students at risk of brain trauma, if not even death. If a villain were to suddenly gain access to the virtual equipment main control system, she could suddenly discharge all of the electrical power inside of the capsules, essentially turning everyone inside of the capsule brain dead. This sort of accident occurred several times in the past, resulting in strict checks and procedures getting installed by the company creating the capsule as a result of the backlash they received from the public. Well, what about Professor Tebow? Technically, he could override the system and kill everyone present, right? Actually, he couldn't, especially since his job was extremely important. The reason why I was not necessarily worried about him was because his primary role in the lock was to turn potential heroes into villains. He was what was called a manager or an agent. His main responsibility was to turn students into villains by exploiting the emotions and resentment they had towards certain individuals or the academy. Moreover, it wasn't that easy to override the system and discharge high amounts of electricity towards the capsules. Especially if this was happening inside of the lock, where several highly ranked heroes resided. They could easily sense the abnormal accumulation of electricity, making it almost impossible for this plan to work. Plus, Professor Thibault simply couldn't afford to perform such a high-risk maneuver to kill an individual, as turning students into villains was his main priority. If not for the fact that Professor Thibault got direct orders from the demon he made a pact with to get rid of Kevin, he would have never tried fighting him, as it wasn't his responsibility. Just as it was not my responsibility to get rid of him. If I suddenly got rid of the mini-boss, Kevin would never go through any hardship, creating a liability for when he faced the Demon King. Gradually the world around me started to change, and a blinding light caused me to cover my eyes. Blinking for a couple of seconds, and recovering my bearing, I found myself inside of a white room. Looking around the room, I could see a couple of students from my class similarly checking their surroundings. After approximately 5 minutes, and seeing that no one else showed up, I made my way towards the other classmates. There were a total of 5 people excluding myself in the waiting room. Seeing that I was making my way towards them, some students went to greet me directly. Rank 834 William K. Johnson, a pleasure to meet you. The first person to greet me was a rather short-statured brown-haired teen, with a somewhat lively disposition. Rank 623 Rosalind Tlove. Rank 739 Edward Smith, greetings. Rank 956 Park Jinho, nice to meet you. Following William, a red-haired pretty girl who stood proudly like a regal peacock greeted me. She had an indifferent air around her that made it seem like nothing interested her. Her tone was cold, giving the impression that she detested everything around her. She, like me, was an extra, and thus I knew nothing about her, making me assume that her cold attitude came from some sort of past trauma. Most probably faced a similar to Amanda, who like her was cold. After Rosalind, a black-haired youth with square-shaped glasses and neatly combed hair greeted me in a serious tone. Judging from his disposition and the way he talked, I made a mental note to myself to not interact with him in the near future. Not very fond of such straight-laced individuals. Lastly, Park Jinho, who seemed to be of Asian descent, most probably Korean, greeted me with a modest attitude. He seemed somewhat wary of me, not sure why. Turning my head to the last person, who ignored my presence since the beginning, I tried to greet him, but I was promptly ignored. With a fairly tall stature and a muscular upper body that did not lose out to any professional bodybuilder back in my world, was Arnold Kane. He carried an intimidating aura around him that reminded people of a wild gorilla that would attack anyone at the smallest sign of provocation. His hair was cut in a buzz cut and his eyes were tightly knit together in a frown. Shaking my head, I presented myself to the rest. There was no need for me to actually greet him, as I already knew who he was, but as to not come off as too disrespectful, I made sure to at least greet him. Had I skipped over him, I might have been the target of his bullying, which I really did not want to have any part of. Rank 75, Arnold Kane. One of Jin's 3 main lackeys. Who will later be known as Iron Mountain Arnold, due to his iron-like defense that could ward off several attacks from several individuals at a time. He was what you called a strong to the weak, and weak to the strong type of person. A typical bully. His arrogance probably originated from the fact that he was Jin's lackey. To which I can only secretly express my disgust. You are actually proud of being someone else's dog? Pleasure to meet you, everyone. I'm rank 1750 Rendover. It took a couple of seconds for the rest to process what I had said before losing all interest in me. Shrugging at their reaction, I could only sympathize with them as I understood where they were coming from. I mean, 800 ranks lower than the second lowest in the group was quite the difference. This was a society where power ruled over everything else. If you were not that powerful, you were looked down on by everyone. Well, this mainly applied to the lock where individuals were still young and prideful. Once they entered the real world and actually fought against demons, only then will they realize how immature they were. Trash. The first to speak up was, of course, Arnold, who looked at me with disgust. Secretly shaking my head, I couldn't help but lament to myself for making this world full of arrogant characters. Couldn't be helped, it was what the readers wanted. Fuck you, readers. Your pleasure was my suffering. Well, whatever, I'll just stay quiet for now and wait for the professor's instruction. Fortunately, after I told them about my rank, no one approached me, helping me avoid unnecessary conversations. Group 7, can you guys hear me? Disrupting the awkward atmosphere that developed due to my rank reveal, Professor Thibault's voice resounded across the room. If you can hear me, say, check. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great, looks like everyone is present. Okay, listen carefully as I will now explain the rules. Pay close attention because I will only say them once. Since this is most likely the first time some of you have entered the virtual world, today's class will be on the lighter side. The people around you right now will be the group that you will work with for today's class. Before you say anything, your group is balanced according to the computer, and for the most part, each group will be evenly matched. Although there are some exceptions, which I really can't do anything about. Don't look at me like that. He was referring to Kevin and the others. Noticing the glares coming in my direction, I couldn't help but silently grumble to myself. The professor was obviously talking about the top-ranked individuals who could most likely take on a team by themselves. There wasn't actually that much of a difference in power between me and Park Jin-ho, the second lowest in the group. Well, that was if you were comparing me from before I took over, because right now my fighting strength was leagues above what it was a week ago. The only reason they glared at me like that was probably because they wanted an outlet to unleash their grievances against. Immature bastards. You will each be dropped into a remote terrain which will be randomly generated by the computer. Your goal for today is to survive 1 hour. There are extra points awarded for those who manage to complete certain hidden tasks. This will count as a pass as long as you manage to survive for 1 hour. Extra points will be awarded for each teammate that survives alongside you. I will give you 2 minutes to let you discuss your plans with your group. Best of luck. Oh, before I leave, I forgot to mention. The last group will automatically fail this class. Click. Somehow the glares towards my direction became stronger. How the professors haven't realized that Professor Thibault was a villain was beyond me. He was obviously trying to sow discord among the groups to create grudges with each other, with the lower-ranked individuals being his primary targets. The fail this class thing is a total lie, as he had no power in regards to deciding who to pass or who to fail on the first day. This was just an excuse he made to create a situation where a grudge could be created by making the stronger guys target the weaker individuals. This was one of his typical strategies that made certain individuals suffer so that he could weaken their state of mind, and later on, take advantage of their weakness to turn them into villains. If not for the fact that there were a lot of heroes present in the lock, Professor Thibault would have used more extreme measures to turn someone into a villain. You. Pointing towards my direction, Arnold's deep voice resounded across the white room. Yes. Make sure you survive, else. Placing his hand on my shoulder, Arnold exerted an incredible amount of pressure, making me almost kneel on the floor. Thud. Ugh. After confirming his strength, I kneeled down as he intended and let out a fake groan. Understand. Seeing me kneeling in front of him, Arnold let out a satisfied smile and turned towards the rest, who immediately nodded at him. Good. While pretending to struggle to get up, I fell into deep thought. From the exchange I just had with Arnold, I could approximately gauge my strength. I could pretty much confirm I was still weaker than Arnold, but not by a large margin. If I had to make a rough estimate about my ranking, it should be around the 300s. Fortunately, because this was a virtual world, I didn't really suffer much from the exchange I had with Arnold. But don't get me wrong. Just because I didn't suffer much didn't mean I wasn't angry. In fact, I was furious. How dare you gorilla-like bastard use me to exert dominance over the rest? If not for the fact that I didn't want to start shit with you and your gang, I wouldn't have kneeled down and humiliated myself like that. I'm not like those brain-dead protagonists who scream, I will only kneel to God and my parents, no one else shall make me kneel. I will kneel when I need to. But be ready to face the consequences of making me kneel. Staring at his proud and arrogant face, which acted as if everything was beneath him, I secretly swore to myself to make him pay 10 times for what he had done to me. I take my grudges very deeply. All right. The simulation is ready. I will start the simulation in 3, 2, 1. Schwa. The Author's POV. Chapter 15, Virtual Reality, 3. Soon after the professor initiated the simulation, my surroundings started to change. Thick lush trees started appearing from beneath my feet, followed by soft and crumbly soil that caused my feet to slowly sink. My visibility slowly started getting blocked by the towering trees that started sprouting from the ground at an incredible speed. Extending my hand forward to touch a tree, I was immensely surprised by the realistic sensation that spread through my fingers. Running my hand along the tree trunk, it felt like I was touching the lines and wrinkles of an old man's face. It had an uneven surface where I could feel the flaky nature of the dark exterior, that crumbled and peeled, with a crackling sound at the slightest pressure exerted by my fingers. It almost felt like I was touching the real thing. It didn't feel like I was touching a bunch of codes, but an actual tree. How intriguing. Rank 1750 Rendover, team points, 6. As I was busy being mesmerized by how realistic the trees were, a notification popped up in front of me. Seeing the notification, I quickly swiped left to discard it and fell into deep thought. The game was simple. Each student had 1 point, and every time a teammate died the team would lose a team point. The teams that reached 0 points would then be automatically eliminated and hence lose the game. The only way to gain points was through completing the hidden tasks available on the map. At the end of the test, there will be a ranking list that ranks the teams in accordance with their performance. Taking a good look at my surroundings, my teammates were nowhere in sight. In fact, although the professor never mentioned this to us when briefing us on the rules, I already knew that everyone was going to be separated from each other. Well, I was the one who created the scenario in the first place. The main goal of this test was to survive for 1 hour. Although it sounded easy, it was in fact not. If it were that easy, what sort of test would this be? The lack of information provided by the professor was intentional because this essentially meant that there was only one rule. And that was to survive. Each person was directly given a weapon, which was automatically given to them depending on the weapon that they had registered on the first day of the academy. In my case, a sleek black katana rested on the side of my hips. Shwa. Shwa. Swinging it a couple of times to adjust myself to the weight of the sword, I nodded in satisfaction. It feels identical to the katana provided to us by the academy. Sheathing the katana back into the scabbard, I warily glanced towards my surroundings. When telling us the rules, the professor never mentioned anything apart from the fact that you must survive, and the more teammates survive with you at the end of the test, the more points your team had. He purposely left out the details in regards to killing, and because of this, the students automatically assumed that killing was allowed. Which was his true purpose. As I said before, Professor Thibault's goal was to further divide the line between the competent and incompetent students. This was so that he could exploit the feeble mentality of those who were being oppressed. In doing so, he could easily lure students into making a pact with a demon, turning them into villains. His goal was to turn this test into a hunting party for the strong. If lucky, Professor Thibault could fabricate a couple of scenarios where some talented individuals built a grudge against each other. One such example was building a grudge against an incredibly talented student, like Kevin. If someone ranked in the hundreds challenged Kevin and lost miserably, their pride would cause them to build a grudge against Kevin, not because he was strong, but because of his background. Of course, some would choose to give up right away, but certain prideful and arrogant individuals would of course not accept their defeat and seek revenge at every possible opportunity they could get. As time slowly passes and they slowly realize the gap between themselves and Kevin's overwhelming talent, they fall into depravity and despair at their inability to take revenge against Kevin. Once they reached this point, Professor Thibault would finally make his move by offering them power. Enticed by the offer, a make-a-pact would be made, and a new villain was born. In short, this test was full of ulterior motives. Walking forwards, I was trying to get a grasp of my current location. Although a map wasn't provided to us, because I was technically a cheat, and thus knew the general features of the surroundings, I could roughly gauge my current location. Since I am surrounded by trees, I should be on the east side of the map. If I'm not wrong, Kevin and Jean spawned on the north side on top of the mountains, while Emma is on the south side where the desert is located. Melissa and Amanda should both be on the west side near the ocean, thus meaning that no important figure is in my area. Trying to get a good grasp of the main characters' locations, I started to formulate a plan regarding my next course of action. The reason why I was trying to get a grasp of the main characters was not because I was obsessed with them, no, rather it's because all the events that will happen will be centered on them. I could only predict what happened to them, but not what will happen to me, as I have never written anything outside of the scope of the main characters. If I managed to get a good grasp on what the protagonists were up to, I could make a rough estimate on the timing of the events, and how to avoid them. My goal is to survive for 1 hour. While it does sound easy, excluding the high-ranking students, strong simulations of beasts will be roaming the map, preventing me from staying in a single place for too long. This was another thing that the professor didn't mention. Although most people could roughly guess that some sort of creature would be hunting them in the test, they would have never expected that the creature that was hunting them could perceive their location through their acute sense of smell, resulting in many students dying without knowing what had hit them. This was made so that students wouldn't only focus on hiding, but actually try to develop survival skills for situations where they were being hunted by an unknown entity. The protagonist will spend the first 20 minutes trying to get a good grasp of his surroundings before making his way towards the middle of the map, where he eventually reunites with the others. He'll have a slight conflict with Jean, but they then decide to work together when they encounter a beast. The best way to survive is thus to make my way towards the center where a large group will be gathering, but shaking my head, I quickly discard the thought. Although people were definitely going to gather at the center, that's where the strong gathered. If someone of my rank were to go there, the only options I had were to either directly get killed by one of them or get used as cannon fodder. This only left me with two options. Somehow reuniting with my group, or complete a hidden task so that even if I die I will have 1 point. I'll discard the first option. Just the thought of interacting with Arnold pisses me off. Moreover, just because I know what will happen, doesn't mean I know where the others were. Arnold will most likely make his way towards the center, and if I follow him there, he won't kill me, but he'll definitely find ways to make things hard for me. As for the rest, I don't even have the slightest idea of where they could be. Thus this leaves me with only one choice. Complete the hidden task. In general, there were 5 hidden tasks placed on the map. One in the north, south, east, west, and center of the map. Each task differed from the other, in the sense that the goal of each task was different. Moreover, the difficulty of the task should be something that a rank 1750 like me couldn't hope to be able to accomplish. Well, that is if I was really rank 1750. Knowing that I wasn't just your regular rank 1750, I decided to head to where the hidden task was. Well, where I thought it was. In fact, I actually don't have a clue as to where the hidden task was located. Since none of the main characters have ever stepped foot on the east side, where I currently was, I knew nothing about this place. Apart from the fact that this was a forest-type terrain and that there was a hidden task hidden somewhere around this area, I really had no clue with regards to anything else. I could only harden myself and aimlessly walk to where I thought the hidden task was located. Fortunately, I had a general idea of where the hidden tasks could be located, allowing me to have some sort of goal. Teammate William K. Johnson has died, team points, 5. As I was making my way towards where I estimated the hidden task was located, I saw a notification once again emerge on the corner of my view, prompting me to bitterly shake my head. And here you were ignoring me because of my rank. If things go this way, I don't really see our team having more than 2 to 3 points, which would put us in the middle ranks. Which by all means is not a bad score, but for someone like Arnold, this could be considered a humiliating score, which will result in more troublesome situations where I would have to interact with him. And to be honest, I really don't want to involve myself with him anymore. The only reason why I didn't lash out against him last time was because of the annoying things that could come as a consequence of my actions. Moreover, if he really wanted to, he could use some of his influence to directly affect my parents' guild. But if that were to happen, let's just say I knew many ways to get rid of some stray dogs that didn't know their place. Though, at the expense of some dire consequence that I don't want to go through. Let's just hope he's not stupid enough to push me there. Unless I decide to expose myself and show an overwhelming talent that rivals that of the main characters, I will have to stay low regardless of what hatred or grudge I built up. Teammate Park Jin-ho has died, team points, 4. Well, at least it seems that for now I no longer was going to be his main target. I better get going before someone else reached the hidden task before I did. Rustle. Rustle. Suddenly, as I was jogging towards where I thought the hidden task was, the bushes near me rustled before suddenly a large shadow emerged from behind them, heading towards my direction. Touching the handle of my blade, I readied my stance. Slowly the features of the shadow became clearer, prompting me to become even tenser. A tall individual whose body was on the muscular side walked up to me. He had short black hair, and he had a disposition similar to that of a knight. Spotting me, he walked up to me and scanned me up and down. Rank 636 Patrick W. Fulham. As soon as he introduced himself, a small window appeared in front of me with holographic information regarding the individual in front of me. Extending my left hand, while keeping my right hand on the sheath of my katana, I smiled and introduced myself. Rank 1750 Rendover. Similar to me, a small window appeared in front of him. Seeing the content of the window, Patrick raised his brow before suddenly sneering. You came at a perfect time. What do you mean? Pointing towards the depth of the forest, Patrick tried to hide his sneer as he looked at me. As I was wandering around the forest, I stumbled across the hidden task, and you came at just the right time. Wow. You actually found the hidden task. Taken aback by my excited expression, Patrick took a couple of seconds to recollect himself before his sneer finally returned to his face. He turned around and walked towards the direction he previously pointed at, ignoring me who had a visibly excited face. Where are we going? Where else? Wait, you're actually doing the hidden task with me. Count yourself lucky. I needed an extra helper to complete this task, and since I couldn't find anybody else apart from you, I will generously share the reward with you. Oh my God. Thank you so much. As I followed Patrick in the direction he pointed at, I couldn't help but secretly laugh at his ignorance. He actually left his back wide open for me to attack at any time. He was either really dumb or overconfident in his abilities. Since my rank was so low, he probably thought I posed no threat to him whatsoever, thus making him lower his guard against me. But little did he know that although I was rank 1750, I could end him in one move. He probably wants to use me as cannon fodder to help him solve the hidden task. As I laughed at his ignorance, slowly the trees around me started to disperse, until the view of a small lake came into my sight. Stopping right before the lake, Patrick smiled and took a deep breath. Here we are. The Author's POV. Chapter 16, Virtual Reality, 4. Although this was all simulated through a computer, I couldn't help but be mesmerized by the scene before me. Crystalline clear water that neatly reflected the incoming rays of light coming from the sun, and vibrant green vegetation, surrounded the calm lake. Animals could be seen peacefully sharing their surroundings with the other animals as they each slowly drank the crystal clear water from the lake. Oh! You're here, Patrick. Snapping me out of my reverie was a high-pitched male voice coming from the right. Oh Lucas, you're here. I got the perfect man for the job. Waving towards the direction from where the voice was coming from, a boy that looked to be about 14 years of age showed up. His curly hair was a mixture of brown and blonde color and accompanied by his green emerald-like eyes, made him resemble an elf. He looked rather lively and seemed to get along with Patrick quite well. Oh! Is that him? Noticing my presence, the young boy scanned my body up and down and cheerfully smiled. Extending his hand, he smiled. Rank 429, Lucas time. Soon a screen appeared before me. Extending my hand to shake his hand, I smiled and presented myself. Pleasure to meet you, rank 1750, Rendover. Clap. 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 Oh, I have never seen someone as lowly ranked as you. After shaking my hand, Lucas excitedly clapped his hands and looked at Patrick. Patrick, you're absolutely right. He is indeed the perfect man for the job. Ha ha ha, I was quite fortunate. Tilting my head, I looked at Lucas and Patrick who were both happily conversing with one another. Excuse me. But you guys keep saying that I'm the perfect man for the job, but what exactly am I supposed to do? Oh. Patrick didn't tell you. Tilting his head, Lucas alternatively looked at me and Patrick for a couple of seconds, before seemingly having realized something. Soon a wide smile appeared on his face. Oh, I see, okay then I will explain it to you. Pointing towards the center of the lake, Lucas looked at me. You see over there? Looking in the direction where he pointed, I squinted my eyes so that I could get a clear look at what he was pointing at. After a couple of seconds, I could make out what seemed to be a small lily pad with a red flower neatly nested on top of it. Because it was so small, if it weren't for the fact that Lucas pointed it out for me, I probably would have never been able to notice it. Yes, I see it. Okay, so in short we need the flower on top of that lily pad in order to get the extra points. I already kind of get the gist of the situation. If this was how I suspected things were, at the center of the lake there was a large monster guarding the flower. Because Patrick and Lucas's strength was not too different, they decided to get someone who was weaker than them and force them to become bait, while reaping the rewards for themselves. On the off chance that I survived the ordeal, they'd later kill me to keep the reward for themselves. You see, there's a large monster inside of the lake, and so we needed someone who could help us be bait so that we can freely get the flower. So predictable. So very predictable. Was this why third-rate villains always died first? Smiling, Lucas looked up towards my face, while Patrick went behind me. Noticing the situation, I lightly sighed and said, "Can I say no?" "Why would you say no?" Tilting his head in confusion, Lucas looked at me once again. Shouldn't dogs eat whatever their owners are feeding them? There it is. His true personality finally showed up. There was no way Lucas was some random brat that acted like a child. He was definitely a two-faced scheming bastard that would resort to any trick to get what he wanted. I'm fairly certain Patrick was being fooled by him as well. In the first place, you can only get 1 point from completing a hidden task. How could you share 1 point? Thus, the mastermind behind this whole thing was fairly obvious. If I'm not wrong, once Lucas gets rid of me, his next target would be Patrick. By backstabbing him when he least expects it, he could earn the extra point without needing to lift a finger throughout the whole ordeal. Truly a scheming bastard. At least I know who to target first. Okay, not like I can fight you guys anyways. Humph, good choice. Clap. 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 Yay. Now we can get the extra points. Bitterly smiling, I nodded my head, to which Patrick sneered and Lucas smiled and clapped. Okay, let's go. Excitedly rushing forward towards the lake, Lucas prepared to directly jump into the lake. Stop. Before we start, I need a few things. Even though I am bait, I want to increase the chance of me surviving even if it's a little bit. Stopping himself from jumping in the lake after hearing my shout, Lucas contemplated for a few seconds before nodding his head. I guess a good owner needs to reward their pet for their obedience. Okay, tell me, what is it that you need? Nothing much. Clack. Ha. Clink. Thud. Thud. Gaawah. Goo-yoo-yoo-yoo. Two dreadful screams resounded across the forest, scaring the nearby animals away. 3 seconds, huh? Staring at the katana in my hand, which was dripping with blood, I shook my head in disappointment. Although I was only about halfway towards reaching the minor realm of mastery, in the week I stayed in the academy I diligently trained my sword for 4 to 5 hours a day. I managed to reduce the time taken for me to sheath and unsheath the sword from the scabbard, but it seems like I was still very far from reaching the point where the sword became invisible. Looking beneath me, the bodies of Lucas and Patrick, who were both still alive, squirmed on the floor. Both their legs had gone missing. Although the pain reduction in the VR world was reduced to 50%, the pain of losing both limbs was still something that no one would find pleasant. The reason why they were like this was simple: they let their guard down. Although yes, I technically was indeed stronger than both of them, that was only on an individual level. If I was to face them both at the same time, the chances of me winning was only at around 40%. I took advantage of their arrogance and chose the most appropriate moment to strike, which happened to be when they turned their backs on me and felt like they had me in the palm of their hand. Why cut off their legs and not kill them? Well, that was simple really. I myself was in need of some good bait. Since you want to take advantage of me, I'll make sure you pay the appropriate price. Like I said before, I take my grudges deeply. Well, look who decided to do me a favor. Looking down at both Patrick and Lucas, whose faces were grimacing in pain due to the loss of their limbs, I smiled. Kook, I'll kill you. How dare, Koha dog, do this to me? It's not my fault you guys were stupid enough to actually leave your back exposed to me. This happens every time. Whenever someone hears my rank, they automatically think I'm garbage. The rank given to students was determined through measuring potential, stats, and academic achievement, in this case, through the entrance exam. Students tend to forget, but in the beginning, ranks were pretty much useless. Initially, for most of the students who enrolled in the academy, although they had different ranks, the gap in strength between the bottom-ranked students and the middle-ranked students was about the same. Well, that was at least for anything above 300. For ranks between 1 and 300, the strength gap between each rank was quite significant. In the story, it was only after the first half of the year had passed that ranks become a more accurate estimation of someone's strength. In this case, Lucas and Patrick misjudged my strength because of my rank, and thus were both easily taken down by me. Cow, Ard. Oh. Sorry, did you say something? Leaning my ear next to Lucas's mouth, I imitated Lucas's childish accent. Bastard. Provoked by my taunt, Lucas tried to bite my ear, but I swiftly leaned my body back and avoided his teeth. Shaking my head as I looked at them, I stared at the lake before me. You know, from the moment I saw Patrick I knew he was an idiot. Kuwak. I'll fucking kill you. I mean, did you seriously think you could share the hidden task? Exclamation point. Looking at Patrick's surprised face, I raised my eyebrow. You actually didn't know you couldn't share the reward? TSK, 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 no wonder you're an idiot. What are you, cough, talking about? Lucas sighed, that you could. Smiling widely, I looked at Lucas. Is that so? Don't listen to him, Patrick. He's Meryl Kook. Trying to get to your mind. PFFFF. Are you even listening to yourself? Why would I need to get to his mind when he's already disabled? Moreover, why would you even trust someone who is not even in your group? Looking at Lucas, who had gone pale, Patrick clenched his teeth and stared at Lucas with hatred. Is what he said true? And no. Did you lie to me? Answer me. Clenching his teeth, Lucas's previous cheerful demeanor vanished completely, as he stared at Patrick like he was looking at a bug. So what if I lied to you? A do, KHG only needs to F follow orders and not A, Q, questions. I'll kill you. Using his hands to drag his big body forwards, Patrick tried to force himself onto Lucas. Clap. Alright, show's over. I haven't got too much time to deal with you guys, so please just be good. Clapping my hands once, I grabbed the back of both Lucas's and Patrick's shirts, before dragging their legless body towards the lake. Cock, reel, ASE me. Let go of, KH me. Ignoring their protests, I stopped right before the lake and looked at them. Make sure you create as much of a scene as possible. Goa. No. Splash. Splash. I'll K, SPHH, ILU. BAS, SPHH, ARD. Since they both had missing limbs, the only thing they could do to stay afloat was to use their arms by constantly hitting the water. There was a reason why I only decided to cut their legs. A good bait needs to create enough commotion to attract the prey. And sure enough, a minute after I threw both Lucas and Patrick into the lake, a large shadow appeared beneath them. Well, that's my cue. Splash. Diving into the water, I swam towards the flower which rested in the middle of the lake. As long as they both act as good baits, retrieving the flower shouldn't be a problem. And it was indeed just like I had predicted. While the lake guardian was busy enjoying its delicious food, I safely swam towards where the flower was located and easily brought it back to shore. It's kind of nice that things went just like I predicted. Looking at the red flower on the palm of my hand, I secretly rejoiced once again at the fact that I wasn't reincarnated as the protagonist. If Kevin were to have been the one who went to retrieve the flower, 9 times out of 10 the lake guardian would have spotted him and made things harder for him. Fortunately, such a thing won't happen to an extra like me. Let's get the extra point before anyone else has a chance to steal it from me. Squeezing the flower in my hand, the flower instantly turned into light particles that floated above my head. Rank 1750 Ren Dover plus 1 point, Lake Trial Team points, 5. Alright. Now even if I were to die, Arnold wouldn't give me crap for dragging the team down. Teammate Arnold Kane has died, team points, 4. PFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Talk about a punchline. Just when I managed to get an extra point, that bastard goes and gets himself killed. Where was that high and mighty attitude from before? Make sure you survive, else. What a clown. He got what he deserved. I hope he doesn't start stuff with me for taking over his spotlight. Checking my watch to see how much time has passed, I nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I have completed my task, so all I need to do now is survive for 23 more minutes before I can go back to my dorm and relax. The Author's POV. Chapter 17, Virtual Reality, 5. Teammate Park Jin-ho has died, team points, 4. Trash. KHHHKK, plea, SE. Crack. Swiping away the notification, Arnold clenched his hand and the sound of a neck-breaking spread across the surroundings. Thud. Useless garbage. Throwing away the lifeless body, which soon turned into light particles, Arnold's mood couldn't be any gloomier. What happened? Sitting comfortably on top of a large rock, a pale black-haired youth with yellow pupils spoke to Arnold with an amused smile. None of your business. Irritated by the youth's presence, Arnold grumbled and walked away. Hey, don't be so mean. Just because we are on top of a mountain and Jean isn't here doesn't mean you can ignore me like that. Jumping off the rock, the black-haired youth happily followed Arnold, further irritating him. If Ren was here, he would have immediately been able to recognize the identity of the men following Arnold. There was only one man in the whole academy who had yellow pupils. Rank 18 Troy Direx. A borderline psychopathic student who in the middle stages of the novel becomes an infamous villain. He, like Arnold, was one of the 3 lackeys that followed Jean, but unlike Arnold, who voluntarily chose to be his lackey, he had no choice but to become one. In reality, his father was a direct subordinate of Jin's father. Knowing that his son was approximately the same age as his boss's son, Troy's father, William D. Rex, forced Troy to get along with Jin even though he absolutely despised the man. Born with a golden spoon without needing to be forced to prostrate towards someone just because of their father's influence, or having a happy family that isn't on the verge of a breakdown because of an abusive father who only thinks about work. Jin had everything. He had what Troy didn't. Money, influence, power, and most of all a loving family. Consumed by his jealousy and hatred towards Jin, Troy got approached by Professor Tebow and was tempted into forming a contract with a demon. The demon clans were split into 7 clans, each according to the 7 heavenly sins. This may seem like some cliché story writing, but for Ren, who at the time was thinking of different ways to approach the concept of demons and villains, the 7 heavenly sins sounded like the most well-matched concept he could come up with. It was the perfect scenario that helped him portray the relationship between villains and demons. A villain was someone who made a pact with a demon when their desire overcome their rationality. For example, if you found yourself in despair towards a person who was far more talented than you, an emotion called jealousy would begin sprouting inside of you. Or when you see a really beautiful girl you want to make yours, what you experience is both greed and lust. Once you experience such emotion, it either subsides over a period of time or becomes stronger as the distance between you and the said target increases. And in this case, as your desire/negative emotion increases, the demon clan that is most compatible with you makes their appearance in the form of an agent and tempts you into making a deal with you in exchange for power. Jealousy, envy, hatred, wrath, possessiveness, greed, obsession, lust, all negative emotions fall into the 7 heavenly sins. Once a person experiences such emotions and lets it take over their rationality, only then will the demon tribe with the respective compatibility step in and present you with a deal. In Troy's case, who was in his own right incredibly talented, falls into an immense state of jealousy clouding all his judgments, resulting in the demon clan of envy to personally make a move. Because of Troy's immense talent, the envy clan directly approached him instead of contacting him through a clan sub-branch. A sub-branch, also known as a collection of minor tribes, was a collective of demons whose bloodline was more diluted compared to the main clans. A demon's rank was determined by their bloodline purity, ranked from king, prince/princess, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and lastly baron. The higher the title, the stronger they were. With the demon king being the strongest. The consequence of having a more diluted bloodline resulted in the contractee being given a lower amount of power as compared to a contractee who had made a pact with a pure-blooded demon. Hence why Troy, who signed a pact with a pure-blooded demon of the clan of envy, becomes an extremely tricky opponent to face in the middle of the story. The reason why sub-branches existed was because a demon could only make one pact per human. Unless the human died or became stronger than the demon they made a pact with, the contract will never break. Because of the limited number of pure-blooded demons, only a select amount of humans could make a pact with them. Only the best and most talented humans could make a contract with them. If the human was not very talented, then the sub-branch would step in and offer them a contract. It has to be noted that a demon could never break a contract once it was made, as their soul was directly linked to the contract. If they forcefully tried to break the contract, they may be at risk of having their soul pulverized. In the end, only someone of Troy's level of talent could tempt one of the main clans to make a move. Stop following me. Oh, come on. Why do you want to get rid of me so badly? You know why. I told you many times already, it's not my fault she likes me better. Crack. Suddenly, Arnold stopped and the ground beneath his feet started cracking. Below his feet, countless minute crevices started extending from where he stood. With blue veins bulging out from the top of his head, Arnold turned around and glared in Troy's direction, who was leisurely walking behind him and coldly said, "Just because you are ranked higher than me, doesn't mean I won't hesitate to attack you here." "Oh, chill out, man. I was only stating the truth." Raising his hands in a sign of surrender, Troy took a couple of steps back. Humph. Clenching his teeth, Arnold turned around and ignored Troy. "It's not my fault I was born this handsome. I'll khhh. Roar. Suddenly, just as Arnold was about to lash out against Troy due to his stupid remarks, a large shadow emerged from behind a couple of rocks and pounced him. Raising his shield, which was his main weapon, Arnold barely managed to take the full grunt of the attack not before being pushed back 5 steps. Gook. A split second after he managed to stabilize his body, Arnold stared at the ferocious creature whose features started becoming discernible. Orange fur, muscular upper body, fangs that extended from its mouth to the upper end of its arms, and blood-red eyes. A beast that resembled the long-extinct, saber-toothed tiger. Fu didn't expect the famous D-ranked, metal-fanged Smilodon to make its presence here today. This test sure is harder than I expected. Reading his stance, Arnold raised his shield and roared. Hoo! Provoked by Arnold's spirit, the metal-fanged Smilodon similarly roared and dashed towards him. Roar! Clang! The sound of a collision could be heard from the distance, as a flock of birds escaped from the nearby trees. As soon as the dust settled, 3 large claw marks appeared on Arnold's shield. However, if one looked carefully, Arnold remained rooted in the same spot he was before the clash. Gah! Bam! As the metal-fanged Smilodon tried to assault Arnold once again, Arnold dipped his body and shoulder tackled the incoming beast. Grah! Being tackled by Arnold, the metal-fanged Smilodon lost its previous momentum and felt its body being raised a couple of centimeters in the air. Boom! Taking advantage of the opening, Arnold swung his shield, in a punching motion, towards the beast's stomach, sending it flying towards a nearby tree. Thud! Back first, the metal-fanged Smilodon wailed in pain as its back crashed against a nearby tree. Hoo! With heavy breaths, Arnold stared in the direction where he sent the beast flying. Roar! Before Arnold had the chance to rest, he saw the metal-fanged Smilodon appear from the side of his view. Clang! Skillfully switching the shield to his left hand, Arnold felt a tremendous momentum being transmitted to his body, sending him staggering backward a couple of meters. Clang! Grew! Before Arnold could have a chance to catch his breath, the beast relentlessly attacked him from every direction. Basta, khh, rd help me d.amit. Turning his head towards where Troy was leisurely standing, Arnold cursed as he kept on withstanding the continuous onslaught of attacks coming from the beast. Oh! So you can't hold it any longer. Clang! 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 Khh. I might ac. Ka, Tooley huff, huff. Die. Say please. Quick. Ah, fine geez. Extending his right hand forwards, a bow suddenly appeared in Troy's hand. Pulling the string back, a translucent blue arrow suddenly materialized on the bow. Let's make this quick. Licking his lips, Troy closed his left eye and aimed at the tiger's head. Just as he was about to release the bowstring, suddenly a notification appeared in Arnold's view, completely stunning him. Your teammate rank 1750 ranked over succeeded in completing the hidden task, Lake Trial, awarded +1 point. Team points, 5. That one split moment of time where Arnold was stunned was enough for the beast to seize the opportunity and break through his defense. Wah ku. Afa. You have died. Rank 75 Arnold Kane has died, team points, 4. Those were the last words Arnold saw before his view suddenly became dark. Swoosh. Splat. Roar. Soon after Arnold died and his body turned into light particles, a blue arrow dug its way into the tired beast's eye. Swoosh. Swoosh. Thump. Before the beast could recover, 2 more arrows quickly dug their way towards where the first arrow hit, killing the beast completely. Phew. Seeing the beast turn into light particles, Troy bitterly laughed. Oops. How are you guys holding up? Standing on top of a large boulder, Kevin looked behind him where a small group of people had gathered. Could have been better. Thud. Grumbling, Emma jumped off from the top of a tree. We should be safe for now, so let's get moving. Walking ahead of Kevin, Emma turned her attention to Amanda, who was a few meters ahead, quietly observing the area. What are you doing? Observing. Observing what? Everything. Letting out a sigh, Emma walked up to Amanda, whose face was expressionless, and hooked her arm around her fair slender neck. What am I gonna do with you? Startled by Emma's sudden action, Amanda looked at Emma in confusion. Finally, after noticing Emma's cheeky grin, Amanda realized she was messing with her and tried to free herself from Emma's arm. Let go. Hee hee, let's see how strong the almighty Amanda is. Gripping even harder, Emma laughed as she enjoyed seeing Amanda's expressionless face slowly turn red due to what seemed to be either oxygen deprivation or anger. While Emma was busy annoying Amanda, some of the male students around them couldn't help but fix their sight on them. Seen enough. Leaning against a tree, Gene glared at the students who were mesmerized by the 2 girls playing around. He seemed to be in an especially bad mood today. Flinching, the students who were busy admiring the girls looked at Jean in fear. Overwhelmed by his glare, they hurriedly backed off. Kevin, who saw this scene from afar, couldn't help but lightly grin as he walked up to Jean. "Still salty about your loss? TCH. You were just lucky." Clicking his tongue, Jean clenched his fists and looked away. Previously, Kevin and Jean were fighting to get the extra point from the hidden task. Their hidden task consisted of finding a certain flower that was located in the mountain region they had spawned. Because the task relied on pure luck, once he lost, Jean couldn't help but feel his mood plummet to the ground. If Kevin had managed to win based on his skills, then Jean wouldn't have made a big deal out of it, but since this win purely came from luck, Jean felt as if he was robbed. Unfortunately, rules were rules, and no matter how salty he was, he could do nothing about it. Excuse me." A slightly timid voice disrupted their conversation, prompting Kevin to turn around. Following his line of sight, a small timid young girl with adorably large eyes looked at both Kevin and Jean with a red face. Holding the edge of her shirt, her eyes drifted left and right as she struggled to find the right words to say. Looking at the adorable girl in front of him, Kevin couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes. Quick, say what you need to say." "Eek." Jean, who wasn't as patient as Kevin, immediately raised his voice, causing the young girl to lightly flinch. "OHI, what was that for?" "Humph." Slightly glaring towards Jin's direction, Kevin looked back at the young girl and spoke in a kind tone. "How can I help you?" In a voice that was almost inaudible, the young girl looked at Kevin and said, I am in your team." Freezing for a split second, Kevin's smile momentarily faltered as he tried his best to remember the faces of his team members. Previously, when Kevin spawned in the waiting room, everyone kept their distance from him. Several factors may have caused his team members to avoid him. Most likely, due to their inflated ego, they couldn't help but become jealous of him, who displayed an astonishing level of talent despite coming from a poor background. Of course, this may not be the only reason as to why they ignored him, but Kevin wasn't too keen to find out. He was simply used to being alone. The Author's POV. Chapter 18, Virtual Reality, 6. PFFF, you can't even remember the faces of your own teammates. Smirking, Jean mockingly looked at Kevin. "Oh. So you're telling me that you remember the face of all your teammates?" Raising his brow, Kevin turned around and skeptically looked at Jean. Turning around, Jean pretended to have not heard Kevin and walked away. Dumbfounded, Kevin helplessly looked in Emma and Amanda's direction, only to be left even more speechless. Swiftly moving around the trees, Emma was currently being chased by Amanda, whose face remained expressionless. Swish. 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 Taking out her bow. At an inhuman speed, Amanda's fingers danced between the bow and the quiver. Soon, 3 arrows flew in Emma's direction at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Thud. 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 Stop. 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 I give up. Taking cover behind a tree, Emma raised her hands in defeat as she fearfully looked at the arrows that were imbued on the tree she was hiding. Each arrow perfectly penetrated the hard outer shell of the tree. Looking closely, the tip of each arrow was only a few centimeters from Emma's face, sending cold shivers down her spine. If it weren't for the fact that Amanda restrained herself, Emma might have actually died. Shaking his head, Kevin turned his attention back to the young girl, not before letting out a long sigh. He was starting to doubt whether grouping with them was the right thing to do. Maybe if Melissa was here, things wouldn't have been as bad. Thought Kevin for a moment before shaking his head. Knowing Melissa's personality, things might have actually turned out for the worse. Sighing once again, and ignoring the commotion that Amanda and Emma were causing, Kevin squinted his eyes and took a good look at the girl before him. She was a beautiful, light-skinned young girl with a petite yet curvaceous frame and below-average height. She had long, slightly curly black hair that reached all the way to her back. Her large crystal eyes were slightly covered by short square bangs. She had plump rosy cheeks which, accompanied by her short figure, made one want to tightly squeeze them. "Did you come to me to ask me to protect you?" "And no." Quickly shaking her head, the young girl timidly pointed towards another group of people in the distance. They said that they know where the hidden task was. Oh. Taking one good look at the members in the distance, Kevin was reminded of the people he had previously seen in the waiting room. Although he did not remember the young girl, he did remember 2 out of the 4 individuals gathered. They were the most arrogant and prideful of the bunch, so of course, he knew about them. If he didn't remember wrong, they should have been ranked around the hundreds and were extremely prideful of their ranking. They were so proud and arrogant that they thought that they could fight Kevin on equal terms. Like they all say, powerful people often grew confident, and confident people were often conceited. Power gets in the head of everyone. Kevin was no better, but because he had a clear goal, he managed to suppress his inner desires. Shaking his head, he walked towards them. Although he had no interest in interacting with them, since they knew where the location of the hidden task was, it was only natural that his interest was piqued. "Oh, by the way, what's your name?" "M." Timidly looking down, the young girl avoided Kevin's eyes and swiped her hand right. Soon a screen appeared in front of Kevin. ================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================Picture, holographic image. Program, Hero Program Year 1. School rank, 1078/2055. Potential, unranked. Profession, monster tamer. Ava. Monster tamer. Touching his chin, Kevin looked at the information that was presented in front of him. Looking at the shy young girl once again, Kevin couldn't help but be slightly moved. If one asked Kevin which profession he thought was the strongest in the world, Kevin would without a doubt say the monster tamer class. Usually, most people would regard things such as swordsmanship or fancy professions that were flashy and pleasing to the eye as the strongest professions. However, Kevin begged to differ. In his opinion, the most fearsome out of all the professions was the monster tamer profession. Each person was born with a certain level of talent. This level was a set limit that could never be changed no matter what someone did. Well, that was unless you were Ren or Kevin, who were both cheats. If your talent was rank D, then the best you could achieve throughout your whole life was becoming a D-rank hero. Once you reached your talent limit, no matter how much extra time you spent training, you would never be able to improve. Kevin was all too familiar with the despair that stemmed from knowing their talent was too low. Originally, Kevin's talent was terrible. It was so bad that throughout his whole childhood he was bullied for it. While everyone around him showed incredible talent that made them stand above their peers, Kevin was born with a mediocre E-rank talent. The worst possible talent that anyone could get. At the time, his parents, who also had low talents, blamed themselves for his poor aptitude. Fortunately, Kevin's mentality was strong and he was never saddened by his low level of talent. Well, that was until that fateful day arrived. It was the day that demons managed to infiltrate his hometown and killed everyone without remorse. Because his hometown was far away from any major city, no rescue came until dawn, 5 hours after the massacre began. His parents had sacrificed their lives in order to hide him from the demons. Even though we couldn't give you a good talent, sacrificing ourselves to let you live should be enough to atone for letting you be born with a low talent that made you suffer throughout your whole childhood. With the most beautiful smile on their faces, those were the last words his parents had said to him before closing the trapdoor that led to the basement and disappearing from his life forever. To this day, he had still not gotten over that day, as it still haunts him in his dreams, like a plague that never ceases to attack the immune system. It was almost like a seed had been implanted inside of him, slowly eroding his state of mind. Kevin couldn't remember how many times he had woken up because of the nightmares, only to find his bedsheets soaked in his sweat. If not for a strange system suddenly appearing before him when he was in his most dire state, he would have never been able to survive, grow strong enough to rank first in the school ranking, and let alone enroll in the lock. He owed everything to the system. Thanks to the system, he managed to completely change himself, his body, his talent, his mentality. Everything about him changed. He went from an E-ranked talent to an SSS-ranked talent over the course of a few months due to some strange elixir the system provided him. But, what determined talent? Talent was a measure of natural aptitude. In this case, talent was asked in regards to the profession one had. A profession, like talent caps, was something that could not be chosen nor changed. Around the time of the Second Cataclysm and humans were able to access mana, strange status windows similar to the ones that appear in games appeared in front of everyone. From then, the Age of the Awakened happened. Slowly people started familiarizing themselves with mana, through which they gained access to supernatural powers. Powers that enabled them to do things that they could have never have hoped to achieve in the past. If someone paid closely to their status window, they would notice that, right below their status, there was a small section called Profession. That was your natural talent. If your status window showed spearmanship, then it meant that your aptitude towards spearmanship was amplified naturally by the status window. Meaning that if a person talented in spear arts trained in sword arts, their comprehension would be nowhere near as fast as their spear arts comprehension, which was amplified by the status window. Of course, everyone had different levels of talent in regards to their natural talent. Meaning that even if someone was talented in spear arts, their talent cap was still there. So if your talent cap was D rank, then in your lifetime you could only be a D rank hero who specialized in spear arts. In the case of Ava, the reason why Kevin believed her talent was the best was because she did not have a talent cap. Monster tamers don't have a level cap because they don't need to have one. What mattered was the monsters, not the tamer themselves. Yes, a certain amount of control was required by the tamer to control the beasts, but even then, what mattered most was the monsters. A monster tamer could tame an unlimited number of beasts regardless of their potential, making monster tamers some of the scariest opponents to face. Unfortunately, in modern society monster tamers weren't highly regarded. This was simply due to how difficult it was for them to tame a monster, as a lot of complicated steps were required. Moreover, the financial burden one would incur just to raise a monster could even cause some of the wealthiest people in the world to feel the sting. Especially if an S-rank pet was raised. They fed on monster cores. By the time they were fully grown, their daily food consumption alone could sustain a whole city for years. It was just inefficient. But to Kevin, this didn't matter because he had the system. With the system, gaining monster cores or manuals wasn't hard. All he had to do was complete a quest and he could easily earn some low-ranked cores. If his talent had been monster tamer instead of swordsmanship, he could have raised an army of S-ranked monsters with which he could have used to fight against the Demon King. We're here. Stopping in front of 4 people from his group, Kevin ignored their looks of disdain and lightly smiled at them. So where's the hidden task? 4 more minutes. Checking the time that was left, I quickly dashed away from the place I was hiding. Right now my plan was, find a safe spot, rest for 3 minutes, and continue to the next spot. This was the strategy that Kevin had used when he was doing this trial, and it worked. By continuously changing my location, it made it harder for the hunter to find my exact location. Although the hunter tracked through scent, it didn't mean that it will only focus its attention on me. No, it will obviously go for the easiest prey. With around 90 students inside the map, accompanied by the limited number of hunters present in the map, the hunters who were programmed through the computer system will only go for what the computer deems to be the easiest target to hunt. If it was presented with 2 choices, prey A and prey B, the hunter will go towards the easiest target to hunt by default. If prey A, who was constantly changing location, was harder to hunt compared to prey B, who was hiding in the same spot without moving, then it will undoubtedly go for prey B. Therefore, for the past 19 minutes or so, I have been constantly changing my location. The hunters were not something I could take on. Each hunter was a precise replica of famous beasts that could be found after the second cataclysm. Each beast present ranged from rank G to rank D, which only a handful of students could fight or escape from. A G+ rank student like me cannot possibly hope to defeat a D ranked beast with my current strength. Although the sword art I practiced was extremely strong, at the end of the day my rank was only G+. Moreover, considering the fact that I had only been practicing the art for about a week, asking me to fight the beast was like asking me to kill myself. There was no way I could last longer than a couple of seconds against a D rank beast. The only option I had from the start was this one. Roaming confidently without being scared of encountering dangerous beasts was only a thing the protagonists could do. I was not on that level yet. Though I had always said that I didn't want to interact with the protagonists, it didn't mean that I didn't aspire to be like them. I do long for a peaceful life, but could you really achieve that without power? In a world where power reigns above all else. I wonder when I changed. I wasn't like this before. I used to think everything was troublesome and had no goal to strive for. I remember everything being bleak. Everything apart from my computer and the comments I got from my readers were things that I found boring and troublesome. Maybe I really was just waiting to die and rid myself of that boring life. And once I thought my life reached the end, I found myself inside my own novel. Since then my world had suddenly gone bright. I had a family, access to magic which was only something I saw in movies, and a goal to strive for. And who would have ever imagined being inside of a real virtual machine? Right, I had already decided once I discovered that I still hadn't finished the novel that I will try my best to be as strong as the protagonist or at least close to his level. Smiling to myself, I looked at the azure-clear sky and the softly rustling trees. Life is good. The author's POV. Chapter 19, Making Money, 1. Ding. A sweet melodious jingle ranged through my ears as I was about to move to my next location. Suddenly my body froze and blue text appeared in my vision. Time left midnight, congratulations on finishing the test. You will soon each be logged out from the capsule. Ah, time's finally up. Although I technically did not do any physical training, the mental exhaustion stemming from constantly being alert and taking note of every little detail surrounding me was a first for me who had never been through such an experience in my life. It really drained a lot out of me. It felt as if I had trained intensively for 5 hours straight without any pause. Slowly the trees, the sky, the animals, everything around me started to disintegrate, turning the whole world white. Squinting my eyes, I could see the remaining students who had survived, far away in the white world. Surprisingly, there were only about 8 students near my area. Meaning that this could either mean either one of these 3 things. A. Most of the students in my zone died. B. Most of the students in my zone went to other areas. C. Not a lot of students spawned in my area. I believe the correct answer was in between the first and second options, since most of the students probably didn't know a lot about the scenario. Actually, now that I take a good look at the whole white world, including my area, there were not many students left. Although the map was huge, and I couldn't clearly see how many people remained alive, with no obstacles obstructing my vision, I could make a general deduction of how difficult the test was, basing on how many students had survived till the end. I estimated that a good 60% of the 90 students who were originally in the simulation had perished. With most of the students being at the center of the map, excluding some outliers who remained in their original area, I could more or less make an approximate deduction on how many students survived. The number of students that remained, although small, didn't surprise me, as this number was within my estimation. It was approximately the same amount as I had written in the novel. Can you guys hear me? Suddenly, Professor Thibault's voice rang in my ears, prompting me to listen carefully. Alright, I want to say a few things first before I let you out of the capsules. First, congratulations to you all for surviving this test. This test was specifically designed to test your adaptability in foreign environments, and how well you can survive in the wild. It's true. Although this bastard was using this test as a means to create disorder between some of the students, the test was still very good. Although he did change some things here and there so that he could create some conflict between the students, the test was indeed a good way to help students adapt to foreign environments. Actually, in my opinion, this test was better, as he made this test a bit more useful for real life, as you might someday be hunted by humans too. No, it would be more accurate to say that being hunted by fellow humans, such as villains, would be the most likely scenario. By indirectly allowing students to kill each other, it raised the difficulty to another level. Because not only did you have to watch out for beasts, but you also had to look out against fellow classmates. This little detail made the training for me much more efficient. Well, that didn't mean the professor was a good guy. I was just taking advantage of his schemes to further improve myself. Though a lot of you have either survived by pure luck or through some sort of scheme, at the end of the day what really matters is not how you won, but if you won. So for those of you who made it till the end, I congratulate you. Considering how difficult this test was, having survived in this simulation is an accomplishment to be proud about. Puff up your chest and exit the capsule with your head held high. Enough with that. Next up, once you exit the capsule, on the top of the classroom you can find a large monitor where the group rankings will be displayed. Though no extra merits will be awarded this time, as it's still your first week, you can still brag to your friends about getting first in your class. I feel like a lot of students would actually brag about this. Considering how in this world most of the people were proud and arrogant, for the next week or so I would expect the top 5 group members' egos to shoot through the roof. Okay, I think I've said enough. I will dismiss you from your cabin one by one, so don't panic if your view suddenly gets dark. Once again, congratulations to those of you that survived. Soon Professor Thibault's voice disappeared and gradually students started turning into streaks of light particles that disappeared from the virtual world. As I was watching the whole process in which students slowly disappeared from the virtual world, I could finally relax my mind. Next up, I started to ponder on what to do after I exited the class. But what should I do after this? I don't think I have it in me to train any further. Maybe I could go to the swimming pool and do some resistance training. Yeah, I think that's the best course of action. Log out Y/N. As I was pondering about what my next course of action would be, a logout bottom appeared before me. Without needing to think any further, I pressed it. Swah. My vision suddenly turned dark, and my consciousness slipped. Phhhhhhhhh. Slowly the lid of the capsule I was in opened up, releasing white steam in the process. Using the edge of the capsule as support, I slowly got out of the capsule. Man, that was seriously tiring, As soon as I emerged from my capsule, I felt a couple of stares coming from my left and right side. Turning my head left, I could see two individuals glaring in my direction with pure hatred. Can't really blame them. I did cut off their legs and used them as bait to get extra points. Waving at them, which further increased the intensity of their glares, I turned my head towards the other direction where a mixture of emotions could be seen from certain individuals. Park Jin-ho, William, Rose, and Edward all had weird expressions plastered on their face. It was a mixture of shock, joy, pity, and thankfulness. Wait, pity? Why were they pitying me? Then I felt it. Arnold, who was a few capsules away from where I was, glared even more fiercely than Lucas and Patrick did towards me. Turning my head left and right to make sure he was actually glaring at me, I was left dumbfounded. Why is he glaring in my direction? Is he angry that I stole his spotlight? That can't be right, right? He can't be that petty, right? Clap. Cough, cough, may I have your attention please? Fortunately, at the perfect timing, Professor Thibault showed up, gathering everyone's attention towards himself, including Arnold's. Can't believe I was saying this, but I owed him one. Alright, once again congratulations for those who have passed the test. I'll make it short since we are short on time. If you look up above, you can see your team's respective rank. Pointing towards a large monitor placed at the center of the classroom, a large table was displayed on the screen showing us the team's respective rankings. Team rank ===. Group 15. Points, 8. Result, no casualties plus 2 hidden task. Group 9. Points, 7. Result, no casualties plus 1 hidden task. Group 4. Points, 7. Result, no casualties plus 1 hidden task. Group 5. Points, 6. Result, no casualties. Group 1. Points, 5. Result, 1 casualty. Group 7. Points, 4. Result, 3 casualties plus 1 hidden task. Group 10. Points, 3. Result, 3 casualties. Group 13. Points, 3. Result, 3 casualties. Group 11. Points, 2. Result, 4 casualties. Group 8. Points, 1. Result, 5 casualties. Group 2. Points, 1. Result, 5 casualties. Group 14. Points, 0. Result, party wipe. Group 3. Points, 0. Result, party wipe. Group 6. Points, 0. Result, party wipe. Group 12. Points, 0. Result, party wipe. Sixth overall, huh? That's a rank or 2 higher than I had expected. But as I expected, the main characters had all gotten the top spots. Group 15, who ranked first, was Kevin's group. His teammates not only managed to survive, but they also managed to complete 2 hidden tasks. Emma's team placed second, with her completing one of the hidden tasks. On the other hand, Amanda placed third, and surprisingly Melissa, who teamed up with Jean, ended up fourth. The reason for their low ranking was simple. Because of Kevin, Jean couldn't get the extra point, and Melissa, who wasn't as strong as she was smart, was left helpless when trying to get the extra task. In the end, all their teammates managed to survive, but no extra points were awarded to their team. The 5th place, Group 1, was Troy's group, which, although had not completed any hidden tasks, had 2 fewer casualties compared to our team. Out of the 15 groups here, 4 were wiped out. This result is much better than last year, where in contrast only had 4 groups surviving. I know some of you are shaking, thinking you will be expelled from the course, but I was lying about that. I wanted to put some pressure on you so that you would have taken the test seriously. So you're all safe. Hearing this part of the speech, the students who had their team wiped let out a visible sigh of relief. Must have been stressful thinking that they had already failed a course on their first week. I thought as I sympathetically looked at them. All right, it seems that we are out of time, so you may all leave. Checking his watch, Professor Thibault smiled and dismissed us. Immediately I dashed towards my dorm. I didn't want to stay here any longer. Especially knowing that 3 individuals were looking for ways to make things harder for me. I do have to say though, moving with this tight-skinned suit was extremely challenging. If not for the fact that Arnold was distracted talking to Jean, and Lucas and Patrick were still glaring at each other, I wouldn't have been able to leave as easily as I had. Click. Entering my room, I slumped onto the clean mattress and enjoyed the momentary moment of peace. What a troublesome day. Not only was I exhausted, but I also created 3 enemies. It seems like I need to get stronger faster. At the end of the day, it all comes down to strength. Although with an increase in strength I was more likely to be exposed to danger and thus increase the chances where I'm placed in situations where I have to interact with the main characters. I can't just sit by and passively wait for my strength to increase. Not only that, but if I was to one day support my parents' guild or possibly help the protagonist fight against the Demon King, I needed to immediately think of ways to increase my strength. Fortunately, I had already come up with a rough plan. That is, with the knowledge I have, as the author of the novel. I can take advantage of future events to make some money through stocks. Since my parents from this world weren't filthy rich, the only way I could make money was through the use of stocks. Unlike Jean, Amanda, or Melissa whose parents can provide them with the best training facilities and potions. I, a mob that wasn't supposed to appear in the story, have the only option of using my knowledge to make money to increase my strength. In a sense, this was my cheat ability. With money, I could essentially catapult my strength to reach new heights. In order to increase my stats, I could resort to consuming potions, and if I wanted to increase my strength even further I could even go as far as purchasing artifacts. Artifacts were objects that could be found inside of dungeons or could be created by master blacksmiths and were essentially weapons that had special effects imbued into them. They ranged from the simplest objects such as a coffee mug to weapons and cars. Like most things, the better the grade the more expensive they were. Fortunately for me, I knew a place where I could get good artifacts for a cheap price. Thinking of all the money I would need to use to purchase potions and artifacts, I could feel my head throbbing. Letting out a sigh and taking out a small book from my bottom drawer, I quickly went through the contents. The book I was holding had details on all the future events that would happen in the future. Starting from when Kevin entered the academy to when he was about to face the Demon King. Since I was the author of the novel, I could confidently say that I did not miss anything when writing the future events. From minor to major events, this book should have everything. Unless something deviated from the story which I had written, I should be able to use this book as a reference for things that will happen in the future. Now what should I use? Flipping through the pages, I quickly stopped at a certain event. CB Pharmaceuticals crash. The author's POV. Chapter 20, Making Money, 2. C.B. Pharmaceuticals stock crash. Matching the timing and potential payoff that I could make from exploiting this information, I decisively started making preparations. First things first, opening my watch I checked my bank account. Equals 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 equals. Student, Ren Dover. Age, 16. Balance, 9.897U. Withdraw deposit. Equals 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 equals. A little bit under 10,000 U. Should be about enough, but. Pondering for a little bit, I sighed and organized my thoughts. A month after the academy had officially started, Tobias Church, head researcher of C.B. Pharmaceuticals, was found dead in his high-security apartment complex. All the news agencies and big guilds were shocked by the news and immediately reported it to the media and their respective guild members. The news spread fast, reaching all major figures' ears in the span of minutes. It was the first high-profile assassination that had occurred in decades, with many starting to fear for their lives as a result of this accident. Tobias Church, a forefront name in the potion-making industry, is found dead in his home with one slit on the throat. Forensic evidence indicated that he was assassinated by Rank 37, Silent Creeper, of the villain list. This can be inferred from the clean slit on Mr. Church's throat, which is a signature assassination method adopted by Rank 37, Silent Creeper. Later, when investigators were investigating the scene, another stunning revelation was discovered. The recipe for the body-enhancing potion was found missing. This revelation shocked the pharmaceutical industry. Potion recipes were an alchemist's biggest secret. Each potion, such as the body-enhancing potion, had various variations to them. The variations occurred depending on the alchemist who was making the potion. Some being far more effective than the ones available on the market, while others performing far worse than the ones available on the market. The better performing ones would be sold to distinguished buyers, while the worse performing ones will be either discarded or illegally traded in the black market. In the case of Thobias Church, because he was a highly acclaimed alchemist, his body enhancement potion, which only he knew the recipe of, was considered to be the best in the market. As C.B. Pharmaceuticals head researcher, he had every right to decide who to sell and who not to sell the potion to. In this case, his body enhancement potion were each sold to the high-ranking guilds who needed it for when they needed to perform a raid. With him gone, suddenly a gap in the body enhancement potion market appeared. The result of Thobias Church's death had a bigger impact than what people had predicted. Especially on C.B. Pharmaceuticals, the #1 pharmaceutical company in the human domain. 2 hours after Thobias Church's death was announced, C.B. Pharmaceuticals stock plummeted by 17%, falling from 123.71 U to 102.68 U. Later that evening, 5 hours after the first plummet, C.B. stock further plummeted by a further 43%, reaching 58.53 U. Due to investors dumping the stock to try to mitigate their losses, the stock further fell until it stabilized at 21.65 U. A staggering 82% stock decline. The result of such decline almost caused C.B. Pharmaceuticals to file for bankruptcy. If not for the fact that they had a lot of liquid assets available to them due to the nature of their business, they would have most likely have crumbled. In the wake of C.B. historical downfall, W.V. Pharmaceuticals, the second best pharmaceutical company behind C.B., finds its stock increasing dramatically. For a solid week, it found its stock constantly increasing, rising from 58.93 U at the beginning of the week to 111.45 U by the end of the week. A dramatic 89.12% rise. In short, I could use this incident, which will happen in about 3 weeks' time, to make it rich. I will both short C.B. and buy W.V. stock. Meaning that I will bet on both C.B. stock falling and bet on W.V. stock increasing. Thanks to the information I have, as a cheat, I should be able to make a good amount of cash. Actually, with my limited funding of approximately 10,000 U, although I would be able to make quite a bit of money, it would still not be enough to pay for the things I needed. In short, what I needed was a quick way to make some quick cash so that I could invest as much money as possible in this event. The more money I get before the event happens, the better. Pondering for a while, I came up with 3 options to solve my short-term money problem. A. Sign up for a mercenary job. B. Get a job. C. Go to a dungeon. The first 2 options were a no-go. First, being a mercenary. With my current strength and rank, I would at best be a miscellaneous mercenary. To put it bluntly, a mercenary who took care of the tasks that most mercenaries wouldn't want to take. Like looking for a missing pet, or taking care of some small beasts that had infiltrated the city. The income was quite poor, and the effort in proportion to the income paid was not worth it. The second option, get a job, was also undesirable, as I was still a student and thus couldn't work full-time. Moreover, I was only looking for a short-term job, which makes finding a job that pays a substantial amount impossible to find. At least not with my current set of skills. That leaves me with one last option. Entering a dungeon. A dungeon was essentially a pocket dimension that led to a small section of the demon world. As the demons invaded the world, cracks appeared all over the world as a result of the instability created by the sudden influx of mana. This resulted in many pocket dimensions that led to the demon world being created. Because of the instability of the crack, depending on the rank of the dungeon, only those below a certain level can enter. For example, a B rank dungeon can only be accessible for those who are B or lower rank. If an A rank were to enter the dungeon, it would immediately break and injure the person who had entered. The same went for the monsters that could be found inside. Therefore, dungeons were excellent places to train. Moreover, since the demon world was riddled with wars, artifacts from ancient wars could be found if someone was lucky enough. However, the most attractive resource that could be found inside of a dungeon were not artifacts but monster cores. A core was a condensed source of energy, which revolutionized the world of today. By implementing cores and replacing them as a source of energy, humanity was able to get rid of unclean energy. Not only were cores much more efficient than any other sources of energy, but they also didn't produce any greenhouse gases. This shocking discovery sent the world into a frenzy, as not only did they not produce pollution, but later it was shown that just a single G-rank core could power a whole city for 10 minutes. We are talking about a city with a population of millions inside. The amount of energy a single core contained was staggering. Cores aside, the bodies of the demons and monsters inside of the dungeon could also be sold for a substantial price, which meant that dungeons were essentially gold mines for those who were looking to make some quick cash. Using monster corpses, humanity's study on biology improved by leaps and bounds. Incurable diseases became something of the past, and slowly biology divided into a new branch called alchemy, where they specialized in the creation of potions. Dungeons certainly presented people with many opportunities to change their life, but that comes along with a great price. Death. The mortality rate of dungeons was extremely high, as no one could predict what could happen once you entered inside. Therefore, the central government put a strict restriction on dungeons and only allowed those who had a registered license to enter. But of course, that didn't impede some unscrupulous dealers to take advantage of the government restricting dungeons to create an illegal dungeon business. Which was exactly where I was planning to go. If you're wondering why I was not using my knowledge to find a dungeon that has not been discovered yet, it's because it actually doesn't exist. Well, at least not for any dungeon below D rank. In my novel, Kevin only entered dungeons in the later half of his first year. And his stats were around C to D plus rank, which meant that D rank dungeons weren't that useful for him. Me on the other hand, who was only G plus, could only enter at best an F rank dungeon. Checking out my stats, I was more or less pleased with my week's progress. Status == Name, Rendover. Rank, G+. Strength, F. Agility, F. Stamina, F. Intelligence, G+. Mana capacity, G+. Luck, E. Charm, G. Profession, swordsmanship LVL.1. Although it may not seem like much, suddenly raising half of my stats to F was a considerable achievement. Raising stats could be considered the most gruesome task possible. There were only 3 methods to raise your stats. 1. Consume potions. 2. Train diligently. 3. Consume some natural treasure, e.g. fruit that had the seed of limit inside. In short, for someone like me who could only train diligently, raising my stats without external help could be considered a huge accomplishment. Looking more confident than ever, I made a rough note of tomorrow's plan and headed to the swimming pool. It's time to train. Heading towards the training center, I packed my swimming suit and left my dorm. As I was heading towards the swimming pool, I started to think about the main storyline. The novel essentially began with Kevin preparing himself to enroll in the lock. Kevin's rise to fame was essentially your typical banal protagonist story, where his parents died in the past and he goes on this long harsh journey to avenge them. Through a series of events, he was granted a cheat item and through that he became peerless. I was starting to get a better understanding of why my readers started hating my novel. Apart from the main concepts, such as the general layout of the world, and the key ideas behind how the demons and villains operate. You could say everything else was rather cliché, as almost all other novels out there share a similar plotline to my story. The story so far goes like this. One day as Kevin was exploring an undisclosed dungeon, he was suddenly met with an accident and almost dies. Trapped in the dungeon for weeks, with his body full of injuries, he barely stays alive by rationing the remaining food he brought with him before entering the dungeon. Just as he was about to die, a miraculous encounter that changed his life appeared. He was granted a system. A more advanced interface than the current status window that everyone had available. A status window, which every human in the world had, be it young or old, was a sort of game interface that showed a user's stats. It first appeared as soon as the demons invaded the world, and the source of origin was still unknown to this day, but what was known about the status window was that it allowed the user to see their own stats as well as that of artifacts. The system, on the other hand, was a more advanced version of a status window. Not only did it grant the user the ability to check their status, but it also granted quests and tasks which upon completion will award the user with status points and other fantastic rewards. With this system, Kevin found himself shedding of his old timid self and truly started rising like a phoenix. A year after he was granted the system, he enrolls into the lock and proceeds to stun the examiners with his overwhelming talent and charisma, leading him into becoming the top student of the year, officially starting the Academy arc. The Academy arc starts with Kevin getting to know the other protagonists, Jean, Melissa, Amanda, and Emma, slowly building a rival-friend relationship. Then the first minor event of the Academy arc, the VR segment, starts, and it was where Kevin managed to successfully complete 2 hidden tasks, once again shocking everyone including his teachers. After the VR segment, the first major event of the Academy arc officially begins. During his elective, Kevin gets in conflict with a senior student, which starts a long series of conflicts with the senior years. You could already imagine how the conflict began. "You first year don't get cocky because your year performed better than our year in the VR test. We can still wipe the floor with scrubs like you. Seriously, how bad of a writer was I?" It was only after experiencing my story from a first-person perspective that I began to realize how bad of a writer I was. Not only did I overuse generic cliché-like scenarios, but even future events become easily predictable. Well, in short, this event gets so blown out of proportion that it soon becomes a full-blown conflict between juniors and seniors, where even if you weren't a part of the conflict you would somehow be dragged into it. What's sad about this event was that I would most probably be dragged into it too. Therefore, I already needed to come up with countermeasures to this event, so that I didn't expose myself. The life of a mob was truly hard. Author's note. Dumping, selling of large amounts of stock at market price at the time of selling. Liquid, it's a measure taken by businesses to determine a firm's ability to turn assets into cash, meet short-term obligations.